Start stream.
Ooh.
It is live. I'm not getting... There it is. I gotta bring it up too.
Live now. Holy shit. That's really something. Oh yeah, I can hear myself. It's like a 7 second delay or something like that.
How's the volume though? Preemptively, welcome to Verbal Laxative, the official first live stream covering the 2020 election.
I think the volume sounds good. Yes, our first live stream. So excited.
Okay, so just to show you, let's transition to the NBC video here,
Oh, that'd be nice.
where we see the map of the United States. Wow, this delay is quite long.
Don't worry. Oh yeah, they don't have like sound on that one, do they?
No, they don't.
Yeah, I was like tripping out because I was like, what the fuck? Why isn't my
Yeah,
why
I
is my
thought
sound
the
working?
settings were screwed up for my end.
That's good. You know what? I don't want to listen to their shit, so that's good. They just have nothing on.
But
I have
yeah, so I'll be monitoring the chat if anyone watching would like to say anything.
zero chat.
Yeah, that's kind of anticipated. And I'll be taking a look at, well, if you ever want me to switch to something else, just let me know.
For sure. I'm not gonna record on OBS because I can't filter out the audio input, so this will be our only one.
That's fine. I believe YouTube will be making a, or it automatically makes a recording.
Yeah, alright.
So I take it you've been keeping up to date on the elections so far.
Yeah, man. So far, are we able to play any of these streams for now?
Yeah, do you want that NBC one or?
Maybe do a CBS one, but like crop. Fucking taken off air.
Okay, I will.
Maybe the CBS one or something.
I'm just gonna set it up now to crop. Okay. You know, it looks kind of bad with the crop, but here, I might as well just show it because, you know what, we're live. We'll show people how these first live streams go. So, hold on, I got an idea though.
Yo, that's not bad because you don't want to show the whole thing, right?
Oh, yeah,
you,
yeah,
wanna,
yeah.
you may want to show like a really heavily cropped version of it.
Check this out. I'll just make this, our logo bigger. Right in the center. We're hijacking this stream.
Yeah. I
Wait,
feel
can
like
you
such
see
a
that yet?
pirate. Wait, hold on. No, not yet. I'm awaiting it.
Wait for it.
Ah.
Oh, okay. It should show up in like 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I don't know what the delay is on this thing. There it is.
Oh, nice. I got it. Yeah.
So, are all the current numbers according to your predictions?
Yeah, so far. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just following what they say on the polls anyways, so I mean, what the fuck? I'm
Yeah,
on Discord, can't hear
that's
anything. What are you talking about? You
yeah. I'm
can't hear
turned off by
anything?
that either. Unless he
B money, you can't hear anything. You're on now, hey?
maybe he muted it.
Did you mute it? Can you hear? He can't hear us.
Like
What a
maybe
fucking noob.
his volume is down or it's muted or something.
I like how we're like right in the center of it. So
Yeah,
look at them
they can't
sitting.
complain about anything if that's there.
All right. I got like the New York Times thing up as well. But I guess we can whenever Phil or whoever jumps on or Brian. I think I heard him.
I heard a noise.
Yeah,
Oh, there he is.
Hey, here you are. What was wrong?
not sure. I just did what IT told me. Turn off my computer and turn it back on.
How was your dinner?
Uh, Still cooking. Haven't started.
Woo!
Yeah,
Still prepping.
Addy with the first comment on our live stream.
Which is?
Woo! Election life.
So what's the score right now? Do
Uh,
different channels score differently? Because
yeah, they
some of
score
them are.
differently because they have their own analysts in the back room. With a single light bulb, and they do their own like kind of sort of like this play-by-play by county and shit
Oh my
count.
God. So then you get like different results depending
Well,
on
the
who you're
big
watching.
ones do. The ones that can like ABC, NBC, they got their own, right? They got their own
Yep.
election team.
Yep.
And then the other ones may just piggyback on it, right?
Right.
So
Have they? Mhm.
so like right, they're also looking at the Senate races, the governor races, and the House races at the same time.
Mm. So
Adrian,
have you seen that?
California, California's over 300 electoral college votes. Sure, why not? Fuck it. Popular vote. Fuck it. Give them 300. It's the United States of California. United States under California. That's what it'll be called now. USUC.
Have you seen that tweet about Texas turning blue?
Yeah, well, I said it before. I said it in our kind of chat before. I'm like, this is if it turns blue, this will be a big thing, right? If you think
Well,
about
would
like
it
Cal,
be it'd just be over, right? It would be like, oh, Biden won. Because how
pretty
does
much, because Texas is a big chunk, right? It's like 38 votes. So like, well, what's bigger than that? California, obviously, and I think that's it, right? New York
yeah.
is 29. So you flip Texas there, you're fucking done. It's in 88 when Bush versus Dukakis, that was when California went red, right? So then if you ever see a electoral map of the Bush senior versus Dukakis vote, man, it looks sad for like no one talks about Dukakis anymore because he got destroyed so hard.
So Addy says in the comments, California should have 300 electoral college votes. Change my mind.
We've already addressed that. I won't change his
Okay
mind.
then.
In fact, I am going along with it.
Wait,
All right.
if they have that
Appease him.
many college votes, it's over then, right?
Yeah, because it's
You only
basically
need 270.
you're basically going by California as its weight as a state in the whole like union, right? And California is disproportionately much more influential, much more populous than pretty much a lot of the entire country, right? So, you
But
know,
the idea of the electoral college was that so big
well, it's
states
fucking yeah, it's
doesn't
tongue in
get
cheek too. There's no,
concentrated, right? That was the idea.
yeah, the whole electoral college is made so it kind of dilutes it a little
But
bit, so it's not by pop.
yeah, balances the power so that presidents have to visit the smaller state so that we just
No,
don't
like
care about the big ones.
when it was made, there wasn't like campaign stops and like considerations for flight itineraries, right? It was like a couple hundred years ago. They made it at the time because it was just like at the time this was like their best way of fucking whatever. Yeah, like giving states, I guess,
It
some
was
voting
balancing
power.
of power, hmm
Yeah, it is,
making
but
things equal.
yeah, yeah. But it was also
But
a little bit was just because that's how they did it back then, because they were
yeah,
simple.
but it didn't solve the problem because like when you have things like the word swing states, presidents don't only care about those states and they don't focus anywhere else because it's like a guarantee that they're gonna win that one, right?
Yes, I don't know. I didn't hear
So you
what you were saying. Well, because I was just watching the projection. So
oh,
I
go
think
ahead.
CBS was saying that Biden was projected to win New Jersey and Trump's gonna win Arkansas.
I'm just waiting for that Ohio man. Ohio is the king of presidential
No,
making.
shut up. Shut up.
160 years, man.
So much.
Ohio has always voted for the winning team. They are
Yeah,
the
whatever.
kingmakers.
Yeah, fuck that. Until one day it just doesn't happen anymore, and you break that what 160-year record.
Well, it's yeah, it's a streak. So if it doesn't happen, then I feel like that's more that's more newsworthy than
But
whoever
it's a
wins.
streak. It's a streak based on nothing. It's
No,
not based on
it's
anything.
based on results. It's based on
No, it
results.
isn't.
It's
It's
based
not based
on
on results. It's just it's been lucky. Well, like it's been lucky enough that if for 160 years or whatever, fucking whoever votes Ohio gets whatever. That doesn't mean it's an actual indicator though. And then but
it's
people are
not
treating
a
it like an indicator. It means nothing.
it's a coincidence. Yes, I agree. But like okay, there's two ways to look at indicators. One is you use some scientific method like polls, right? But the problem with polls are they're just the best guess, and they have been wrong. Like with the 2016, people has lost faith in the polls because people had so much confidence in Hillary winning, and she totally didn't, right? And like even in the 2000 with Al Gore and Bush, polls weren't really able to accurately determine who was going to win. So when you can't trust science, you have to turn to the mystic arts of
Sure, whatever.
coincidence.
You fucking asshole.
I like there are certain ones. There are ones where like based on the Olympics, like if a country who previously held the Olympics holds the Olympics again and there's a president election, they generally the what was it? The incumbent wins. And then so people were like saying, well, London or no, Tokyo was supposed to host the Olympics, but because of the pandemic, it was canceled. So then
Yeah.
that theory went out the door. There was a theory. There were also like economic theories. They created these like formulas to determine if how well a president will do based on like charisma, based on the economy, things like that. But none of these formulas have anything with pandemics, right? So no one. So those are out the window.
Yeah, no shit. So that just means Ohio is also like a big fucking it's a flip of a coin.
Well, that's the thing. Ohio has has not been wrong for 160 years. So it's the best indicator we got compared to anything else.
Until it doesn't. You know what I
Until
mean?
it doesn't, then it's a, then yeah, we'll find something new. But until now, for now, that's my winning horse, Ohio. Whoever Ohio bets, that's where I'm betting.
Okay. Okay. Whatever. I'm really hoping today that will be the day that Ohio just eats shit.
Yeah, I think like this year, people don't even care about Ohio right now. People are
No,
thinking
they
about
did. They kind of did. The Republicans kind of did because Ohio, the last minute polls out of Ohio were actually favoring Trump at the time.
Mhm.
So they're like, "Oh wow, look at this," and it's a big deal because like if there was people like you and they're like, "Oh, this is such a big indicator," maybe this will be an indicator this time, and then everybody else was like, "No, like nobody thought, nobody thinks this except fucking people that believe in like the witchcraft, right?"
like again, when science fails you, you have to turn to the dark art.
I get it. I totally get it. Stupid. What is this Adrian said? Never notice how phallic this microphone in her logo looks? Yo, why don't you just come into the stream, Adrian?
He's
You're in the
busy.
you're in the fucking Discord. You don't have to pretend he's our audience plant.
Inviting our entire audience to the stream. Bold
This is
move.
gonna set a bad precedent down the road, man, when we get really popular.
Fucking hell. You know what you should get for Christmas, Brian?
What?
A better mic.
Oh, I can change 1 second.
I'm just kidding. You sound okay. No worry.
Well, I feel like this is gonna be going for a while, right? Because
Yeah, so get comfortable.
like you say, like even it's not even like tomorrow. It might be like till Friday, right? For all the numbers.
Yeah, just because of the mail-in stuff. They
So
might not
like,
project a winner today. If it does, then it's basically that means Biden wins if they project the winner today.
so like I was reading that people in major cities are like bordering up their downtown, like in case there's a riot because there's gonna be unrest of who's gonna win.
Yeah, I know. And I said it was funny because, in the past, America would always use this as an excuse to kind of meddle in some of these countries they don't like, and they'd be like, "Look, look, yeah, this country is a tyrant country because their elections are rigged. Like people, there's going to be violence during their elections, So they're a bad country, and we should go do something about them." And now, uh, uh, we live in excellent times. Now you can just witness America facing the prospect of possible violence if shit goes sideways, right?
You
I
think?
almost
Do you think
I
what?
almost wish I almost wish Venezuela was like a military power. So then they can flip around and say the exact same shit to the Americans one of these days.
I was gonna, yeah, I was exactly gonna say Venezuela. Or are they gonna be? Well, we have another Venezuela issue where the winner is announced and then they're like, he's
That
not the
would be
rightful ruler.
fucking hilarious. Can you imagine there's a Guaido, but like the Trump is Guaido, and then like who would like? Okay, so let's just say what like Biden. Oh wait, Trump, the incumbent, the Trump stays in power, and then Biden is America's Guaido, and he goes around the world saying, "No, no, no, listen here, Jack, I won the election." And then from like Canada to UK, they're all like, "Yep, yep, Biden should be the legitimate guy. He should be the elections are have been taken over by the tyrant Trump." And then you'll have other countries like Russia be like, "Nope, Trump is the legitimate the legitimate elected president." I wish this was like this. I wish Biden was the Guaido.
We'll have
That'd
to
be
see.
fucking hilarious. That would be cherry on the cake. That would be like the cheese just melting on a cheeseburger. Is so good.
You really want to see the downfall of the United States, eh?
Wow, is this fucking they yeah, sure, why not? If the FBI is not listening.
But they're like such a superpower, right? That if they do fall, doesn't it affect the world as a
Whatever.
whole as
Fucking
well?
superpowers fall in the past, right? So who cares?
I see. Okay.
It's if they're just gonna fall down and take everybody with them. But if a lot enough people outside have enough nukes to prevent that, like make them second guess trying to take everybody else down with them, then, it'll just be them dealing with their own shit like it should be. That's a really bleak way of looking at it, but that's like the extreme way of looking at it. Most of these times they'll just, if it fails, it's like a really slow burn, right? Maybe when you're 70, you see the Americans, some states start asked to secede just because unemployment's like what 50% or something. It'll look something mild and like non-dramatic like that.
Hmm.
What are we looking at now?
Is the podcast started?
Whoop.
Yeah, man. Hey, Billy.
Hey, Bills.
Are you in the live stream? I mean, are you watching it too?
We are live now.
No, actually. I don't know how to get there.
I just sent the link in there.
It's a YouTube link, sir.
Oh, I see. Wait, no. That's
I sent it to you.
election coverage? Is
Yeah.
that you?
Yeah.
Is that the live stream?
Yeah, man.
Wait, did you start already?
Yeah, man.
You're on right now.
Oh, shit. I should hang up.
This is verbal laxative. We don't have quality control.
Sorry for interrupting. Bye.
His first and last debut on Discord.
Wait, he actually left?
He actually left.
Okay. Wait, Brian left too?
I think he left because there's an audio problem.
Everyone's bailing. This whole thing's falling apart. I was supposed to be like barely on the mic at all, but if you're the only one here, I feel like I have to talk.
No, it's okay. I will do a one-man show.
Alright, I'm out. There goes all the video too. Our not stolen video. But if anyone thinks it is stolen, then we would like to thank CBS, ABC, and NBC. And we haven't really used it yet, but New York Times. And anyone else that we use your stuff.
Look at this guy. He's just he's doing his commentating from his house, just like us, but he's in a suit, whereas I am completely naked.
Dear God. At least I'm wearing clothes.
Fuck that. You don't even need to wear clothes for this. I mean, it's okay. Okay, so this guy. Oh, this guy is basically saying that Ohio is looking good for Biden. Well, then that would prove Biden right, wouldn't it?
To be honest, I wasn't here the entire time. I had to get my headphones.
Truly, I'm by myself now.
Well, I'm here now. I just didn't hear what Brian said.
Oh, just that shit about Ohio. So.
Oh, is that the bit where he was saying how they've everyone or whoever they voted for won for the last whatever many years?
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of surprised. I switched it over from the ABC because ABC's been playing a lot of commercials lately.
Yeah, this is stupid fucking. Oh, he's cooking? What the fuck? Sorry. They have all left, so it's just me and you.
This whole thing
This is
fell
your-
apart in how long have...
His worst case scenario has been realized.
Wait, how long have we been on? Like 20, less than 20 minutes and it's dead.
Well, technically, we're not even supposed to be starting yet because we said 7:30, right?
I guess that's true. But
You know
since-
what? If it turns out just to be like more as like a VOD, then we'll just keep it as a VOD. It won't be like a new episode. If that's the case.
No, that doesn't really matter. I just don't know I don't know how many listeners we have on other platforms other than YouTube. But we just basically have to pull off the VOD off YouTube and put it on other
Yeah, that's fine.
platforms. If that's what we want to do.
completely fine. That's completely fine. I don't think we'll need to do that though. Biden wins New York. Is that what they projected already? Oh yeah.
How do you feel about using their audio? I could unmute it, but I don't know how
Yeah, you can do whatever. I'm using I'm listening on my own.
Yeah, but are we allowed to have the sound from it as well? I just don't want us to get wrecked off of our first live.
Well, yeah, you can turn it you can turn it off or just way down. Billy says he'd mute it. You can mute that shit. Unmute it?
Unmute it?
Billy says unmute it.
Leslie, can
We'll
you
just
hear
get
me?
wrecked. It's
Oh,
fine.
oh. That way you have
All
more
right,
to
I think
commentate
we've
on.
lost our audio connection.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
I'm
they
listening.
lost
I'm
their
listening.
audio connection.
So,
11.
Caitlin, very quickly in our final minute here. So, there are legal challenges that are expected here on both sides, right? Both of
Well,
these campaigns have been preparing for that.
This is like this is their filler at the
Absolutely.
same time.
Both
Just
teams
like,
have
okay,
a
back to
team
you.
of
You're
lawyers,
gonna talk
and
about some
that's
shit
not
that is
out
just
of the ordinary. But again, if it comes down to a state like where I am, where they're going to be
doesn't matter at
potentially
all.
scrutinizing every ballot,
But anyways,
where these legal
any
challenges
kind
will
of
come.
like
The state Supreme
they were
Court here
afraid
said
that
that ballots can
some of
be
these
accepted
some of
up
the
to 3
more
days after
Republican
Election Day,
leaning
as long as
judges
they're
were gonna
postmarked by
rule
Election Day. Remember, that went up to the
against a
Supreme
lot
Court.
of
The
these
Supreme
mail-in
Court kicked
ballots,
it
but
back,
it
but
turned
did
out
not
like
rule
they
out
that they
potentially
wouldn't.
ruling on it
So
after
they're kind
Election
of
Day.
last
So both
ditch
campaigns
attempts to try
teamed
to
up to fight for every
take away
single
most of the
vote if
mail-in
it comes
voting
down to
was
it.
gone. I think that's
All
what she was
right,
talking about.
Caitlin Huey Burns, Leslie
Wouldn't there be
Sanchez,
like
and
a
Joel Payne,
lot more
thank you all for
mail-in
joining us
votes
tonight.
this year
We are
compared
going
to
to take a
previous
short
years
break, but
because
now's a
of
good
There's a
time
COVID?
to
lot.
remind you you
There's a
can
lot,
stay
and they
up
were
to date
saying that it
by
was going to be
downloading
like
our
60% of
CBS News
them
app.
are
Stay
looking
with
like
us.
they were
You're
voting for
streaming CBS
Biden,
Live.
or
CBS News,
maybe Trump
always
gets
on.
30% of the mail-in ballots. So for a Trump victory, they would need earlier on like Trump to be projected clear winner. So then even if it goes really tight and then they'd have to like do a recount or they'll wait a couple days, Trump can say like can cause enough shit that they would be like, oh, yeah, I won. I'm supposed to be the projected winner or whatnot, right? And then even a couple days before, I think some of the judges, I think Kavanaugh or whoever said something like, yeah, if it comes down to it, the Supreme Court can just order it to be called, right? Like in 2000, what happened was, well, Bush versus Gore, the Supreme Court stepped in and stopped the recount, right? There was no precedent for it, but they stopped it. So then they can do it again, I guess. And this is really fucked up, insane interpretation of the law, which, there's nothing in there that says like the election has to be called on the day. That's more of like a news media tradition that they project the winner on the day of the at night on the day of the election, right? So it was kind of insane that the Supreme Court even said something like that because it's based on nothing but just decades of news media tradition. I found that pretty funny. So in the case where Trump is winning a lot right now, and then um, they pull something like, oh yeah, you can just call the winner like later on at midnight or maybe later. Don't just stop the recount. Then that would be fucking hilarious. So the highest court in the entire country just based everything off fucking news media precedents.
Sounds like a solid choice.
That would be hilarious. But they can't pull that if Biden, even before the mail-in votes are fully counted, he starts to win a whole bunch of them, right? Like, they can't just stop everything right on the night.
Man, everything went to commercial at the same time.
Yeah. Now let's flip to the New York Times map just so we don't get fucking owned. Are you able to?
Okay, yep.
Let's
Let
do
me
that.
just move that out of the way. Alright, you can see it now.
All right, sweet. Okay,
oh,
but a lot of
yep.
logos straight up on there. So, anyways, yeah, because California hasn't come in right now, and it's not gonna come in probably tonight, right? So California by itself, if you go on there, there's 55 electoral votes. That's the biggest one out of all of them. That is definitely gonna go with Biden, right? So most of Trump's support is gonna be like what you see the Reds right now and the Midwestern states, and he may get Idaho, those ones. Arizona today this time might be one of those states where it's like a battleground state. Usually is very Republican, but they might flip blue this time, right? That's about what 11 votes. And then Texas this time is hilarious as well because that's actually a battleground state. Usually it's hard Republican, just like how California is hard Democrat. So like this is not looking good for Trump right now, because Biden is not even at his final form yet, right? That's what's going on at. Like once California's gone in, that's 55 votes. You might not even see it today, but pretty much like a miracle has to happen for California to flip Republican. And so just basing all off this map right now, and you can sort of ignore the numbers on top-ish, because it's just projections on based on the incomplete voting totals they have now. But just knowing that a lot more big heavy states are going to go blue, and there's states that are battleground states that should be red, you can kind of say that, yeah, Trump looks like he might get wrecked this election unless something happens uh, in the next couple days. Number one fan reporting in, Adrian. Thank you, Adrian. Your support keeps us going. Only your support.
Oh, cool. I could actually hover on this. I didn't realize that. I don't know how clear that is to see on stream. But if
It's
I
good
hover
enough.
over a state, then yeah, it'll
Yeah,
show
you
the
can see.
split.
So, yeah, if you like, you can see how disproportionate most of the states are. I was talking to Brian before, where it's like, yeah, the electoral vote's supposed to dilute the popular vote a little bit and give some states that have really nothing at least some more of a electoral say. But even then, even when trying to dilute California's like what, five, like North Dakota, South Dakota combined, not even can't even make a dent on California, right? Fucking seven times the amount of those two states. So, I mean, this is what the Democratic strategy usually is to get the big ones like New York, California, some of these other states, uh, Pennsylvania and stuff. Hillary kind of lost hard because there was some states that she thought was already in the bag, like Pennsylvania, like these states where, I'm not gonna go fucking campaign because I have them already. So she just went in thinking that it was already hers, and then Trump flipped him. Everything went right for him in 2016. So that's
Yeah,
why
obviously.
yeah, that's why he won this time. But this time it's the exact opposite. You know, like he can't he lose once. Now he's the incumbent. So it's not like, fucking, Trump can whatever do whatever the hell he wants, but he's trying to, but he'll win it from the whatever fucking pull it out of his hat. Now it's in a way it's the opposite spectrum. He needs to pull a win miraculously out of his hat because everything's aligned against him this election.
So one of the big things that people were pointing out, including in my friend group, which is far less political, but that Texas was kind of swinging back and forth, and right
Yeah,
now it is still like neck to neck.
yeah, it's
If
a
this
big
thing
deal this
is live
time.
updated, of course.
They're saying Texas is a big deal this time because of this, and Texas is one of those interesting cases where, um, natively Texas is actually kind of split, even along the Latino lines. Usually the mainstream thought is Latinos usually vote for Democrat, but that's not necessarily true if you take into account like a place in Florida where it's most of the Cuban exiles, right? They are hardcore Republicans. So it's not the case usually where Latinos always vote for Republican. But that said, native Texans, you can lump Latinos, blacks, and whatever, but even like native Texans, there's been like a growing amount of Texans, especially around like the age 18 to 30 something age range, black, white, Latino, that are increasingly wanting to vote Democrat. So within the next couple election cycles, you might see a shift where Texas would become more commonly a battleground state. It's not going to be always like solidly Republican like it has for the last couple states. But the Republicans are trying to counter this because especially in Texas, they want to kind of like include Latinos in this sort of in their talk and in their like conservative sort of policies, right? So um I think Texas like House people or even representatives, they might not jump on the like like that anti-Latino immigrant thing like the rest of the Trump supporters in nationally would, right? When they say build that wall, the Texan politicians, the state politicians may be more reluctant to say some of that stuff because a lot of their constituents are actually would be Republican Latinos that, they don't like hearing that stuff, and that's actually what their constituent base, a big chunk of it might be made of now, right? So in a way, it kind of also synergizes with like some Democratic party um agreements, right? Like they might be more less at least a big core of the native Texans might be less hostile towards uh Latino immigrant policies, right? Like anti-Latino immigrant policies, and that would make it a little easier of a slide to become a battleground state where some people might say, hey, I might either go Democrat, Republican. If the Republicans fail enough to integrate this wave of Latino voters that are, coming of age, right? So that's what they're kind of doing in Texas. Like this new coming of age group is more amenable to voting Democrat than not. And if the Republican Texans don't grasp that, they might lose like a whole fucking chunk. Texas might turn blue forever. I mean, well, not forever, for the next foreseeable future. So what they're doing is, they're kind of being more softer on a lot of uh like any kind of like anti Latino immigrant sort of stuff. So that Texas this time is looking like a battleground state.
A lot of these are actually looking very evenly split currently, which I would not have expected for, like, even Colorado.
Oh yeah,
Who I
Colorado.
thought,
It's going to well, no, Colorado. Um, you gotta go into the state itself. It's just grayed out like this when they're like still counting it.
yeah, yeah.
When they're not projecting that stuff.
But I mean, like,
Or
currently it's even
yeah,
closer than I thought it would be.
Colorado's probably
Oh
gonna
wait, it
take.
just came in. It just updated with a blue.
Yeah, so like Colorado's going to be pretty heavily Democrat. I think that was one of the things that are quite clear. Arizona is going to be one of the battleground states, so there's going to be a struggle there. Whenever you start to see the numbers come in Arizona, it'll be interesting to see what that flips to. Florida right now is also one of the big ones as well, because Florida came through for Donald Trump, huge, right?
Ooh.
In
Yeah, it's pretty narrow
2016.
right now, and it looks like it's 93%
Yeah,
reported in so far. But yeah, a lot of these are very, very close.
yeah. In 2016, I think Trump won Florida because he won basically all the other counties in Florida except Miami, right? And Orlando. And it's kind of looking the same way now. So I don't know if Florida might just flip to Trump at the end when all the totals are tallied up, because this is kind of looking like what 2016 looked like. Tampa, Orlando, Miami, those stayed blue, but everything else basically flipped red. So don't know. I think Trump's gonna take Florida.
Out of curiosity, how do you think total voter turnout would be compared to last time?
I think they are saying a lot more this time.
I kind of would think so too. At least I would hope so, because, last time you had all those comments like people were just like, oh, I'm not going to vote because Hillary's going to win it.
Yeah,
And
some stuff
yeah,
like that.
see how that turned out. So hopefully all those
This,
people learn their lesson.
well, they're just going by the if they're going by the mail-in totals right now, and that's already like 100 million, right? So they're saying that I think they said it's close to 100 million. So they're saying the vote total, like the participation this time is going to be pretty big.
Does this work by time zone? How come Iowa's still not reporting in?
No, it's state also has each state also has like when there are kind of like times when the polls open and also when they start like their own times of counting and polling and whatever. So like the first um the first states to actually start on election day starts they kind of start at midnight, and if I remember it was in I want to say what was it, like Vermont or Virginia or something like that. It's one of the states with a V. But it was like small hamlets that basically they start the pollings at midnight, right? Or maybe it was Virginia. I don't know. So
Oh well.
each state is different.
Gotcha. It was just weird because it looked like the western states, based on time zone, They're not reporting in yet, but it was just the iOS seems to be standing out there.
Yeah. There's a.
All right, we could switch.
You want to flip back to the
Yeah.
to the stream?
You want to go to I think CBS's.
Yeah. And then block their faces. So they're saying also because the Senate races, governor races, all these races are going on at the same time. It's looking the estimates were that the Democrats would take the Senate this time as well. So Biden goes in, he might be looking at a very, very cozy first term if he has control of the House and the Senate.
Wait, my window size got messed up. What?
So Mitch McConnell, they're saying Mitch McConnell won, keeps his incumbent seat in Kentucky. That guy, he is he is hardcore Republican forever. That guy's like the architect of the current Republican Party, Mitch McConnell. Oh, Einhoff, eh?
Ah, I see. I see. I saw that name floating around before, but I didn't know who it was.
Tom Cotton holds on.
Wait, that is Moscow Mitch?
Yeah, Moscow Mitch is
Okay.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. That was the nickname I heard that I didn't know who it was. Oh, let's
Booker,
put
yeah,
on
he-
some, we'll tune them up.
Our projected winner holding on to his seat there in New Jersey.
Just so you have more to work off of.
Cory Booker
You're gonna
also
put on
looking to
music too, I
maintain
guess,
his
so
seat.
then they don't
And
fucking take
finally,
us
the one
off.
that just came in right now,
Music
do
would
we
be
have
more
that info
risky,
now?
actually.
Nope.
Oh,
DMCA
yeah, yeah,
stuff.
never mind,
Not
never mind,
yet.
never mind, never mind. We'll play
But
nothing
we're
then.
gonna be
It'll
watching
just
it.
be my
As you know,
voice
it's all a
interspersed with
fluid
it, so then
situation.
they can't say shit.
It definitely is. Lana, Zach, thank you so much for taking us through
6
some of
watching
the
now.
data
Welcome,
tonight.
people.
We're going to check
Probably
back
just our
with
friends.
you throughout the course of the evening.
Hickenlooper
Now,
won
in
Colorado.
the
There you
battle
are.
for the Senate, we want to let our viewers know who are keeping close track of that. I'm sorry, control room, say it again. Okay, there we have it. So CBS News projects that John Hickenlooper is the winner, a Democrat, for that Senate seat in Colorado. Now, why does that matter? Because we know, of course, as Lana's just pointed out, there is a question about whether or not Democrats will be able to.
Hickenlooper was one of the
retain
presidential
control over the
candidates
Senate
on the
and whether
Democratic
Democrats
side
will
when
be
they were
able
doing
to
their
flip
primary.
it. So here now you have John Hickenlooper,
He obviously
the
lost, so
winner
he's just
in
going back to
Colorado.
win his
So we're gonna
win
continue
the
to
Senate
bring
race
you
instead.
CBS News projections as they come in. Meantime,
A bit
the coronavirus
concerned.
pandemic
I don't know
did
if you're
not
listening
deter
to
millions
our
of Americans
stream,
from
but if
showing up to the
anyone in the
polls
chat
person
would like
today
to also
to
comment
cast their
in on
ballots.
the
Many
volumes,
voters
just
were
let
met
us
with
know.
long lines, technical issues, and even some misinformation. But the country is still on course to set a record for highest voter turnout in more than a
Oh, there
century.
you go.
For more on this, we have our team
The
of
volume
CBS
sounds
News
alright.
campaign reporters on
Seems
the
like it sounds
ground.
alright.
Zach Hudak joins us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Adam Brewster is in Grosse Pointe Park, Michigan, and Lecrae Mitchell is
Oh, look at
in
this.
Tampa,
This is
Florida.
interviewing this
Do we
mommy
have
fuck
you? I
now.
don't see you yet, but Zach, if you
Who
can
fuck's
hear
this
me,
guy?
I want to
Doesn't
start with
matter.
you there in Pittsburgh. As we know, Pennsylvania is a key state. There you are for both
Is my
Biden
stream
and Trump.
behind?
Millions of residents have already voted there
Well,
by
it
mail.
should
What
be,
have people
shouldn't it?
been
You
saying
got a
about
fucking
why
delay
they
on it.
chose
I mean, not
to
just
vote
our
in
stream, but
person
my
rather than
actual
by mail?
feed to my computer.
Well, Elaine, I've
'Cause
been
I just saw
a
the guy,
lot of
and
Trump
you already
rallies
talking
recently
about him.
because he has been here quite a lot recently, and I've talked to a few hundred voters between all of them. I would say I've asked
This
every one of
smarmy
them,
fuck. Who
will
is
they
he?
vote in person, will they
Fucking
vote by
hate these
mail?
random people.
I have not had a single one.
Maybe
except
one day
for
you'll
one
be
who
on
was
one of
going to be
these.
out of
I'd
state,
rather
who's
not.
doing
Look at that. You gotta wear
Okay,
clothes
fine.
to be on
Pennsylvania,
here.
that's a different thing. That is
You know, you
with an
do
excuse.
wear
Mail-in
clothes
is no
normally when you
excuse.
go
Yeah,
outside
you
your
know,
house.
I'm fucking clocked out. I'm not
Not
at
a
work,
single one
so
of them
I
said that
refuse.
they're gonna vote
Yeah, they're probably
by
paying this
mail,
guy to
and they
be
said
on
that was
here.
because they don't trust it. They just
fuck them.
want to be there. They want to see that they're getting it in.
Yeah,
Now,
Colorado's
on the
gonna
other hand,
be
though, Democrats,
bidden.
we saw
for
well
sure.
over 1 million of them
Illinois
apply
17
to vote
still
by
not.
mail.
Big
We-
enough. I
It's
think
twice as
Illinois is
many
gonna go
as
for Biden
Republicans,
anyways. That's
and,
gonna be 20.
it
We're
really
at a
seems,
record
and
high
that's
of
part of the
7
reason that we
concurrent
could very
viewers
well
right
see
now.
Oh, now we're
Donald
back to
Trump go
5.
ahead
Someone
at some
had
point
enough of our
tonight,
shit.
and then
They came in, they're like, what is this
following
garbage?
hours, that lead becomes less, or Joe Biden pulls ahead, or
Robocalls.
Biden's
Hey,
ahead tonight,
you know what?
lead
If
widens after tonight.
Yeah. Well,
back
and
then
what
they're
does
like,
it
oh
say,
yeah,
if
the
anything,
Russians
about
were the reasons why
robocalls
Trump
that
won.
some
Which country is the
voters
reason that
wanting
Biden
them to
wins
stay
then?
away
I
from the
wonder.
polls today?
Ukraine.
I have not heard about the robocalls, Elaine, but
Oh, okay.
what is happening rapidly here, in fact, like just before we started talking, is court challenges. There was just another led by Mike Kelly.
I like how we
representative,
blocked off his
a
face.
Republican
Who is
representative
this man
Yeah,
talking?
I was actually gonna
challenging
move our
systems in
logo
place
just
in
when they were
counties
showing the
to
map,
remedy ballots,
but
mail ballots
I
that
screwed
were
that up,
incorrectly
so we
filled
missed
or
out on that.
incorrectly submitted.
That's fine.
This is
But
the
we're not
second
missing anything
Republican
by
attempt
blocking this
today
guy's face.
to
Yeah, no.
make an equal
This is what we,
protections claim that those ballots,
we want.
because all counties are not handling them exactly the same, none of them can be used. That's something we're going to see playing out in the coming days. And in addition, that extension that I talked about, the 3-day extension, Donald Trump, his campaign have talked about appealing.
I have a feeling like half the time these guys are just talking out of their ass anyways.
Republican Party has appealed it.
Gotta say something on
And,
TV.
Yeah,
we
I was
could
thinking of
very well
switching
get
off
a
of him,
decision
but
from the
our
US
other
Supreme
source
Court
is
that
at
could
another
affect,
commercial.
up
Oh,
to,
yeah,
hundreds
fucking
of thousands
ABC
of
News.
ballots that arrive in the coming days.
Uber
All right,
capital.
well, Lecrae, I wanna turn to
90%
you next.
ads,
What is the
10%
view
view.
from Florida? How have voters in
We're
Florida
blocking
been
the faces of
reacting
all 4
to
people on the panel.
coronavirus precautions at the polls?
Good. We won't see anybody.
I was at the Pinellas County, one of the polling sites in Pinellas County
I don't know
today.
what
Pinellas
happened.
County being one of 4
According
counties
to
that
YouTube,
voted for
the
President Obama
thing,
and
our
then voted for
concurrent
President
viewers
Trump
dropped to
in
0.
2016.
Oh no, we're
I
back
saw
up to
masks
4.
wearing by some,
It's a
and others
conspiracy.
didn't
We
have
didn't
them
lose
on.
frames or
You know,
anything,
half
so
of the voters that
okay.
I spoke with today were
I thought we
wearing
offended
masks, but there
everyone
were
all at
also
once and they all just
supporters
left.
for both campaigns
What was the last thing I
waving
said?
flags and
I have no
signs
idea.
6
today,
watching now.
and
Woo!
I'll tell you, I spoke with some Trump supporters who didn't have on masks and who seemed to be comfortable without those masks on. What I have heard when I have
This is
been
a record for
reporting
one of our
at
videos,
different
actually.
rallies throughout the past few weeks here in the state.
Look at this cock.
In
What do you mean?
particular, even with senior voters here.
Usually
is
we
that
average
when it's
like
an outdoor
7
event, they
on
feel
YouTube, 'cause
comfortable to not
that's
have
not
their
where
mask
most
on
of our traffic
sometimes,
is.
And if a person doesn't feel
Well, I
comfortable
mean,
not
this
having
is
it on, they
live,
say
so I think the
that you should wear
stats
it.
would play
You
out
know,
different,
I will
right?
say that this tracks with what we've seen in the state.
I
Florida has
spoke with
continued to be
Trump
one of
supporters
those
that weren't
states
wearing the
has
mask. Well,
lifted
okay.
most of
What
its
did you do?
COVID-19 restrictions. You saw at the end of September,
James.
Governor
I kind of
DeSantis
assumed.
signed an executive order that, for the most part, allowed a lot of different businesses and restaurants to get back to operation. And so what we've seen here in these past few weeks, even with this election, is that some people
I guess I should just
are
fucking-
comfortable not having it
this
on.
7-second
and we've seen that
delay
at
is
rallies,
terrible.
like I said, but also at polling sites
Oh.
like the one that I was at today.
Yeah, I don't have the
And
volume on
Lecrae, you
high,
say
so I
that you were
kind of
there in
drowned her
Pinellas
whatever she
County,
said.
in Florida today.
I wasn't
What are
listening
you
to her.
hearing about?
I
the
was not listening
returns
to her
there?
either.
I was checking the other.
So I'll tell you,
Sources.
it was interesting
I'm just
talking
looking. It's
to
just
both
kind of like the
Trump
background
supporters
noise.
and Biden supporters because obviously, you know, they both
Florida
think
for
that
Trump,
their
yeah. So
candidate
Florida,
is
like
gonna
I said,
take
Florida
this state. And I'll
likely
tell
going
you,
for
this
Trump.
is a state that is
Same
known
pattern as it was in
for
2016. The
elections that
counties
that
surrounding
have
the
narrow
blue
margins.
cities.
And what we saw in 2016 is that President Trump won the state by just over 1%.
Florida was probably going to be one of
112,000
his
votes.
biggest ones,
When
unless
President
I think
Obama
he's
won
going to
the
get
state,
Texas too.
he won the state
So,
twice, but both times
like Florida
within,
29
you know,
votes,
less than
Texas
by
what,
less than
like
3%.
38 or something like
And
that.
so this is a state
I
where
think he's going to get
margins
Texas too,
matter.
but
And
in
what
the
we
end,
heard from Trump supporters today is that he
it's
has
not going to
this
be
in the
enough to
bag.
push him over
And
the
what
line.
Biden supporters say is that they hope that he's
Kansas
that
flipped.
he's
Kansas
gonna
was
go.
always going to
This is
flip.
what we do know.
Like
Early this morning,
there was no fucking dispute over that.
We also know
And
that
you know the
President
Carolinas,
was a
both
lot
south and
happier
north.
this year. 16 visits to the state throughout the year. And so this was a state
Happy
that
face.
he knew he needed to do
Has he
well in,
been?
and this
He's
is a
been
state
on
where he
the
spends a lot of
the
time
podcast
and
before, right?
both
Yeah, he was on the last one. You weren't there. We talked about Willie Time.
Yeah, yeah.
James.
Both campaigns spent more money in Florida than in any other state.
And then the Fantasy King Hassan should be later on. He should be coming as well.
and we'll see tonight how
Is that his
things
new
shake
nickname?
out.
I want that to be a thing.
Well, Adam, I want to
Yeah.
turn to you. Michigan, as you
good.
know, we've talked about this many times, is of great interest for many reasons, but it's one of 21 states to allow same-day voter registration. Now, this wasn't possible in 2016, but
Who is this
how
fucker?
is same-day registration
Which one?
impacting this election?
This guy that looks like he's fucking like 13.
We'll see how it shakes out.
And trying to
The
look
Secretary of
old.
State's office on
One of those
basketball
13 or 30 kind of people.
Yeah, Brewster, campaign guy, of course.
And that can be people,
Always
I
attracts
guess,
these
sitting there
kind of guys
voting
to
within the
work for
past
the
few years. We
campaign.
saw that number
Terrible.
climb in the later
Nice.
hours
Like,
of the day, something we
well, you
people
look at him,
watching
like,
our stream can't see what he looks like right now, but
Yeah, you can show maybe half of his face. So they get an
probably
example.
show all
You
of 'em.
offset it. Oh, okay.
oh wait, I moved it to the rest. Okay.
large college
Here,
town
there he
had
is.
a number, they were the second highest. Grand Rapids, Lansing, excuse me, and Kalamazoo.
I'd rather block him out
were up
and
there.
show
We'll
the
see where those
statistics there,
late breakers
but
go, whether it was new people, whether it was young people, we don't quite know yet. But either way, a lot of people deciding today, and some of them late in the day, that it was
great,
time
nice
to
blocking.
finally get off the couch.
Okay, I'm gonna
and get
block
out there
him
and,
now and actually show
register.
you.
Yeah, do the other
With all
one.
that said,
Block his
how long
fucking
do officials
face.
think it will take to count?
How confident are you? Very confident.
The Secretary of State in Michigan has
Yeah,
said
this
I'm
guy could
confident
be
that I'll-
you.
take until Friday to
I'm
count every
confident.
last
No,
vote
never.
in Michigan. That's because Michigan is having record
Terrible.
absentee
I don't
voting,
fucking
just
wear suits
like
at
we've
home.
seen in every other state, essentially throughout the country this
Well,
year.
for all you know, he's not wearing
It's
pants.
double what they saw in the August
That's not good
primary.
enough. I would, I'd show up there. I'd be full on naked.
The last update we had in terms of absentee
Okay,
ballots
okay.
cast
That
in
could go
the state
either
of Michigan. And
either
so
way. You could either
clerks
get
only
more
got
people to
10
watch
hours
or
yesterday if they were in
much
big
less.
cities to
Yeah.
get started on counting. That being said, the Secretary of State's office has
We'll
been
probably get more
optimistic
people to
that things are
to
going
watch,
quite
honestly.
well. The Detroit City Clerk spoke a little while ago and seemed
So,
optimistic about how they are
what was
doing
this?
in the processing of absentee ballots. Have processed about 120,000 of their ballots that they'd received of about 170,000.
I
So
think
things
in
could be going faster and
2016
moving, a
Clinton
little quicker than the
won.
Secretary of State had expected. She said things are moving efficiently. Her office
Virginia?
there
I'm not
is
sure.
just
I'd
quite
have
well.
to.
Oakland County, a major
I'd
suburban
have to
county
look
in
at this
Detroit.
shit again.
So we could get a better picture sooner than Friday, perhaps for every vote to be counted. Of course, depending
Yeah,
on
it was
Virginia's
Clinton
lanes,
won
it
Virginia
doesn't
back then.
necessarily take
But
every single vote to be counted,
so
to decide the presidential race. When you get down into school
basically
districts,
back then
you know,
Trump
state
got
legislatures,
the battleground
you
states
might
at the
need
at
to
that
wait
time.
until every
So the
single
big
one
ones that
counts.
actually
The bigger the margin is,
that
the longer it may take to
got
cross
him
the
past the
line
finish
at
line.
presidential.
Pennsylvania,
All right, let's
Ohio,
bring into
Michigan,
this
Wisconsin,
conversation
Iowa,
another
Florida, right?
campaign
Those were the
reporter, Alex
ones that
Tim,
were
joining us from Glendale, Arizona.
that flipped
So,
towards
Alex,
him, and
what
then that's
has
when
election day
Clinton
been
was like
like
nani, and
there
then
where
fucking
you
lost, right?
I hope
Those
that was
ones-
the actual reaction.
Yeah, that was what she said in that hotel room with the glass ceiling. Nani.
Knew she was a weeb.
All right, so he basically needs all of these. Like for this election, he needs all of these kind of way, because there's not really any blue states that are going to flip towards him. Like so he can't really count on any of flipping those states. He needs to basically this election is for him to hold on to what he had in 2016, and it's looking bad. At the very least, like it's not looking too bad. Like he needs to pull off some big wins right now, and he needs to actually flip some states on election day, because the mail-in ballot counts that's coming later looks like like 2 out of 3 might favor Biden, right? So he needs to fucking pull some big ones now. Like he needs to win Florida, Texas, no problem. Somehow win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania as well. These ones, the ones that are near the Great Lakes, he needs to win fucking all of them. Because when California comes into play and it's 55 votes for Biden, like he needs everything.
Was it Michigan that Trump said something like if he loses the state, he's not going back there or something?
I don't know. There's just a lot of shit you can say about Michigan.
Now I'm curious, but I don't know what to search for.
His last couple of rallies was hilarious because he was talking about that fucking Italian opera singer. What's his name?
They see that the line is
Pavati,
long, but they're
Pavati.
afraid of
Yes,
leaving the
according
line
to
because
Business
they fear that
Insider,
if they leave
Trump
this
told
line and go
supporters
to
in
another
Michigan
polling
that he
location,
would be
they won't get to that
so
other polling
angry
location
and never
in
come
time
back
before that
if
polling
it voted
location
for
is
Joe
closed.
Biden.
And so what you end up
He's going
having
to,
is kind of in
yeah.
that last 30, 45 minutes before the polls close.
I mean, that's kind of
Voters
incentive to
showing
the
up,
other
getting
side,
in these
isn't it?
huge long lines. And
Well,
everyone
yeah, if
then
you hate
telling
him,
you,
then
"Stay in
yeah,
line,
you would
cast
be
your
like
ballot here.
very
Don't risk
excited
it and
to
go to another
do that.
location. Just wait and do your civic duty."
Interesting. All right. Well, Zach, you reported earlier about some
Man,
polling
ABC
machine
is
issues
still doing
in
commercials.
Scranton. Did the
That
delay
guy
there
fucking
have any
that
impact?
that news channel never stops. That is just an outlet for
Turnout,
commercials
but
now.
it did have an impact on when polls closed there. That is the only
You know what? If
place
ABC
in
picks
the
up our
state
podcast
that we're
and
aware
wants
of.
to make it a
The
show,
polls would not close
I'd
at
sign
8
up with
p.m.
them.
2 precincts based in the same elementary
You
school
think
there
they'll slap
held
you
off
with
for
a
an extra
fat
45
lawsuit?
minutes, the same amount of time that
That would be
machines were shut down
less
just to
welcoming.
make sure that everyone got through.
Um,
But from reports from the ground there, they were not overwhelmed even withstanding that. But I would point out, Elaine, that
This guy again,
reports
eh?
there
Fuck this guy.
and in neighboring Luzerne County say that there was huge turnout. I mean, this is anecdotal. This is based on just lines and what was expected.
Let me see if
But
there's
these are
any other
counties that
sources
were
we could pull
traditionally
from.
Democratic. Blackwater, where Scranton is, was still Democratic.
So Senate right
in
now, at
60s,
least ABC is
but
showing
then
it was like
really
what
big
40
shift in
something,
red.
43 to
Luzerne
38
next to it,
for
where,
Senate seats right now.
Wilkes-Barre is,
South Carolina
accounted
project
for.
winner's
The
gonna be
vote swing
Trump.
there
Looks like
accounted
it.
for more than half of President Trump's margin of victory in the state. So those are places where if there is big in-person turnout, it's going to look good tonight for President Trump. But we have to keep in mind, there's going to be places like Philadelphia, which has over 400,000 mail-in votes already to count, that they're going to be counting for days to come.
Yeah. All right. In our final minutes here, Lecrae, I want to go back to you in Florida. Any reports of any kind of issues at all, or what have you been hearing with respect to how Election Day has gone in the state?
Well, earlier today, but one of the first briefings that Secretary of State Laurel M. Lee gave, she talked about how, for the most part, things were on track and things have been moving smoothly. What we've seen in the later part of the day here is that in Osceola County, for example, there has been a report of an internet outage that could cause a
Man,
delay.
I really
in when
thought there would be
election
more
results
people
are
in our
announced. And so
podcast
our
at this
CBS
point.
affiliate in
I was
Orlando
all in
reported
for
that
taking
we
a
are working
backseat
to
on this and
independently
just doing the
confirm
technical
ourselves.
side of things, but
But
here we
it
are.
is worth noting, Elaine, as we
Well,
talk
let's
about
just fucking
Florida,
hang
we
out
talk
anyways.
about the history
Yeah,
here.
I mean,
You
it's
know,
a good
this is
thing we
definitely a state
have
where
this lady
leading up to
talking.
this,
She's.
you had people who were going to be looking at
I've
specific
never seen
counties,
such a big
counties
mask
like
before.
Broward,
I was thinking the
can't
same
get-
thing, kinda.
I can't get over how fucking big this mask is on her face.
even as
I'll move
recent
our
as
logo
the
so that
2018
chat
midterm
can see as
election
well.
that ended up leading in the
All
Broward
right,
County
Ohio
supervisor of
flipped.
election resigning. So
Let's
we'll
see.
keep looking at how things move
Did it?
along here in the state.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Not
Let's
seeing it
take you
yet.
now to CBS News
64%.
special report.
They're neck and neck. 49.2, 49.5 so far.
Yeah, that's what I see. Well, we're probably looking at the same source for that.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's, we could pull that back up.
Iowa notable 9. So I mean, like, fucking, they're just doing the same thing that some people just like the same thing that that Brian likes, which they like to think that Ohio has like magical properties where it predicts the election. Literally all it needs. It's based on nothing. It's like fucking praying to win the lottery. Sorry,
So
vibe
we were
75%.
looking at. Were we looking at who?
Iowa, Ohio.
Yeah, it hasn't updated yet.
Yeah, Utah's probably gonna go for him as well. But let's see. So on this map, on the near the Great Lakes, these he needs to win these ones: Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, also Florida and Texas. Texas can't be as much of a battleground state as it is right now. they are fucking like probably shitting bricks just because they don't know what Texas is gonna be like. It's still gonna be Trump, obviously, but like I said, just how close it is, it's very nervous for them.
Oh man. So is it? Wait, they're only at 64% according to this. Oh, I think it just updated. Oh, at
Updated,
69.
yeah, 51.3. But yeah, Ohio 100%. So he got Ohio down. He needs to get the other one: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Texas, Florida. He gets those, then he is in a stronger position. Obviously, he could hold on to his win. He needs all of those. And then depending on how bad it is, like Arizona, uh, I don't think it'll make or break him, especially if he can win like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, Iowa, and those states. But Arizona, because it was his last time in 2016, and it's looking a lot like it's going to be. They're projecting that it's going to be Democratic. So then that, like he needs to win those ones and also a little bit more.
Man, I know it was like last time, but there's a lot of red states.
Yeah, you'll see that in the especially in the interior of the country. They basically
Yeah,
vote
that's usually
Republican
how it
all the
is.
time. James going nuts in the chat.
I was just reading the chat. Interesting. Okay. Let's switch it back over to these boys.
What? North Carolina's toss-up?
Yep. Very close. Okay, very close. And the other thing I'll do here is I'm going to overlay the model. And what I mean is we're going to take the trend lines, how Joe Biden has done compared to past Democrats.
Meltdown highlights. You think we'd be able to show like like one of the conservative channels if they lose and one of the liberal channels if they win? I mean, if Trump wins, I think we'd be taken off.
Who knows? I mean, what do we have to lose?
Everything.
That is possible.
President Barack Obama, and Reince Priebus was President Trump's chief of staff. And Valerie, let me start with you. We see Florida now leaning toward Trump. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, it's tight, most definitely. But I think their confidence comes from states such as Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. North Carolina would be a bonus. And so it's early, but as you said, Florida's pretty tight.
Who is this chick? Of course he's going to take Florida.
The states up in the upper North Florida.
Yeah. Interesting, there are still many more pathways for Biden to win the presidency early yet in the night. And Reince is former chairman of the RNC. I know you have a handle on all the numbers too. So Trump will need more than Florida, however, to win the presidency. What are you hearing about those others upper middle
Reince
that the Biden
Priebus.
campaign feels confident about?
This guy. Oh, he's a news political analyst now? I thought he was still fucking unemployed.
I mean, at this point, we're 400,000
I don't know
votes
who
ahead,
he is.
Still counting in the panhandle. So I think the Trump campaign,
He was
grin just a little bit, not a full.
he was the
the
Republican basically pit boss back in 2016.
The president has Georgia in the right direction. North Carolina's too close to call, but as votes are being counted, North Carolina is moving in the right direction. They started with early vote. In Wisconsin, Trump is ahead. The president's ahead in Michigan. However, you bring up a good point. What ballots are you counting? I've been told that counties in Wisconsin are counting whatever votes they'd like to first. I've also heard that in Milwaukee,
It's all a scam. They're counting all the votes that they like to count.
Election day ballots first and early votes second. So there's some confusion in Wisconsin as far as what's going first and what's going second.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
In Ohio,
Anyways, for I guess for the people that just joined later on, I made the joke where I hope it turns out where fucking Trump wins and then Biden becomes the Guaido of America, the Venezuelan Guaido, American version of Venezuelan Guaido, and he just goes around the world just saying, "Yo, I'm the legitimate president. I'm the legitimate president."
for sure, but
I would fucking love that.
So James is saying Arizona blue 60% in.
More favorable for the president than what was anticipated. And I
Well,
think that
it's going along the predictions because they were predicting Arizona's gonna flip this time. So Arizona turns blue. Fucking, and if Trump can't get those states that I said before that flipped to him last time and keep everything else, he might be boned.
Doesn't matter whether or not you're counting the early vote. But I do think we should pause and say what a tremendous outpouring we had of early vote all around the country in the middle of a COVID-19 where people were worried about putting themselves in harm's way. And so the fact that we do have so many people who showed up to vote, I think speaks volumes about our country and the interest in this election.
Yeah.
All right, Valerie.
You know, Nora, one of the interesting things here is that
I don't know if people
one
are
of the
using those
interesting
sources.
things
My
here
friend
is that what you're also
messaged
seeing,
me
at least early
and said
on here,
that
okay? I understand we got a big country, got a long way to go. But
Biden's leading in
early
Texas
on,
right now.
What you're
but
seeing is that
Yeah, it's all over the place. Everybody, like I said, all the news channels have their own like. Basically, they have their teams pulling overtime just for this one day.
That's the case.
The big ones that have big enough analyst teams that they just lock themselves in a room and fucking just
voter turnout would help Democrats. So far,
count the numbers and
that's
shit
not
and
the
run them.
case tonight.
Fucking, they're all gonna be different projections or whatever numbers.
Intervals.
Yeah.
And I know you were just there in the state.
Okay, so the New York Times site we've been using has updated Arizona 69% in, and Biden is leading 55%
and they are slow to count
to
those there, so that
43.7.
could explain the disparity.
Well, 70.
in that vote. Would
Yeah,
you
all right.
concede that, Reince?
Sure, I would definitely concede that we just don't know in Wisconsin, in
In
Michigan,
Utah,
the order
numbers
by
are showing
which
up
these
coming
ballots are
too.
going to be counted.
There's gonna be
There was no specific state guidance given in Wisconsin and Michigan.
It's
as
too
to
early.
how
It's saying
the
Joe
ballots would
Biden
be
64,
counted
but
or which
Utah's gonna
order
be
they
red.
would be counted.
I don't think Utah's gonna be blue.
How they're coming in because
Yeah,
there's
that's only
guidance from the
1%.
state. And
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
So-
Yeah, we're going off the back then trends. And what makes sense? Like, there's nothing. Why would they take Utah?
Valerie raises
To
a
be no
very
reason.
interesting point about the turnout. I mean, the American people are speaking up, regardless of how you're
We're
feeling.
really
about
looking
either
at the case of
candidate, they're
two
speaking up
Americas. Yeah,
because
okay,
you
whatever.
really are looking at a case of
Isn't
two
that
Americas.
how this
And I
always
think
goes?
that's what's troubling
It's a
or encouraging,
two-party
depending
system.
on where you're coming
Yo,
from.
I want them to
And I
start
think, John,
fucking
when you
rallying
think of the
troops
two
against each other.
Americans,
Then
what are we
it'll be
looking at here?
then it'll be a spicy show.
On some issues, like
That's
let's
probably
say
as
the
spicy
most
as it
important issue
gets.
to most people, which is coronavirus.
The
or at least
king
polls
in the
show that
reverse
coming
north.
into election day. You see people who
The
see it as a
guacamole.
public health issue, and then you see
Oh
other
boy,
issues
I don't know if
as
that's the
part of
name they would
personal
go
liberty.
with.
Yo, you should put this up in the
Personal
stream.
state, and that as
This
a result
image?
of that infringement,
Yeah.
the economy has gone into the tank. And so it's not just a question of economy.
Just have it up
versus
for just have it up for
health.
now.
It's very, very, very basic
On maybe the
elements of
side.
personal
We'll have the
freedom.
verbal
That
laxative
President Trump put his
image and
finger
Oh,
then
you
we'll
mean
have
just
the
have it as like a
and
little
has a connection
corner
with his voters.
piece?
Yeah.
Right to that, and that's
Yeah.
the heart of American.
But I
Okay,
was also thinking
I'll
about
need
the
to
two
set
different
that
types
up
of
real
men.
quick.
I mean, these are two different types of men that put on two very different campaigns, and America is responding.
Yeah,
See,
North
it
Carolina
seems
is gonna
on
be
both
Trump.
sides.
Oh wait, no, fucking looking at the wrong man. 90% in is still tight.
Win this presidency tonight because it is about a contest of value.
It's still too tight to
It is
call.
a contest
But
of
Trump needs to get
character.
North Carolina.
It is a
He
contest
absolutely
of the
needs to win
direction
North
that we want
Carolina.
ahead in this country, and that's why people are still
Boy,
watching
that
and nervous
image
at
is
home,
pretty
waiting for us,
small.
and that's why we're giving you every
We
single detail
need
we
more
have
pixels
as we
for it.
can.
You talk about
Yo,
Yo,
people say
just
that
blow up a
democracy's
pixelated
on the
version of
ballot.
it.
When
Okay.
democracy.
Well, and democracy is working really, really well, by the way. We've
I
had
put
lots
it
of
up
people
for now,
voting
but
this
I am
far into
gonna
the
work
night
on
without
having it
break into some. I
better,
mean, democracy
bigger,
has won
better.
really
Well,
well
bigger,
in this
but not
process.
better.
But we were talking about that. If you look at where President Trump is strong with
Yes.
basically blue-collar voters, people who think their future is better in his hands. He's going to fight for
These
them. He's not
guys,
gonna sign up
like
for
these
fat
pundits, are
cookies.
always
Then
useless
you
because
see
they'll
more
always talk about this.
Democrats
Oh yeah, he
who are
votes
leaving the
well with
president and going to Joe
white
Biden.
collar
They
workers,
think
blue
their
collar
future
workers,
of their
women,
kids
black
is
Latino,
gonna
like
be worse than
fucking
President
like
Trump,
of
and
course
he's finding
it's
them offensive. So those are
it's
the
just a
two
nothing.
narratives
It's just
we're
a
gonna think
nothing
about, not how one
description.
group splits between
It's
the two,
there's no
but
substance
how
in it at
each,
all.
Candidate has power in different groups.
Nora, I just wanted to flag for you, because Florida is such an important state, that Homeland Security, which has been doing regular briefings, is acknowledging
ID poll.
an internet outage in Osceola County, Florida, but said it has been resolved because they're actually
Yeah,
driving
that's
the
right.
results from there to another location. So
Jeb Bush, if
some of
only
that
he
data
did
is pokey
fucking
and
went
coming
all in on
perhaps that's
guacamole, he would have
a
won.
factor. But their Secretary of State had said that there was a lot of cyber activity that has been detected, but Homeland Security saying their defense has worked.
The big story
Slow
tonight
counting,
is, of
yeah,
course,
of course.
the huge unprecedented turnout, and of course the slow counting in some places like Pennsylvania.
Let's
Michigan,
listen to this
Wisconsin,
expert.
and I wanna
Oh,
bring in
whoa,
and check
whoa,
in
this
with our
guy.
CBS News
This
election
guy
law
is
expert,
very
David
stern-faced.
Becker.
He's never
And
laughed
David,
in
you
his
heard
life.
what Reince Priebus was saying about the vote
Now I
counts in
really
the
want to
upper
see him
Midwest.
laugh
Clarify, if
with
you
his
could, if what we
tight
know.
pursed lips.
So what's happening is when someone goes in on election
So
day
tight,
to vote in
so
the polling
thin.
places in states, those go
I don't
right
know
into
how to make
scanners, and they're ready
images
to
like
report out very shortly
transparent
after the
at
polls
all.
close. But specifically in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania,
I'm
all
just
of the
gonna
early and
quickly-
absentee
Money,
ballots,
B
they
Money
were
is making
stacking
dinner
up,
right
and they could
now.
only start being processed
Yeah, I
today.
saw
got
By
a-
processing, that
he's got a
means
hot
they're
date.
viewing the outside of the envelope. Once they've validated the
On
ballot,
such
they
an
remove the
important
ballot
night.
from the envelope, and only then can it go into a scanner.
I think
So
they're all
there's
listening
going
to
be
the
a
stream.
natural delay in reporting a lot of those early and absentee ballots in those three states, whereas we're going to get the election day votes
All right,
earlier in all
that's
three
enough
states.
image of showing
David,
that
David, I
dude.
have
So
a
I'm going
question
back to
about
the
our
Jeb
whole system
image.
and ballot counting and how
The
we
Jeb
vote.
image.
This just seems insane to me that we're sitting here 3 hours later, 4 hours later, and we can't get we can't get a count. Do you ever envision a day where there's a uniform count in this country?
Well, it certainly would be nice. We do have to remember that we're trying to count 150 million or so ballots in just a few hours, and that's really hard to do in a process that's being run by millions of volunteers. But, you know, the advantage that states like Florida, for instance, have, and North Carolina, is that the laws in those states allow those ballots to be processed, the early and mail ballots to be processed prior to Election Day. So they were ready to go. We're going to get results, nearly complete results from those states tonight, whereas Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, they didn't have laws that were as flexible and amenable for
Florida
election
is
officials
at
to process these
90% or 94%
David Becker,
in right
thank
now.
you. And as he points
Yeah.
out, done by
He needs to get this
volunteers,
one, of course,
maybe
as well.
150 million
And it looks like
votes.
he's going to get it.
Democracy takes time.
I said it
takes
like an
time.
hour
The
before.
process is
Simon
big
won't come on.
or that there's something of fraud going on.
pointing that
It
out,
just
yeah.
takes time to do that. Also, an update for you right now. CBS
All right,
News can
Texas
now
looks like they might
characterize
go red,
Texas leaning towards
as expected.
President Trump. There's a lot more to come, including projections.
You know what would be great if California just fucking turns red and watch the meltdown everywhere.
Oh man, of all states.
Yeah, just like it was the long con.
Dude, that's just gonna trigger so many like rigged election things.
Yo, let's go to the other stream, or we can go back to the
Oh, yeah,
fucking
this is
map. They're playing the ad
Back
right now.
to an ad. Oops.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you
Okay,
think that
first mute that. Let's go to this one.
I like,
here.
Like I said, all his marks. And
I like
Arizona was one where he
the cartoon drawings of him on 538, on the ABC stream right
the
now.
one of Trump kind of like Conan.
Conan O'Brien versus fucking that doesn't even look like Biden.
Welcome to
God damn it, there has freaking commercials as well.
Oh, they're the worst. All right, let's just go to the fucking New York Times map or something like that.
Alright, back to the old map. So, as mentioned before, Florida is now at 94% in. Trump is in the lead there.
Yeah.
We have updated numbers on Texas, who's 79% in, and another Trump lead, as we heard from the last stream there.
Yeah.
That was leaning
And
Trump.
it's going to be like Georgia's going to be red as well.
So Montana looks like numbers are starting to come in. Utah's now updated to 34% from the 1% we saw last time. And
Yeah.
that one's just very slightly leaning Biden. So it's very split down the middle right now.
Yeah, it's going to be red. Utah's going to be red.
And
Arizona's the one that don't know yet, but it might be Biden this time.
he's got a healthy lead so far. Not much of an update from those Great Lakes area. Ohio is still towards Trump here. Oh, Iowa numbers are starting to come in too. Is that expected that Biden's going to take Iowa?
No, it's not. Iowa's one of those battleground states because Iowa, he could still get it because Iowa's, I want to say usually is a Republican leaning state, but the grievances that they have over there is Iowa's a big soybean farming state, and because of the trade war with China and the big tariffs, they got kind of hosed from that, right? So if they were gonna lose it, it will probably be because of that. But it's a battleground state precisely, probably because of that.
Well, so far with only 12% in, I know that's a very low number, but Biden's got a healthy lead of 64.4% to 34.1% for Trump.
It's gonna be much closer. It's not gonna be like this. Yeah, when more votes come in, it's gonna be really close. I imagine it's gonna be really close.
Is it
And it gotta be
assumed
blue or
that
red.
North Carolina's going to go red? It
It
seems
should
very
be.
split right now, but Trump is currently has a slight lead.
Yeah. Yeah, North
So-
Carolina. I forget which was it. The Carolinas, they had that funny fucking scandal with the governors, and they were like, there was some kind of fucking like adultery scandal going on. I forget if it was one of those.
Wouldn't know, but it looks like South Carolina won fairly well for Trump.
Oh, yeah.
But North Carolina right now it's looking closer, so who knows?
The Carolinas are likely to go to be red.
Georgia, I'm gonna assume is gonna go red. Okay, what do we got going on for the other ones?
All right, so right now, whoops. Fuck, this window's really small. I gotta, because the fucking pop-up blocks most of my view. Okay, so I hope Ohio looks like it'll be Trump. Let's see what the Cincinnati, blue, Akron. Yeah, so it's kind of like the same one, same as with Florida. Trump won back then because he basically flipped. He won most of the counties in there, and even there was blue leftover sits. But in 2016, Trump won a whole bunch of, like, he won Dayton as well, right? So we'll see what it comes down to at the end. If it is the way it is right now, it's likely he's going to win it, and Biden's going to lose it. But they gotta see whatever it comes in.
Watching the other news streams on mute just seems so weird.
They're just all smiling at each other.
Yeah, that's all it looks like. All right, let's switch it over to them, I guess.
The system is working, that people are engaged in this election and
By
engaged
far.
in a process that has a real big impact on their daily lives. So seeing this involvement and seeing this early involvement is a very positive development at this stage. What has
I wonder if they did on
created
purpose
such
to have
an
an
interest in
all-female
voting this
panel
time
here.
around, I think is because of the
Maybe.
coronavirus pandemic. Several months
I'll tell you
ago,
what, if we had an all-female panel, that'd be great.
pandemic was
Oh yeah, I'd be all
in
for
its
that.
early stages. There was this question about how
We
to
have yet to have a
Double our
female
numbers
on
overnight.
the podcast, right?
Double our numbers all around. Yeah.
Especially if we had video.
expanded their absentee voter program to allow
Only video of one person.
Hey, that would work out better, I think.
days that people could vote early. And I think that this really put a highlight on kind of gave a civics lesson to everybody
so
about
as we
the
saw,
importance
Trump
of
won
voting,
South
about the
Carolina.
importance of knowing how to cast your ballot.
Trump in
And
South
we've talked to
Dakota.
lots of voters on the ground in various key
Is
battleground
this just their
states who
projection
have
or
said that they
this
have learned a
confirmed?
lot about this process.
What are you
that
talking
they're
about?
engaged in a
I
way
was
that
reading
they
their
haven't been
bottom
before,
thing.
and that they were
South Carolina was
and
finished, right? But
monitoring apps
were the
and the like
Dakotas?
to make sure their ballot was in to be counted.
Dakota
It
should
meant
be
that much to them.
red.
Well,
I don't.
the
There
US
wouldn't be a
postal
reason why
service
they
missed
would
the
be
deadline
blue.
set
Yeah,
by
okay,
a federal
that is
judge earlier today.
done.
Because there's both of them are 3 states,
postal
3
districts for
votes
remaining mail-in ballots.
a pop,
The
and I don't
decision
think
came days
I
after
don't
the
think
judge
Democrats usually
mandated
spend a
the
lot of time in
USPS
Yeah,
either of the
North and
Dakotas.
South
extraordinary
Dakota
measures
are
to
red.
get those ballots delivered on time. Linda, talk to us about the role mail-in ballots have played in this election, especially for Joe Biden, who appeared to take the lead in early voting.
Oh, he got it.
Well,
Alabama was
a
Democratic
helping folks navigate
senator.
in this pandemic world that we're living in, to
think.
make sure that they knew that there was
Alabama?
a safe way for them to exercise
Yeah,
their
if I
right
remember
to
correctly.
vote.
Well, let's see, who
also
was
have
it?
to take
Alabama is
into
either
account,
the
though,
governor
that
or
there are a
the
number of
Senate
states
or
that
the
have
House. Some guy
exclusively
was
done
Democratic.
mail-in balloting for a very long time. Washington State happens to be one of them. And of course, we've been doing mail-in ballot voting since the Civil War. And it's a critical way that members of our armed services, the men and women of our armed services, are able to cast their ballots as well. In 2016, we saw 252,000 ballots come in from the military. And so it's obviously a system that we've
it's
used
Doug
to
Jones.
a great extent.
Yeah,
in the
he just said it. It was
past,
once in a
and
lifetime
this
situation.
cycle, we've seen the numbers drive up dramatically. In the early vote period, we saw that in states that reported the information, Joe Biden had somewhat, Democrats had somewhat of an advantage. But we always knew that on Election Day, the vast majority of Donald Trump supporters were planning to vote in person. And so what I think we're witnessing right now is a little bit of that red mirage we've been talking about. And it is worth calling out that, while Florida and Texas may be leaning towards Donald
Man,
Trump,
her
these are
eyebrows are
must-win
really
states for
bothering
him,
me.
but not
So
must-win
thick.
states for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I was going to just ask you about that, so I'm glad you addressed that, Linda. You read my mind. All right, well,
Red.
most
If only it was
polls
red for
already, but
the
when
communist
we will see
flag,
a final
I'd be so
result is
happy.
Still, of course, very much up in the
Okay,
air.
that seemed kind of
Leslie,
random.
what are the states that we should be looking at?
From read my mind to the color red, the color of
No, it was
communism.
the red mirage.
So we still have to wait and see, Elaine, how Florida is going to turn out. I mean, hopefully we'll see that very soon. But that's a very important.
I wonder if Biden will just fucking
state.
drop dead if
Not
he
only the
loses.
demographic changes, and you're seeing what's happening in areas.
His
like
heart wouldn't be able to
Miami-Dade,
take it.
But also because you see that Biden did.
Oh
have
man, wouldn't
slight
that be amazing if
improvements,
that
2
happened to
3 points
Trump
on
too?
the margins, all the way up.
Yeah, that would be
to
like
on both
a
sides of the
national
state.
crisis.
Is that going to replicate itself?
And then you get his
along
supporters that
kind
will
of the
claim that
we'll
he
call
got
the Rust
poisoned,
Belt?
and then
That's
they
the
will take
question
up arms.
Republicans are asking themselves right now. Looking
Sparked
at
the
Texas,
Civil
and now
War.
we've moved into the kind of lean Republican. I'd still call it ruby red, for a lot of reasons. That of the 254 counties in Texas, about 230 are
President
solid
Pence,
Republican,
begin the
and they're
crusades,
very rural.
the
They
holy
come in
crusade.
Very late, traditionally, 2, 3 a.m. That you see those results, and that's what flips it back. But there's no doubt there's a lot of changes there. And we're going to see ultimately there's a win for Republicans in North Carolina. They're going to have the youngest Republican member now, 25 years old, who won his seat in North Carolina. So we're seeing some small victories. But how the map is going to be moving at those margins.
I wonder if this is a conscious
is really
decision
what
on
we're
that
gonna be
woman's
watching
part to
as
wear
we
red
move
today.
up toward the Rust Belt.
It sure
well,
is.
The race in Iowa is a toss-up. Now, President Trump won the state back in 2016.
She wasn't thinking as forward-thinking as this lady who wore green.
No, the lady that wore green wanted the Green Party guy. She's forever sad.
Yeah, she wants to show that she supports
That's right, the
the,
president would go to
not
Iowa
even
and
the
campaign
underdog, but
almost exclusively
people that
on the
never had a
issue of
chance.
trade, but Biden made a kind of a last-minute stop there a couple of
The
days ago,
Green
which,
Party right now is led by the
suggests
guy
that
that's
they
probably
may
going to
have
be
seen some
the closest thing
opportunity
you'll
to
get to
gain
a
some
socialist
headway there,
party
but that is a
this
state that has,
this time around.
that Donald Trump won by a significant margin.
Never had a
in
chance.
2016, a
Never
state
had a
that he
chance.
Has returned to often as
Stillbirth.
The states that we're looking at that could really be decisive here, of course, are
That went a
Michigan,
bit
Wisconsin,
dark
and
with
here
that
where
analogy,
I
but
am
all
in
right.
Pennsylvania. These are states that delivered the White House to President Trump in 2016.
If there's
and
any
he
new
won them
viewers,
all
we are
total
Verbal
by
Laxative.
80,000 2,000 votes, and that's why Democrats
this is our
have been
first
kind
live
of on a
stream
mission to
covering
win them back, and
the
win them back in a way
United
that's
States
ramping up a
2020
different
election.
kind of coalition, and that's really what I'm looking for
That's
tonight,
all.
to see what the coalitions for these respective
Also, if you don't know me,
candidates
I'm Jason, and I know basically nothing about
the
politics.
turnout among the Democratic
That's why they want to
base
Oh
listen.
yeah,
to
we
you.
never even did introductions.
Obama numbers that
It's
we
okay.
saw
They
in
don't need to
places
know.
like Philadelphia,
Our
Washington,
hardcore fans already
places
know.
like Detroit,
Who's
places
Hardcore
like
fans,
Milwaukee, or
aka
do
your
we,
friends.
see what we've been seeing a little bit in our exit polls
If they don't know by
the
now, then
2018
there's a lot
midterm
more.
is kind of
There's a lot bigger
realignment
problem.
within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party.
Yeah,
Women,
come in.
especially in the suburbs, college-educated voters moving away from the Republican Party and towards the Democrats. That could make a difference in those key states that I just mentioned, but also potentially in states like North Carolina.
Just needed your permission there.
Arizona,
I give you
states
my
that will give
permission.
us a
You
good
don't even need
indication of
permission,
where
really.
this race is headed
Busting
tonight.
in.
We
How,
can't
how was
stop
your
you.
How was your dinner?
Arizona is
Oh, you never met.
place,
You never
and this
formally
is
met
a
Jason
state
Bush. This is
that
Jason
is,
James.
of course, the land
Yes,
of Barry
sir.
Goldwater,
Number one fan.
John McCain.
I would
a
highly doubt
place
that. I don't have
No,
fans.
people would not
he's
have
he's
necessarily
listened to
thought
most of
could be a
our
place where a
shows ever since
Democrat,
B Money
could
joined.
be competitive in this
So he's a
way.
B Money fan,
As you look
Oh,
at the
big fan of
landscape
B
now,
Money.
we talk about changing demographics. What do you
and
see
he's
in
not even
Arizona?
here.
I only
For
came here
many
for the
years,
big money.
the mountainous west was
Money
a
will return later
territory,
after his
a group of
after his dinner
territories that the Republicans felt they
date
could be really
at home.
competitive in, including Arizona. If you included Nevada. If
So you have
put
any
Colorado in
thoughts,
that area,
opinions,
and
anything
certainly
you want to say
in that area-
live on
in that
air?
in that
Jeb Bush
region,
2020.
Republicans
There we
felt
have
they
it.
could
The write-in candidate.
expand the
Dreams.
He a winner.
They knew they could win statewide. But,
Oh, that'd be
Trump
so
had
good.
changed the calculus of that, and the focus shifted back over to the Rust Belt.
I love the whole Bush family lore too. I like because Herbert Walker Bush, he was basically at the end of his career, he was one of the most connected power brokers, politicians in the entire country, and then it was like a shoo-in that his sons were going to become president after that. And then when Jeb went and thought it was his time, he got fucking smoked by Donald Trump. It was such an embarrassing defeat.
He got crushed in the debates. He was too low energy, you know.
He
Sweaters
couldn't
on.
do it. The thing is, Jeb is actually more like more of a sharper politician than W is. So they thought he was going to be a fucking shoo-in because W was already president twice. So then they're like, yeah, fucking Jeb's gonna make it for sure. And then Trump came in and fucking apprenticed the shit out of him.
True. Okay, we'll get the joy when Ted Cruz runs again in 2024.
Yeah, if he can still stay in his solid state, but every year you see him, he melts even more.
Are
He's
you
not gonna
kidding?
be.
He grew a beard. He's more powerful than ever.
He surgically attached a beard so then he can assuage the fears that he's melting in the sun.
Alright, we switch back to the map just because everything is at commercial once again.
Alright.
I don't know if there's been any updated numbers here.
Some of these states you're not gonna get them today, like they said in that fucking news thing.
Right.
A lot, right? Florida, you're gonna get Florida, and I don't know. They didn't say anything about Texas, but Texas is for sure gonna be red. It's just hilarious that it became a battleground state this time. But
I think it just depends where they started counting. I mean, you start counting in Austin, Houston, Dallas first, of course.
I mean, yeah, in a way that's true, but it was just they went off of a little bit of what the trend was, what the number count trend was during the 2018 midterms, right? And at that point, the Republicans were saying like, fucking Beto O'Rourke is a nobody. It came out of nowhere, but he was coming out of a lot more bigger numbers that it was actually threatening Cruz. So then they were saying with the Democrat, just because there was a lot of like the born and raised Texans that were the demographic that was voting for Democrat. They're saying it's going to be a matter of time before Texas would become even more like in play during elections, unless the Republicans actually start to pander to a lot of the Latino vote in the state, which they are now. Like they shifted a lot of tactics to be very open to a lot of Latino stuff. Like Texas is surprisingly very, even the Republican part, they're quite open for on immigration issues, just because they had to shift, they had to bring in Latino numbers.
Yeah, I suppose Calex, it's helping a lot of like Austin and stuff. It's a popular place for Californians to move now.
Yeah, and that was basically it. Like most of the Republican vote in Texas, demographically, is from people that didn't grow up in that state. They are from out. They are out of towners moving to Texas. That's where a lot of the old school Republican numbers and supports are coming from. But the new demographic growing up there, when they raise their children there, they are leaning more towards either the new Republican mind thought in Texas, or they may find it easier to vote Democrat there.
So I don't know if he's actually in here, but I see Phil's in the channel. He's muted
Nice.
though.
I gotta go take a piss. Hold on.
Okay.
You guys can fucking chat. Hey,
I'm
Phil.
here.
Hold
Hey.
on.
Sorry. Unscheduled dinner.
Hey, no problem. You go at your own time. I mean, he just randomly bailed for dinner anyways. So any
This
thoughts
is so
so far?
misleading. Because every time like people just look at the screen as like projected winner. That's like nobody looks at the fine print that it's like Nebraska, right?
Is that really? Does that count as the fine print?
I don't know. It's just like if you're just like walking by like the street and it's like playing this on the news and you're like, oh, projected winner Trump.
I wonder how accurate those projected winners are.
Well, if they got the check mark or like before that.
If they got the check mark, then it's usually like a sure thing. Like that's what you're within like the 99.7 whatever percentile.
Yeah, I've only seen it reversed a couple times.
It's very like, yeah. Usually they're at 99.7 before they say projected.
You have to be within like a certain percentage to be even to
like
contest
the
it, right? Like
yes.
No, like if it's like 1% or something, like you can
it's a
recount.
little bit, yeah, no, well, it's a little bit more than that. Like I think, cause what happened before was basically they tied in the electoral vote, and then basically they got forced to recount.
Yeah, it was a lot tighter with that 2016 than it is now. They got quite a bit more so far.
Yeah, but like my question is the election here, like this is all just like really a show, right? Like this doesn't determine anything at all.
You're in the country. You tell us if it's a show or not.
Well, because the electoral college is doing the actual vote like a month later, right?
Yeah.
Well, the electoral college is it's going to usually vote for the the winner.
I mean, I remember last time that was one of the hopes people had. They're like, they're gonna get enough to turn this around, and that obviously didn't happen.
There's some states that have a failsafe, so even if the electoral, like, because what happened in 2016 was some electoral college voters, they didn't actually vote for the winner, the popular incumbent winner, right? Well, then in some of those states, basically the court basically overturned what they said, and they said, no, you gotta vote for whatever the fucking winner is. But it's very rare. Like, yeah, theoretically they can all just not vote what the votes are. And a lot of other states don't have a mechanism to stop them from doing so. But, like, they're not going to sit on their ass if, like, that actually happens, right? Like, the court would, because the political power always takes precedence, they will just they'll fucking sausage through, like, an emergency law to say, if it was, like, an insurgent movement that, like, like, none of the electoral colleges in a state or whatever are voting the candidate that was voted in by the people, they can just fucking sausage grind through like an emergency law saying like, nope, you gotta bind it. You're bound. You have to vote for whatever thing. So fucking in actuality, like you're never gonna get a fucking huge whatever, right?
That's so ambiguous. That kind of leaves up like the potential for like if it's close and it's contested and it's like the last date, And I mean, whoever
Yeah, the
has the
electoral college.
majority would like just not pass that law, or
Well, exactly.
right?
Like what happened in Florida was the Supreme Court came in and actually ordered a stop to the recount, right? Like the electoral college didn't really fucking do anything. At the end, it was the Supreme Court. They came in, they did the unprecedented thing that actually they ruled in and said and forced the recount vote to stop, right? And then they said that's it. Um, like it's not like the fucking some Florida electoral voter is gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna vote my conscience and do it and swing it. That basically never happens. And like this is not supposed to be a fail-safe system. It was just a system made at the time, carried on by tradition with some modifications, right? There's gonna be a lot of fucking things that it's basically like duct taped and shit to
Yeah.
keep on going.
When you kind of analyze it, it's kind of archaic.
Well, it's like they don't want to nobody ever wants to fucking tinker with a lot of these things. You know, like the U.S. kind of doesn't. Neither party wants to like fucking do anything, even though like they've always talked about like gerrymandering and all that shit and electoral reform. Nobody ever does it because it's not in their interest to, right?
Right. Once you won at the game, you don't want to change the rules, right?
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
like
you'd think you'd almost want to ensure you win again. So, I mean, it just depends which way it works for you.
Yeah,
it's kind of it's a detente because it's basically both parties pointing guns at each other, right? Like, that was the whole deal. That's the whole like Mitch McConnell's playbook, which is basically like if you don't mess with anything, like if you're the Senate, Democratic Senate, like anything, if you don't mess with anything, I don't mess with anything. But if you do something, McConnell's whole like philosophy is basically I'm gonna come back at you 2 times harder, right? So if you're gonna fucking go out of your way to do something that you didn't have to do, but you're just doing it for political points, McConnell is basically saying like I'm gonna get the entire Republican Senate just fucking filibuster for days on end, right? Like that's McConnell's style, and so then that's kind of the thinking between the two parties too. They're just both holding guns at each other and say, you know, like don't fuck with the electoral vote. Okay, I won't fuck with it. You won't fuck with it, because once they do, then it's a tit for tat sort of response from either party, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of issues. I mean, I was reading on the Twitter sphere the other day. They want the one person, one vote, but then the whole states or the entire country would be ruled by California, New York, and like Texas, and that'd be it. So,
Yeah.
interesting. Coastal elites would just run the entire country, and then the whole middle America, which has like almost no shared values with them, would be stuck living under their regime. So yeah, it has its merit as well.
But in actuality, it is already like that, right? Like you're not gonna get much from all the interior. They're just gonna eat shit no matter what.
I know, but they don't want to. That's their dream.
It's an interesting concept because it's like you're making an argument. Not you particularly, but like the way the system is set up, it's like they're making an argument where the minority should have more power. It's like specifically not made to be equal.
Yeah, well, that was the point. Like, because like, why would all these people want to join a union if they get no say? You know, they needed some skin in the game.
And there has been concern about Nevada among Democrats for quite some time. That's a very difficult.
Oh, did you guys make any predictions?
I predicted that Biden was going to have a close win.
Close win.
Yeah.
In the hospitality industry, and they've struggled.
I didn't make a call on this one. I heavily favored Trump in 2016, but I wasn't too positive this time because even though he's a terrible candidate, he wasn't as terrible as Hillary is. But he's a far cry from what they should have put up as a candidate. So
And at this hour,
Still
CBS
tough to
News
say.
projects that President Trump has won Utah. That is a
What I
reluctant
say? Utah was going to go
state
for
there.
Trump,
There
of
is
course.
a lot more still ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
More poll closings,
Yeah,
projections,
I'd say
and the
Arizona's
state
clinched
of
for
the race.
Biden
You're
too.
watching CBS News 2020.
Yeah, Arizona is gonna go flip blue this time. It's gonna be close, but Trump needs to flip another state or two, I think, for him to be comfortably say they'll be in a good position to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's still looking good. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina. So I think he's doing okay.
Did he win Ohio?
Not yet, but he's pulled quite ahead.
Earlier he was behind. Oh, he is up now. Wow, it flipped so fast.
This is the only thing that matters for Brian too.
Ohio?
Whoever wins Ohio, he loves reading the. Ever since he learned about it, I think yesterday he is heavily.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He learned about the Ohio fucking indicator yesterday, and then he was all in on it now.
And if it's right, that's it. You're done. It's gonna be vindicated.
Gotta wait for until one day that Ohio just fucking doesn't call it.
That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I'm interested in Ohio, because I want to I want to see them get it wrong.
It's likely he's gonna. Oh yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see exactly. We'll see.
But I don't know. The count from the AP is like Trump's winning by a lot, like
What's the count?
6%, 52.6.
Oh,
for
for
Trump.
Ohio, right?
Yeah, for Ohio.
That's almost 90% in too. So I'd say he's probably gonna get her, unless there's some
Yeah.
crazy county that just has 400,000 people all voting Biden.
Mm-hmm. And then even then, that would be like close enough for a recount too. That's like so.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, Trump needs to win in Dayton, Ohio. He won Dayton, Ohio last time, so Ohio was a shoo-in for him.
Yeah. Yeah, 13% left, and he needs 6 more. That's like
I just need one of
2/3 of
these
the.
big states to pop a win, and then I can just head over to TYT and just watch Sank's face. That's all I want to see.
Fuck. That's one of the bad things if Biden wins. That fucker's gonna gloat.
Oh, I haven't seen him since 2016.
I know. I just want more meltdown compilations. That's all.
Oh, that was the best part of the election last time.
The
was
meltdown,
like
everybody's
oh,
reaction. That was the best. That was
yeah,
the best.
that was
they made
golden.
some really good compilations of it too.
I like how they were all like, "We got to tear down the Democratic Party. We got to rebuild all this stuff."
Yeah.
And then next election, just another corporate suit. Same thing.
The incumbent Democrat for
Yeah.
like decades. Everything wrong with the party. He had a hand in it for at least fucking since like 1973. Oh yeah, this guy's our guy.
Yeah, he's the leader.
I think the Republicans will not be that entertaining though. Like if they lose, they're just gonna like roll off it.
Yeah, they're gonna put some horseshit guy.
Yeah, it's like this is bullshit. We're gonna demand a recount, and then it's like they won't accept it for 5
They're
months.
gonna, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna try to look for like the fucking pseudo Trump or whatever. They're gonna go to the game shows and try to recruit or something like that. Because they're fucked. Like there's no power base that is like a traditional Republican base anymore, right? Fucking it's they gotta get some guy. They gotta get that the Trump populist guy. Like you're never going back to like pre-2000s Republican.
But the thing with like that approach is that you can't replace him.
Well, you don't have to, like, they're just gonna have to find someone that fucking that dog whistles to their guys, right? Just like
Oh
the
my
Democrats.
god, it's Alex Jones, isn't it?
I don't think that would work. I don't think they could. I think you actually need to be Donald Trump there to pull off his style.
Yeah.
Like even if you found like what's his name, the Brazil guy, Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro or whatever. Like if you found another version of him, it's like you really need the personality to fit it, you know?
That's why the populist guys, you know. But like, you're not gonna get a technocratic guy anymore because they're all fucking gone. Like Paul Ryan, he was the technocrat, like the Republican, like technocrat sort of politician, right? As technocrat as you can get, and he just fucking he ate shit, right? Cruz ate shit as well.
That's only because he was up against the man, you know.
Well, that's what it
nobody could
means. Like,
defeat him.
that's what it means. That's the bellwether, right? Because now, like, look at what's driving this election. Their numbers are coming from the Trump guys, right? There's no one that's gonna be like, yeah, fucking for party and everything else. It's fucking for Trump.
That would be an interesting, like, Democratic, if we could actually determine it. Like, how many people are sticking with the Republican Party, just like regardless, ignoring Trump?
Well, they came out with the polls like, oh, like what well, at least it was kind of like a popularity kind of poll between the presidential candidates. So then you can pull a little bit from that. Like the people that are voting for Trump, they're voting for Trump, right? They're not voting. The at least the poll said like they're not voting in spite of Biden. They were just voting like overwhelmingly 80% were voting because they wanted to vote for Trump. Whereas on the Biden side, maybe there was like 54% of them were voting just because they didn't want Trump. Whereas, you know, like 46 or whatever were voting for Biden himself. So definitely Trump is the main draw for a lot of these guys. And if you're gonna compare it up to like, let's just say hypothetically Paul Ryan was like running in the primary or whatever, right? It's gonna be the same thing in 2016, right? Like, you know, they don't want those guys anymore.
Yeah, he's also bringing out very big voting numbers this year. Like even a lot of them they're like beating 2016, and I would have thought that would have been a more contested election, but apparently not.
Yeah, Trump is the draw for this. I mean, they may like the Republicans might even lose the Senate this time too, right? Like they don't if your name isn't Trump, they don't really care about you. The only thing they care about, like the Republican Party, is oh, that's Trump's party.
Yeah, the long term ripples will be interesting because the next elections without Trump, like maybe no Republicans really are incentivized to go out to vote at all.
Well, see it depends. Yeah, depending on how the country goes and how the world goes as a trend. Like you may make that leap from a populist, fucking, you know, just fucking apprentice hosts that, you know, everybody was like, oh, at least he's not a politician and he can be pretty funny at rallies. Instead, you might get a more like, you might get like a more militant voting base from both parties like if you can imagine maybe decades later, right? Because if the material conditions don't change and they actually get worse, you're not gonna get like fucking you're not gonna get like coffee shop voting people. You're gonna get people that are like, you know, like it's literally I want to get my vote, I want my guy to win, or fucking, or that's it. It's either do or die or nothing, right? You're gonna get much more militant bases as the material conditions kind of deteriorate, right? As everybody's happy as long as you can still get your fucking like Mountain Dew every day. As long as you got the fucking pop taps running, you can placate everybody, even though it gets even worse, right? But eventually, it's gonna grind people down. That, you know, if shit is just gonna be whatever bad, and then you don't get like entertaining populist guys anymore. What they're gonna try to what they're gonna find that attracts numbers are just the grumblings of people instead. They're gonna obviously mold themselves into those kind of parties too.
Yeah, but that's like traditional politics, right? Everyone always goes to like the grumbling party, disenfranchised, like
yeah, but
people that want change.
It's the degree of disenfranchisement, right? So if you're like, if everything's still good and you're just like grumbling about fucking small pie shit, you usually get a more centrist outlook and stuff, right? Like, you know, but if your grumblings are more like, you know, fucking, I am facing tons of debt. I can't fucking find a job, even though, you know, like that I did my old job for like 30 years, and now everything's going to the point where, you know, you're gonna be fucking John Q or, you know, Michael Douglas in that movie where he's like fucking shoots everybody that James shared.
Falling down.
Yeah, falling down. Then you're gonna get a lot more militant politics at the same time.
I don't think you got to understand. It was only 5 minutes after 11:30. He had every right to request for breakfast still.
Exactly right.
Unusual
Let's
circumstances.
bust
So it
open
was
some
pretty
other
much
streams, see
expected
if
that
we
he
got
would
some
not win that
meltdown
race
going yet.
tonight, especially as the president takes Alabama.
Joe
We also,
Rogan's
however, have
streaming
on
it
the
too.
flip side, Cory Gardner, Republican senator
We are
from
obviously the more
Colorado,
popular
has
one.
lost his race to
Yeah, I
John
mean he's only
Hickenlooper,
got
former governor
700K
of
watching.
Colorado. The Democrat has won there. So Democrats
We currently have
lost a
4.
seat in Alabama, gained one
6.
in Colorado.
Oh,
We're still
let me
keeping an eye,
contribute.
however, on those
Yeah,
two key
yeah, you
battlegrounds in the
gotta
South,
minus who's
Georgia
probably
and
Half of them
watching
are
here.
our own guys. It was just like that. It was just like that new shitty Aaron Sorkin movie, but on the Chicago 7 or something. But then at the time it was like there were so many undercover cops that were infiltrated that hippie protest. They're like, it's like, what the fuck? Was this just like the 7 of us leading a protest with like 10,000 cops? This is it. Like the 6 people watching in the stream, most of it are just us, the hosts.
Yeah, I would bet.
Question of Arizona, because this is a development that's just happened here in the last hour.
So on Google right now, it has like electoral votes. How do they determine that number? Do you guys know?
They're just doing a projection off the votes.
Assuming every electoral vote goes to that.
Yeah, they're assuming
the
it.
state?
It's not like
Okay.
the electoral votes already voted. They're just assuming it based on the the voting results on each district, right?
And it's like an all or nothing, right? Like
Yeah, it's all or
if you win
nothing.
the state, you get the whole
Yeah.
whole state. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sank's melting down already.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's like, you're not allowed to criticize Obama. You're not allowed to criticize Joe Biden. You can't criticize Hillary. Speaking of locking yourself down in the basement, he's popping off.
Fuck, man. I'm gonna open up his stream on the side and watch him.
Who you watching?
Very upset.
Young Turks.
Oh.
Who's this lady on right now? Jesus.
I don't know. He was doing his monologue where he was melting down, and then he brought these two on.
Oh, okay. I'll tune in back in when he's Are they coping already? Jesus Christ.
Already overdue. Biden can't do it anymore. It's over.
He's too old.
Dude, after I saw that video, I don't know like if it's like 100%, but when he's like, "This is my son Bo," and
Yeah, granddaughter. No, it's my granddaughter. No, wait, I don't even know
one.
anymore.
Like, there's so many of those. It's very weird.
If he like, I will be fucking so I will be keeled over with laughter if Trump wins again.
It would be entertaining for sure.
That would be that would mean this man is election magic.
I mean,
it'll mean that, and also like polls as like an actual tool will not be non-existent at all after this.
The Nate Silver cope tomorrow would be insane.
He will be fucked out of his mind. He will turn to drugs. He won't be able to exist. Like, everything in all his belief is going to be shattered because that guy is the living embodiment of polls. All right, Cenk is talking now. Man, this guy's fucking sweating nuts.
I know, the forehead grease is insane.
Oh, he's already criticizing. Oh, you shouldn't have hit Kamal. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Former Vice President Joe Biden's numbers among Latino voters in that state is really critical. This keeps Donald Trump in the running. It's not entirely surprising.
Wow, Nebraska was really close.
But the Biden team was hoping that if they could win that state, that would
He hit her in the basement.
a long shot. So a big for the president if that is ultimately called in his.
He hit her in the basement. Like, just having Biden as the nominee itself should already been, that should have been his problem.
Dude, I would have loved to have seen like yeah, Tulsi Gabbard or someone. She was so good. She was like literally the perfect candidate.
I would
She
have
hit.
said any of those guys. Well, yeah, Gabbard, Tulsi Gabbard, and I would say Bernie too. Like those guys, those two would probably. I don't anybody but a fucking old fossil.
Thought they would have learned their lesson last time. I mean, they can still win it this time, but like if they don't, like that just reflects on how detached the elite in the Democrat Party are from the people.
Of course, yeah, they would need to do something like. Yeah, you can blame Hillary at that point, yeah, but then Biden as well. Like at some point, you just be like, yeah, our party's kind of shit. Why do we keep on putting up these shit people all the time? They won't. The whole mindset of the Democratic Party is like they have like this elitist, haughty mindset, right? So even like you could see the shift in the Republican Party when Trump won and they got all deflated, but then they're like, but especially the people were like, you know what, let's just use this because it doesn't matter who we get in the presidency as long as this guy can get the votes. It was the plan of like it was the dream of all of them would be, okay, if we can get him in, we can stack the court if the opportunity presents itself, right? And that was the game plan. They all stuck with it. McConnell stuck with it and had party discipline with everybody. Now that they stacked the court, that's it. And that's there for life, right? They got exactly what they wanted. Democrats are just fucking haughty. They're just always like, no, but it didn't turn out the way I wanted to. But that's because people just, they're not as fucking as refined as I am. So then it's not my fault. It's everybody else's fault for not understanding what great candidates we put up and how wonderful it should actually be.
Yeah, you can see that with like even Shapiro, he refused supposedly to vote for Trump last time, but this time he was definitely voting for him. So like everyone just got in line behind him,
Yeah, like
regardless if they like him or not.
yeah, and the majority of the Republican people nowadays are not like even like it won't even be the Shapiro guys or even the Never Trumper guys at all. Like those guys are basically shunned as outcasts because what they were saying was, what they were concentrating on was just basically winning the shit that in their eyes mattered, which in this case was their big win was Supreme Court uh, seats, right? Just waiting for one of them to croak so that they can throw in their guys.
And in places like Pennsylvania, that it will take a little while to be counted here. So still an early night, even though we're hitting the 11 o'clock hour. I think still long way to go before.
We might not get the ending of. They're not gonna be able to call it for tonight.
I don't think they even
Oh, they're
called it last time.
definitely gonna call it tonight. Whether they're accurate or not is another story. But 100% they're calling it tonight.
Okay, that could be one of them, but I think it's a flip. They can easily, in my mind, I don't think they're gonna call it tonight.
Well, what does he need here if he gets that 20, 38?
Well,
Need a calculator.
what is Trump going to win that's left, right? He's not going to win Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, California, right?
That's the thing. Like,
Idaho, yeah.
That's the thing. Because
Idaho,
at the end, you're literally automatically have to plus 55 votes to Biden because California is going to give you a huge chunk, right?
I think Hawaii and Alaska will probably go.
They're very small. In total, both of them are 7 votes.
Oh, together?
Yeah, together both of them are 7 votes. So that stuff doesn't matter. And Alaska is usually going to do red. Hawaii usually does blue, right? Even during Dukakis, Hawaii did blue. So Hawaii is going to be blue no matter what. California is very likely, pretty 99.9% likely it's going to be blue. So basically, Trump has to win with automatically adding 55 to whatever Joe Biden's total is now, right? That's the fight that he needs to get. So he needs to get every vote.
Yeah, but like every state that he needs to win, like he only needs Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's already 270. So
but
if
those
will all report tonight. So for sure it's gonna come in.
Like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, I know they probably won't though, because a lot of these states that you see now that are 100%, they had laws that allowed them to count the early mail-in votes and whatever, right? Pennsylvania and Wisconsin don't have that. They count it as soon on election day, even if it's mail-in. So then you may not get those results tonight.
Yeah, they're already showing like almost 50% though in Pennsylvania, and that's the slowest counter so far. Them in Michigan.
Yeah, and that's mostly it's from the votes that they've already when they started the clock and counting, right? So you may not be able to get, like I said, you may not be able to get a definitive total from them today. Usually they're the ones that are the last ones to count on a regular election night.
Yeah, they just called Washington, Oregon, and California already for Biden, so you don't even have to worry about those.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Trump needs to win all of those. He needs to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's they are saying is a big one.
Yeah, he's got them all so far anyway.
So if Trump wins are the one he's leading right now, he wins, right?
Yeah.
According to this map.
Yep.
Open up a caffeinated beverage or
an alcoholic one.
Or an alcoholic one.
Yeah, Biden doesn't have enough left unless they flip one of those. It's already Trump. Like, cause if he gets even Nevada, Iowa, Minnesota, he's still not even 230. So.
And one of the storylines of the evening has been that the
What would be Trump's total if he gets those?
The ones I listed's already over 270.
Oh, okay. So then that would, yeah.
And they're all heavily red right now, so you never know.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
In North Carolina, and then in Georgia, it's also taken them a little while to get the votes in, and there's
Yeah, they'll.
Gwinnett County has only got
Because yeah, Florida's even showing 97%, and they haven't called it yet.
That's also part of a little bit of a slowness there.
What cities are Gwinnett County? John, when you say
It's suburban Atlanta.
It's suburban Atlanta.
Just outside Atlanta. It's the.
Yeah, I didn't know where it was.
It's the
Suburban
idea that
Atlanta,
that's
okay.
where a lot of the population growth is right.
I wonder why Florida hasn't called it yet. I mean, statistically, according to that count, Biden can't win it, right? 3% left. He's losing by 4.
Some people are wondering, well, if Biden can't win Florida, if it's getting close in North Carolina,
Haven't called it. What do they still have left?
3%, 97% reporting, right? 3% left, and Biden's losing by more than 3%.
Oh, this map is terrible. What's the last county?
Yeah, you should check out the Guardian. Has a pretty good map.
Oh, the Guardian?
Jacksonville? No, wait, no, that's not right.
I was going off the Google map.
Oh, don't go off that.
Going off the New York Times map, they just updated it for California, Oregon, and Washington. All blue, of course.
In the upper Midwest. And right now in North Carolina, the Biden campaign says it all comes down to Wake County, North Carolina. There's just a small percentage left in one of that state's bigger counties.
Yeah, off the Guardian, Florida, it seems like Biden can't win Florida either.
Yeah, the last county is Washington County. They'll probably be red.
Oh man, Cenk is getting real mad. They should have showed Kamala more.
So let's take a look then at the
Why? She got like she fucking lost early on during the primaries. Why show Kamala more? Just because she's black?
The thing about like Cenk that really turned me off was after 2016 when Democrats lost, he was just like completely angry at the people. He was just like, the Democrats are so stupid. And I was like, man, like you turn on your party so quickly.
Let's see how Cenk's nephew is taking it.
Who's his nephew?
He's a streamer on Twitch named Hassan Abi. He used to be on the show.
Ah, okay.
But he makes probably way more money than Cenk just Twitch streaming now.
Yeah, they're not calling it yet because I think the major ones aren't done reporting. Possibly.
Oh, this guy is his nephew? Interesting. Yeah, he's rolling it in on Twitch.
Oh yeah, that guy's making over 100K a month easy.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I think he's got like 40,000 subscribers or something.
Knowing your model, knowing your voters, and knowing what they're going to do. And at this hour, at least in these early
Trump won Idaho.
Yeah, that was going to be a given.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
Hassan has 31,000 subs.
Jesus.
Wow, that's crazy.
That guy.
I know he's probably getting 350, $4 a sub, so plus donations on every stream because people love to donate to millionaires. I can't wait till like at the end of movie credits they're just gonna put up like Brad Pitt's Cash App and like Venmo, like, oh, if you liked it, just Cash App him some donations. He'll read your message.
This is where we're going.
Why not?
Speaking to officials that they expect a midnight update, but they have decided to hold off on counting mail-in ballots until tomorrow morning. So additional ballots there will be on hold. This is part of a plan. However, it's notable because it is such a substantial population center, and it is one of these states more broadly that
Montana's even pretty red right now, but that won't hold for sure.
is sending out fundraising emails, according to our Nicole Skenga, saying they're not going to call the race. So they're setting the table to their supporters that somehow the reason we're not announcing.
The real question is, what happens in Minnesota? What goes on there? Does everyone just live in Minneapolis or something?
Minneapolis, St. Paul.
I'm surprised that I went blue because I have a friend who moved from Minnesota and he said he left because it was too red.
It was blue in 2016.
Pretty blue. It's a pretty blue state. Your friend must have been like the most reddest part. He just surrounded himself with like the only guys that vote Republican in the entire state.
Remember, they're allowing voters up to 3 days to turn in their ballots, so there's no real hard deadline if you've got.
Check where he was.
If I can interject something real quick, I want to talk about North Carolina for just a second because it's very close. Let me put
Joe Jorgensen, come on.
Yeah, he's getting a lot less traction than Gary Johnson got, that's for sure.
She's a woman.
Well, it shows how much I cared about her. They had a good meme on libertarians today. I wish I had saved it. It's pretty funny.
You never save all the good stuff.
I know. I always look at it and I'm like, ah.
All right, let's see what's keeping the North Carolina from getting called. So, Guilford County, Forsyth County, Surrey County. I don't know dick all about these things.
We've called New Hampshire, I believe, already provide.
Yeah, I'm talking about North Carolina.
No, I know, but on your map, I don't think it's fully blue.
Oh, well, yes, that's right.
Okay. All right, we are going to check in with our election laws expert, David Becker, in just a second, but want to get a report from Michigan.
What? They have an update on Michigan and.
David Becker right there, so let me talk to you while we have it. Just to be clear, no state ever reports final results on election night, and no state is legally expected to. Correct?
That's exactly right. There's all of the results we're getting tonight are unofficial. All of them are partial. That's because in many states they're still allowing some ballots to come in. In almost every state, for instance, military ballots are still coming in, and they're
they gotta say this because there are a few people are gonna be like, "Oh, these guys are gonna rig it." They're trying to assuage the people. Just fucking why even have to say anything? Just be like, this is how this is how it really. No one, the states don't call it. It's the media that calls it.
What are you referring to?
They gotta get this tight-lipped lawyer to say.
Yeah, the president essentially saying that all votes have to be counted on election day. That has never been true. It just takes time to count all of the ballots, including those that come from.
Yeah, this is a funny thing because it's like they don't actually have a winner on election night. Even historically, when there's called, it's always like the media that calls it, right? They don't actually officially come out to say when they're just like counting on the votes on whatever day. But most of these people, these people in the media, they don't even fucking outright say it. Like, oh, this is kind of a tradition that we've willed into being for the good half of America's like television history, that you would expect a winner on election night because that's the way the news media does it. That's the way they've presented it. So now they reach this fucking like steaming shit show where it's like, oh, you're not you may not get a projected winner on election night, and now everybody has to reassure them that we're not rigging anything. It's just the way it is. But because of the media, like this is what everybody has been expecting forever now.
those states. These are not states
Oh
that are
God, we got Billy in the YouTube chat.
So we've got to let that process.
Yeah, I think so too. That's why earlier I was like, tonight really doesn't mean anything, and it really what election night or election day in the U.S. is just like the last poll before the real election happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, like they're not even technically they're not even done counting the votes yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when the media calls it, it's just like projected winner, projected winner, and then even like the candidates themselves, they sort of say like just because of the optics of it, if the media is already calling on election day, then they feel like they've always felt that pressure to they have to give the congratulatory phone call on the night too, right? Like it's become this thing that shouldn't even really be a thing.
200,000 for Democrats. Is that the universe we're talking about here potentially for Democrats who are behind in North Carolina right now?
Right, that's the potential universe. I don't expect that all of them have been returned. There's always going to be some people who request a mail ballot and don't return it. But it's likely, since they had to specifically request them, and a lot of those people would, and they might have gotten in today and are still not been reported out, or might be coming in the days ahead. And especially whenever we get to a razor-thin margin of hundreds of votes or just a few thousand, then it's really
Yo, Jason, let's switch it to another stream.
take precedence here and let the ballots be counted and let the professionals do that.
Okay. I assume it's gonna be the ABC one since that's our only other one.
Anything just to please and thank you. Nice.
Utah officially called.
65 vote and they're calling it for them, right?
Independents in the national exit polls, 55 to 40, and among women in the country, Joe Biden 56% to Donald Trump's 43%. We look at men, 49% Donald Trump, 48% Joe Biden. And what we're seeing so far in these states with such close races is that not only is the country divided, but many of these key battleground states are divided right down the middle.
No question about
Yeah, I don't remember last time in 2016 I was in the movie theater. I can't remember what I was watching, but we were watching a movie at the time, and I was like, my phone was dying, and I wanted to keep checking the election, and then it died before the end, and I'm like, oh God, who won? I didn't even remember the movie. I was like, who won? I need to know. Need to know. I had to borrow Andrew's phone so I could struggle.
So we have Hassan in the chat now.
Oh, nice, Hassan.
Sorry guys, I joined.
Fantasy
No worries. Everybody joined late. And for a time, it was just me and Jason. So you imagine Jason's panic when he had to talk to me.
Yeah, I fully expected me just to be in the background managing the stream.
Oh man. Looks like
yeah, not yet. I mean, like, I don't think they're gonna call it tonight.
Oh no, they're not gonna call it, but it's just for the Dems, it looks like everything they're expecting is getting shattered.
I would love it if they had a meltdown again. Unfortunately, I think this is actually one of before the recent polls came out. I think a month ago, this was the scenario that they were thinking was going to happen, and this is what they were going to be. This is when they started saying, "Hey, don't lose your shit on election day, and also don't accuse us of rigging it if we win after the later days or whatever from the mail-in voting," right? So this is actually one of the mainstream scenarios they teased out, whereas like on election day it would look good for Trump because that's where he would get his most votes, and then Biden from the subsequent day or two, even a week later, when they finish with the counts, if he wins later on, yeah, that's when they're saying the optics would look bad, and then Trump would say it's rigged, and then people would have violence on the street. It's not done yet, but Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, he's already fucking. He already thinks they lost. This guy looks so depressed right now.
Well, he was so optimistic in 2016, and
he's constantly. They're not even listening. They're not. Yeah, you know what? He's getting combat flashbacks from 2016.
Well, you should have his Twitter post this morning. He was all popping off on how it's impossible for Trump to win. So
it was never. Yeah, exactly. This guy. This is why he's like so shitting his bricks. it was gonna be a uphill just according to the polls, and it's still like it's still too early to call it because fucking this was the mainstream fucking scenario when they were this was before they were saying, oh yeah, we're gonna sweep it. This was their scenario. They're like, oh, it's gonna look like it's gonna be for Trump before, but then later on it'll be for us. And then the polls started looking real good for them, and they're like, you know what, we might just win it on fucking election day. So then they came into like now today thinking that they're just gonna win it outright, and now they've fucking just psyched themselves up.
True, yeah, the polls were tightening by the end there, but as we know from 2016, the polls don't mean a whole lot.
Let's pull up another look at North Carolina right now. If we can pull
Oh, they got Jim Chris. Wait, Chris Christie.
95% of the expected vote in North Carolina.
Chris Christie, he now does pundit stuff.
Oh boy, I missed that guy too. He was good. He got roasted in the debates, but he had his one good one or whatever. He got his little zinger in the one.
Okay, so let's look at the major counties here
That was
because
a good time.
Joe Biden needs to win if he wants to pull off an upset here. We're looking at Mecklenburg County, the biggest county.
Yeah, I didn't watch much of them this time though. I didn't. I watched some highlights, but I didn't really see anything like very as good as the 2016 debates, like from both sides.
No, yeah, it was quite lukewarm this time.
More votes going to come out of there. Wake County, the same story. Look, Joe Biden is doing well. He's improved in these cities around states like North Carolina. Let me look at one more area real quick right here. This is Guilford County. This was a county that the Trump campaign thought maybe they could improve on. It's pretty much
Like they didn't give Mr. Yang much time or Tulsi much time. The disappointment.
Or Marianne Williamson.
Well, I agree with that one. We don't need her more time.
The healing energy.
Yang and Tulsi would have been a good team.
I don't know. There'll just be something new, but I don't think they're gonna fucking. Well, Yang not. Tulsi maybe, because you know.
I think
Tulsi, Tulsi would bring more than Yang. I think.
Well, she's the total package, you know, in the military, already served in government, you know, a woman, person of color. She checks every single box.
Like literally, the only thing that came out from Yang that got people's attention was UBI. Otherwise, he's just like, oh, what's this? It's just a fucking tech guy coming out trying to be run for president.
No, but I think the thing is like Yang's approach is solution oriented. Like Tulsi could present an issue to be solved, and I think Yang can go out and execute the solution.
I don't think because he's bringing like a Silicon Valley mindset to this shit. It doesn't work that way, right? Especially even with the especially during election time. You can argue maybe administratively you can get some.
No, I'm talking post election. I'm like if Tulsi was president and Yang was VP, then then in that scenario, I think Yang could have executed a lot of solutions.
I don't think Tulsi would take him as VP. I think they would have picked like someone like.
It'd be a party compromise.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yang. Yeah. You won't pick Yang as VP, but like, you could stick him in some kind of ministry. But
yeah, for sure.
What else? Like, what is he really gonna do? Like his main plan that attracted everybody. He can't just be stuck in a ministry to do that. He kind of needed to be a president, president to sign off on UBI.
She would have got like a Joe Biden as VP, you know. She would have just got some dude.
Warren, I think she would have. She would put Warren as her VP.
You think so?
It's either Warren or Sanders. Tulsi is more of a she's kind of anti-establishment. Because if she wins, she's not gonna think about like compromise too much.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Right. You're right. I think Warren would be like. I don't think Sanders would be a good pick for her balance, but like Warren is kind of.
She would probably pick Warren.
I could see it. That'd be interesting.
This is this is what I'm guessing. I don't know if they have like beef with each other or something.
I just can't support Warren after she tried to call Bernie sexist.
Yeah, that was.
I was like, man, like, how low do you have to sink to do that? Like,
yeah, at that point you're just like, yeah, okay.
Like,
turn on the politician to 100.
What did they offer her to do that? To like, that's just.
And she's running against them. It's just this, like the most popular policies out of her was basically just a diluted version of what Bernie was calling for, right? So she had to like,
Mhm.
she had to fucking like hit him in the nuts somewhere. So then she would just be like, "Oh well, you know what? Fucking yeah, you're a sexist, right?"
Yeah, I mean, I understand the like the politics of it, but like her actually going through with it, it's just so disappointing to me.
Well, I wasn't under any illusion. She was always like fucking like sly sort of like I'll do anything to win politician first before any sort of revolutionary idea implementing
But
person.
she's like as greasy as it gets though. Like I
Yeah,
mean, like how many people have like lied about their ancestry to get a super high paying job? I don't know. That's their fault for not vetting it better, but
Warren used to be Republican. You know, Warren used to be Republican, and she was like all of these things were it was all like less regulation on Wall Street, less tax on wealthy and corporations and stuff. She was totally in line with that, right? And it's she when she turned Democrat, then she started to take these ideas, and then when she saw like Bernie was really winning a lot of support over these really like uh policies that are real that are like anti-rich and whatever, these mass policies, she started to flip the script on that. Like she was in a good position because she was saying like she is one of those like technical policy wonks. So then she knows enough about like the regulations and shit, especially around like banking and stuff, where she can say, oh yeah, we needed more of them to keep Wall Street in check, and she can go off of that, and then she just builds up upon that. But she was always like politician first. She was never like Bernie was uh basically the activist uh as his identity, right?
Hmm.
That's how he made his chops. Warren was never like that activist sort of politician. She was just kind of like a standard one where you switch sides depending on how the currents go.
Hmm.
Iowa's in striking distance for Trump now too. Got 41 to 40, or sorry, 49.2 to 49.1 at 73%.
I really am not surprised if Trump wins, and I think the people who thought it was impossible that Trump could win is just so disconnected with the environment.
It's a little bit of it's just kind of their wishful thinking. I mean, like they took the numbers that would say, "Oh, it's going to be harder for him to win," and it looks like he would have had a very tough time. And they took that to mean, "Oh, that's it. That's great. It's impossible for him to win now. My nightmare is over." Like Cheng, look at his look at his face right now. You can see the whites of his eyes. He's so scared.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's so delusional. It's not like Trump only has like 1,000 supporter. He has like millions, tens and hundreds of
Yeah,
millions
they
of
didn't
people.
go away, right? They're
Yeah,
still
and
there.
the thing is, like, they're not like all stupid and like don't know issues. Like, they actually have valid reasons for supporting Trump. So,
Of course, like you put up an establishment candidate again, which is
mhm,
like since '73. The only thing you say is he's not Hillary, but fucking he's still the same class, right?
mhm.
But like well, yeah, there. Well, at least this guy finally fucking reminds it and shit. Yeah, this is not unexpected. This was actually what they expected months out. But I love how people just like kind of work themselves up into a hysteria where they're seeing they're seeing this and they're panicking.
Yeah, but I remind people that the entertainment only starts tonight. It's not over yet. We have months,
Yes, it's
like at
it's
least a month and a half of entertainment
well, a
following
month
this.
and a half, maybe a little bit long, but at the very least, days to a week, right? And then
I
yeah,
think
months. If there's recounts, then yeah, maybe up to a month. But That's also, I don't think that they will have to do that long of a recount. Actually, it will be much drastically shorter than that.
Depending on who wins. Depending on who wins, because Trump doesn't technically leave office until like January, right? So a lot can happen in the next 2 months.
Yeah, well, it depends on who is higher or who is more in a better standing before they go into recount,
Hmm.
right?
Well, either way, there's going to be a recount, right? Like, I don't think either parties are going to accept this.
Well, I don't know. Like, just because it'll take a longer time, I don't know if it'll mean that they'll have to go to recount. Like, it has to be very close. It has to be basically a tie for some of these states to go into recount, and it's state by state, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought actually in 2016 Hillary would have fought harder, but she kind of accepted the loss pretty early on.
She can handle it.
Yeah, she's just like, okay, guys, it's over. And like before the last 2 states or something even came in, she's just like, okay, we're done, going home.
She so fucking full of herself. Cause you remember the hotel that she picked to watch the election and to hold the victory party if she wins was a hotel with a glass ceiling. She picked it just for the symbolism. She's completely full of herself. And it was going to represent like she broke the glass ceiling. You know, as a woman, she broke the glass ceiling in the United States by becoming president.
That's funny. Yeah, no other good meltdowns going on yet. It'd be so good if they were coming in hot. That's all I want to see. I just want
You may
that
not be able to see
compilation.
their penultimate meltdowns on today,
I mean,
live.
I don't think it was like it wasn't really like popping off till like 11 last.
Oh, 4 years ago, yeah, like around I remember 10 or 11 in California time, Peace,
Oh
PST.
yes, that's like
Yeah,
one.
yeah, that was when it was just like everyone was just like depressed, so sad, like the end of the world, cry. Like I don't know why I just I laugh because I don't know, it's just so funny.
Were you out in the streets in discontent as well?
No.
Well, at least you know the one good thing out of this, if Trump wins this time, you know you're not gonna have parents that are gonna be like, "Oh my God, I gotta tell my daughter that the woman didn't, that Hillary didn't win." You know, oh, she was so expecting on the next woman president. Biden loses. What are you gonna tell your children? Wow, the fucking old guy lost. It's fine.
Yeah. At least he won't sniff you.
This
Yeah.
is good for you.
I don't know, because like with Trump winning, the media kind of plays off like he's such a horrible person,
Uh-huh.
and I mean he contributes to that too. But I don't know if he would really just let it go after 2 terms, or if he would actually try to like get a third term. I feel like he would do that just for like shits and giggles, if nothing. Like I felt like he ran the first time for just shits and giggles, so and then he won. But maybe like third election, he's just like, "Yo, guys, I'm still here. I'm still healthy. You know, doctor gave me a clean bill of health. Fittest guy in the world. I'm going to run for 3 terms."
I don't know why he'd want to. I like if I were him, I wouldn't even want to. Like obviously he's maybe doing it for ego or whatever, but I wouldn't want to. Like
He's
rich, like I would
tired.
just want to like relax.
Well, that's how I felt for him the first term, right? Like he didn't need to run the first in 2016 either. I felt like it was like a publicity stunt, and then it just like he won.
Accidentally won.
Yeah, and then he just rolled with it. So like third, I mean, if nothing else, it would be such a big distraction for everything else that's associated with him.
He's not gonna go run third term. If you could tell from some of his speeches, he's kind of like saying like, you know, like if he had the choice, he probably wouldn't do this. He'd live a much more comfortable life, just fucking doing this his private life before he became president. Anyways,
I mean,
like he's already won. He's
Eh.
become president, right? If he wins
And
the full terms, then what more does he want? He's not. He'd
A
rather
third
go
term.
back to a Well, he'd rather go back to his comfortable life and shit.
Nah,
And you got like the precedent set by like Washington, where you serve 2 terms and you relinquish power, and that's like no every news agency would be all over. You think you're better than Washington, type thing.
well, he almost said he was less racist than Lincoln. So, I mean,
Lincoln was not racist, that's for sure.
I guess Washington is untouchable for now, but I think that's why it would be so entertaining. He would just like he would be set up to fail, but like just roll with it. I feel like what can he lose at that point, right? He's already out of office. Like who's he gonna throw the mantle to? Like who in the Republican Party would he want to endorse? Like just endorse himself or maybe his son. That'd be hilarious too.
The only one of his sons that would be confident enough to be president would be either Barron or Jared, his son-in-law. I don't think Eric or is Don Jr. Don Jr. is probably the most incompetent one out of all of them.
What if he endorses Ivanka to be the first female president?
That could work.
That would be crazy with all the like diehard like Trump fans being like, and like if you're opposed to it, like how can you say no to supporting the first female president?
Man, why stop even Ivanka? The Trump fucking let's go all the way. Why don't they elect Barron as a child to be president at the next one? That'd be great.
You gotta be 35, dog. Come on, we gotta
Change the laws. Change your final act as your last term of president. Change the law.
We gotta have some decorum here.
You don't need any of it.
There was one interesting one. I forget what podcast it was on, but it was talking about Snowden and getting a pardon, and Trump had like thrown it around a couple times. Interesting if he did pardon like Snowden or something. That's something that should happen. I think he should have just said it. I think he would have got a lot of support for just saying that he would pardon him anyway.
He may have forgotten who Snowden is already.
Yeah, that's quite likely as well.
Yeah, Snowden's an interesting case. Because I don't know if you could pardon him. What he did is like, it is treason.
No.
Well,
he literally whistleblew under the administration that said that they would be the most whistleblower friendly.
Oh yeah, Obama was he was very hostile towards whistleblowers. So many whistleblowers got imprisoned during his tenure.
I know, but it was like part of his campaign that like so whistle friendly. I don't know. I don't think Snowden, he's not unpardonable. They've talked about it before.
He can be he can be pardoned.
Yeah, he could be, but like what he
by
did,
the law,
like,
okay. So,
yeah, the concept of what he
technically
did.
by the laws, yeah, he can be pardoned, but the military like the military influence in Washington is the Pentagon's influence is so strong that I don't think anybody would want to pardon him. Like you don't want to be like the president that kind of goes against that whole block of people, right? And I'm not saying like because they'll end up like JFK, but but it's just that it's such a huge power and shit. Like even when it was Obama, he acquiesced. At the end, he's like, you know what? Yeah, fucking persecute all the whistleblowers and drone strike. Assassinate American citizens by drone strike, right? Like, go ahead. Let's expand it.
On that JRE with Glenn Greenwald, he had a funny line. He's like, how the presidents always like kind of backtrack on stuff they said they do. He's like, do you think the military just comes in there and shows them an alternate angle of the JFK assassination, and then they like just nod at each other, and that's it?
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. President.
Yeah.
The briefing.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if they showed you footage of them orchestrating the assassination of a president, like that puts you in your place real quick, right? They want your president, you're like, I understand where I stand.
I have a very charming brother. Hey, how late are you guys going to be there tonight? Because I know, Gail, you.
All right, which stream are we watching now? Oh, it's Colbert.
Oh god, that guy. He was so funny when he did the Colbert Report, and then like everything after that has been so insufferable.
Because he feels like his country is dying.
I know, but his character was like so like good. It was like actually smart. But then when he plays himself, he's not very smart or good.
When the satire's off.
Yeah.
He wants to save his country with smug liberal takes and everything.
So
That's what's
lame.
gonna save everything. Is be
Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate it.
that holier than thou political party.
Good to see you.
Yeah, John.
All right. Always good to touch base with Stephen Colbert. And we
You
need
can
some
tell
levity.
you guys are friends, John Dickerson.
We need some levity in the midst of kind of what is this moment where we're waiting. You know, we're really waiting.
I don't like
to get
it. I don't
some
got the
of
audio on
final
it, but
vote
I
count, not
like
only
what I'm
in
seeing.
Arizona, Nevada, but then waiting to hear what is the case in those upper Midwest states that now the Biden campaign believes and is telling reporters that they feel confident that that is their path to the presidency.
And you know, Nora, I think it's worth reminding people, we hear so often about the different approaches to the campaign, and this is the most expensive campaign ever, the money that was poured into it.
Yeah, so the way it's going right now, it's probably gonna.
They spent $250 million over 2 years going and trying to get their supporters going
Man.
door to door.
Yeah, the way it's going right now, they're not gonna get. You're not gonna get it on election day, and it's going to be exactly how they said. Trump looked. It seems like he would be the upper hand on this day, and then going in. If Biden wins days later, when the full count is in, they expect riots. Which at this point, they better show riots, or else I'm gonna be disappointed. And then I wonder if the Democrats would riot if Trump won days after.
I think they're the most inclined to riot.
Does he or she look nervous?
I would love riots, whether it's blue or red.
Like I think Portland's looking for any reason
To secede.
just to throw rioting stuff around. You know, they like that. They were pretty strong there for a while.
I love it.
Optimistic.
Bring out the riot police.
Then there's some people who are just nervous flyers like you are.
Yeah.
Every time I fly
National
with
Guard.
Nora, holding my hand.
I know. I get in
Everybody.
Nora's lap. She has to pat me.
Fire everything.
Dipsy doodle. I'm a very nervous flyer.
But to continue the metaphor a little further, at some point gravity is more powerful than the placid looks of the flight attendant, and so we may come into a situation here where the campaigns might feel like they, things are.
What the fuck are these people even talking about? This is the worst. This is the news pundits are the worst.
Hang on, CBS News has a projection.
What are they saying?
That Joe Biden has won
Something.
the state of Oregon.
Oh wait, hold on.
And President Trump has won Nebraska.
Okay, Oregon's pretty
Now,
small.
while
Who
some
cares?
of these, and Florida is leaning.
Oregon.
Yep, there we go, and Nebraska. And while those are expected, what they
Yeah,
do by
no one cares
calling
about
them, or I
Nebraska.
should say, in projecting
No one cares about Oregon
them,
or
put
Nebraska.
more numbers on the board on the path to 270.
Yeah, I
Let's
need
go
to see
now
that Alaska
Major Garrett.
Hawaii count.
So more exit poll data. We're going to talk
I think they're both gonna go blue.
was over there.
Alaska's probably gonna be red.
I'm loving them
They were
both.
last
So,
time.
independent voters in 3 states, Upper Midwest.
When I
Michigan,
speak to
Minnesota,
people in Alaska, though, I don't feel like they associate themselves with Trump.
Again, gathered today through it.
Alaska's one of those special states where, like, who it is, Republican incumbent or whoever, they have a lot of more different policies than the continental mainstream party.
Yeah, they're just the old
policies.
little thing.
Yeah, because like they got. Because even if you're a Republican, you get a lot of like the government gives. It does give you like a little bit of a surplus from the royalties and shit. So like it's a completely different kind of mindset over there.
Hmm. They're red, but they're not really either parties.
Yeah, which is what I'm arguing. What Texas over time will look like as well. It's going to look a lot different than a lot of other Republican states. Like if you think about the mainstream Republican Party, what it looks like in like Kentucky or like Alabama or whatever. Texas may look more of one of those nuanced change in Republican states just because they need to if the Republicans are going to keep Texas as a stronghold going forward.
Yeah, I agree. I think like Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, even like
all
Utah,
the border states, all the border states with Latin America, they're gonna have if the Republicans want to have a core stronghold, they're gonna have to do something where it's like they're gonna have to accept a lot of these like pro-Latino policies, which the rest of the countries are in the interior they may not have the stomach for. They're gonna have to something like that.
COVID has taken
It's just like Alberta NDP versus national, Canada's national NDP, right? Fucking, they may be at opposite fucking ends on and fight their own party on a lot of stuff just because of the way Alberta is compared to like what is in Ontario.
Dude, Jagmeet Singh is just like a total meathead.
Like his party is completely Ontario centric. That's where it's coming from.
Dude, I like Jack Layton. I thought Jack Layton was dude, but I hate Jagmeet. I can't stand him. So annoying.
Jack Layton was at a time where like Canadian politicians I felt had integrity. Like everyone was like a stand-up person. Now it's questionable to me.
Yeah, true.
But his generation of people had scandals everywhere as well. Not Jack Layton, but his generation of people is still the same.
Yeah, but that contributes to why he is such a stand-up guy too.
I haven't caught him in blackface yet, so he's beaten Trudeau so far,
Trudeau, he has some pretty good political body armor.
Dude, that guy's got plot armor. Like, if anybody wrote a book, that would be like a lead character. Like
Trudeau,
can't be stopped.
He may even be more Teflon Don than Teflon Don.
Yeah, he just doesn't live the persona, so no catching on. He's pretty bulletproof.
For now, at least. For now, I think.
Man, Jason's on point with his stream game. I keep on forgetting, and then all these things go to commercial. Fucking he's been.
The other parties in Canada are just so like weak in comparison to rules right now federally. It's really a good place for anyone.
Episode a while back where I said basically, ironically and yet unironically, like the Bloc Québécois was probably one of the more better disciplined parties just because they have their fucking base down hard, right? They know exactly what their party is for.
True. Yeah.
Every other party is just it's based on like ID poll, it's based on fucking shitty like just values, right? Like it's a mess. It's
a mess. Oh, we got some 1% in Nevada posted now. Cool. Obviously, it's turned later, probably.
Oh wow! Right now the House elections not looking good for the Democrats, but they're expected to pick up a lot more later. They're both tied. They flipped 2 seats, both of them.
That's pretty
and also for the
interesting.
Senate as well. They were thinking they were projecting a sweep in the House and the Senate too.
For the Dems?
Yeah. Not a sweep, but they were gonna win.
Yeah, you would think
majority,
so.
Yeah.
According to like the media and everything, but news just gets it wrong.
Well, there is also like kind of what the 2018 was kind of hinting towards as well. Like Republicans may have a hard time to hold the Senate.
That'd be interesting for Trump there if he had
If
some
he's a lame
opposing
duck president
factions.
for his final term.
Yeah, and then he can just sit there and blame him, and they'll be like, "Oh, but you told Joe you got to talk him in."
That's true. He might excel as a second term just because he can he could just say, "Yeah, fucking, I tried to, but those cocksuckers they didn't let me." Sleepy Joe and Nancy Pelosi, they didn't let me. They didn't let me do what I want, so that's why everybody's in shit right now.
Yeah, I mean that'd be peak useful for him anyway.
He get exactly what he wanted. That's perfect.
But then, would he still run for a third term?
Well, I never thought he would run for a third term. I thought he was already tired already. He was like, please let it end.
He's like the one president though, like like Obama. Like you look at him when he came in office and exited, he looked like he aged 20 years. Like Trump looks like the exact same.
Oh yeah.
Like every president ages super fast, but he looks exact same.
That's it. He's taking it easy. It's casual.
Well, he's the guy that like you go into a job and they're like, hey, you know, we're gonna give you health care, we're gonna give you these benefits, and he's like, oh sweet, I'm gonna cash them in.
You cash it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're president. Cash everything.
Yeah.
In. Who gives a shit? Get
Obama
your
took-
son-in-law. Get your son-in-law to sit in on fucking national security meetings. Why not? I'm the president now.
That is one of the more distressing things that he does.
I'm the boss.
I don't think I could find a justification for that one. But yeah, this is Jared. He's a big businessman. He's just gonna sit in on this national policy that nobody else knows.
That was the best. You could tell like the military was like molding, like one after one, all of them would just fucking resign their posts. At the beginning, they were like Mattis and fucking John Kelly. They're thinking, hey, maybe we can, maybe combined, we can all, like control the president, like control the more radical tendencies, and it ended up they're all just fucking kicked out or resigned. They couldn't handle it.
Yeah. I remember them like talking about like the high turnover as an issue and stuff like in his administration, but I kind of think it's interesting because like if someone isn't working out, like why should you keep them there for like 8 years? It doesn't make sense to me either.
I mean, a lot of it was, a lot of it was kind of, if you didn't like Trump, anybody that would be against him, you would turn into like an idol worship. It got so ridiculous that he would fire John Bolton, and then you get some people that are supposed to be Democrats, and they'd be like, oh yeah, John Bolton, he got fired, so that means he has integrity. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, he's way worse of a person than Trump can ever be. Like, he's actually like a fucking evil guy. Like, just because like Trump kicked him out, like now he's supposed to be some fucking idol that you're supposed to gather around. Everybody that he kicks out is a good guy.
Yeah, make
It
sure you
was,
buy
it
his
was
book.
insane. It was insane. Like all of this is fucking fickle. Like, who else? Tillerson, remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they fucking hated him, and until he got kicked out, and then he turned into something.
Yeah, he kind of disappeared off the face of the earth, eh? Most of these guys, like you hear their names coming up and all that, but he kind of just walked away.
Well, that guy had a much more lucrative gig in the private sector, anyways.
It's my dream.
What is your dream?
To get a
Be rich.
lucrative gig in the private sector. If only Senk would hire me for the Young Turks.
Oh yeah, I would love to see you on his stream.
That would be the best. I would just be his forehead dabber. Yeah, everything's slow going now. Ohio's approaching. What's that? 94.
Ohio should be called too, right?
Yeah, Texas is approaching 80.
Is it?
Ohio's done. It's Trump. Biden can't catch up.
Very likely. Let's see what we got here.
It's 53-45 with 6% left. It's like that's like
I'm
statistically
seeing
impossible.
which ones they're still holding out on inside of them.
Oh, what? It was showing Nevada earlier. Not showing.
Oh yeah, it showed Nevada 1% earlier.
Yeah.
What the fuck
Took
do
it
they have
away
in-
from us.
Oh, okay. I guess in Toledo they're not done yet, and that's only a 57. Dayton. Yeah.
Dayton.
Let's see. If you get Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. You get those, he's probably gonna win. Assuming Texas doesn't fucking flip blue.
No, he's pulling away there pretty healthy now.
Yeah.
That was a lot of people were pretty happy to see it blue for 5 minutes though. Well, I mean an hour, but
I mean, it's too early in the timeline for Texas to turn blue.
It's too early for it to turn blue.
I mean, like in the grand scheme of things, the way it's trending, it's not going to be blue in 2020. It's not going to be blue in 2024 either. But anything after that, who knows?
So each county has like the same amount of votes, or how does that work?
No, not really. It's each county is not the same amount of votes. They have different numbers depending on how populous and stuff the county is. But it's still the whole state is first past the post, right? So even if you win a bunch of counties or whatever, even if you win all the cities, but if you lose just even by like 1%, the entire state, you win the entire state. All the electoral votes go to you.
I see. Because
But they're taking a while because some of the more populous counties they have to still they're going to be counting, right? And regularly they would be counting it throughout the night. This time they're going to be counting throughout days, right? So that's why it's going to take a while for some of these ones to show up.
yeah, I think I read Pittsburgh or Philadelphia is done counting mail-ins. They're only counting today's votes, so the mail-ins will come later.
Yeah, so you're not gonna get. Is the type A scenario they came out with before they started getting greedy, looking at the polls.
Montana's actually a lot closer than I thought it'd be with 51% in.
This was Trump's in 2016, so I can't imagine that Biden spent much time in Montana just to win 3 electoral votes. So it's very likely Montana just turns.
Oh yeah, it was.
blue.
I was mistaken. I thought it was blue last time. My bad.
So unless they fucking saw something in the stars and decided to go blue, I don't think they're gonna go blue.
No, the only.
I find it so peculiar that people can like vote this. I mean, predict this based on trends.
Oh, they got they got guys running the numbers and the fucking percentiles and shit in the back room.
No, but what I mean is like year over year, the same state, like certain states just don't flip regardless. I just find that so strange.
Oh no, that's easy. Fucking, can you imagine? Because think of a state like Louisiana. When are they ever gonna flip blue? Right.
But that, yeah, I get that in
Literally,
reality, but like in concept, if there's a bad leader, and you have the choice to change, you should just be able to change.
But that's
So
not what they're going for, right? Like it doesn't ever work out. Like it's also like when these, especially in these states, the interior states or whatever, they're influenced a lot more by their local kind of government and stuff, right? So, like Louisiana, like their local government, even it's pretty much Republican all the time. Like you grow up in that state voting Republican, your parents do, your friends' parents do. It's kind of like a thing that you kind of do, right? It's like going to church on Sunday. You're supposed to vote Republican on every 4 years or whatever, right? I mean, like at some point, it just becomes like like that part of a group identity. Like like we've always done this. This is what we know. This is what we're comfortable with. Like that's usually what happens in these kind of states. And also, usually usually they like to keep it's in some things it's to their benefit. And especially in these states, maybe it's something as simple as like fucking abortion that will keep them red or whatever, right? Like and then that's what they're gonna go with. The national, election maybe seem far enough away for them that they will just vote Republican just because that's the way of life of where they live.
The one, like, you pick your one issue, your deal breaker issue, basically, and whoever is on your side of that line, you vote for
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like it's just like that. Like, you know, if you're a Catholic, and you've grown up just going to fucking mass all the time, you know, you're more likely to keep on doing that than someone just converting over to Catholicism or whatever, because it's for you as a way of life. For Paul, there's a lot of for some people, it might just be a way of life for them that they go for one side, right?
Yeah, it's just so strange to me that that happens in the U.S. when they have the ability to choose. Less so in Canada, because in
Yeah, less
Canada,
in
like,
Canada, of course. Yeah.
you're like stuck with the party.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the same in Canada. Yeah, in some of these provinces, they will only vote one thing.
Right, but in Canada, you're not voting for the prime minister. You're voting for your MP, right? And
Yeah, you're
then
for your party.
indirectly,
Well, you're voting for your party. Yeah, the MP of your party.
yeah. So I mean, it in Canada, it's kind of like, well, if you're in Alberta, it makes sense to vote for the Conservative MP, even if you don't like the Conservative leader, which is kind of messed up. I thought it doesn't make sense to me how it works.
It'll be by party. Yeah, because practically is usually the party that drives the agenda, no matter what the personality is, right? You usually get an outsized impression of personality, like whoever the personally who the leader is it's because when you hear about it on news, when you read about it, it's usually they like to center on a personality, right? But a lot of the stuff is party driven. It's an outlier if you get a personality that's bigger than the party, right? The majority of the time is not like that.
We have it with Trudeau. I think Trudeau is bigger than the party.
I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, you could argue that in a way, but a lot of times, like, the party kind of acts as like, sometimes they kind of act like a protective buffer around them. The guy did like blackface so many times. But they still, I don't know. They still vote for him because they vote for his party, right?
I thought, yeah, well, my take on it was I thought he got a lot of votes because of his age, and he is very charismatic compared to other his
Yeah, but
competition.
age wasn't even a factor in the last one. Everybody was young. All the leaders.
Yeah, it's Scheer was so boring, and then
But
Jagmeet's thing
Scheer
was
is
so weak.
Scheer is a con artist.
Scheer was a terrible candidate. I don't know
Yeah.
what they were thinking with him.
Like he had no right to be in that contest with like everyone else.
Yeah, and you know the people that voted for Scheer, it's just because they voted conservative. They're voting for the party.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is so strange to me.
But that's it. Like that's the norm usually. Like in implementation, it's usually it is kind of like the party as the mass driver instead of the individual. Usually, it's throughout history. It's quite in the minority that the personality drives the party.
Yeah, but I think in our case right now, Trudeau definitely does, and like Singh wears a turban, like that. Just as much as Canadians like to pretend how like unbiased they are, it totally affects them.
I don't think so. I mean, like, you know, you got Calgary. Calgary's a conservative like hold, and we have Nenshi as our mayor, and he's Muslim, and
But he doesn't wear a
nobody
turban.
minds him.
He doesn't wear a turban though.
No,
Like I
but
said,
he's the same. He's even more like disenfranchised than like the Sikhs are in Canada, really.
Yeah, but I'm glad Nenshi got in, but I think another Nenshi would probably have a hard time. It's really not replicatable, and he takes like a hard stance on a lot of things. He's just like, I'm not gonna put up with the shit. We're gonna do it this way. I don't know. I think Calgary's unique in that that's how Calgarians deal with problems too. But I think most of Canada,
most of them are Like fucking. Ugh. Who is that guy? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I forgot. I forgot the guy's name.
I think that a lot of the issue with like Jagmeet Singh is he plays the race card all the time, and he has terrible opinions on everything, and he wants to shut down every industry.
He's
that's his
very
main
yeah,
issue.
he's very strong. He's very like strong-willed and that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, he's not interested in playing the more tactile fucking play.
So
He's more of a
he's like accepted that he's going to be in the opposition, and he's just playing the opposition card, right?
But the thing is, like, with Jagmeet Singh, I think if if he wasn't the leader, fucking NDP would kind of get still the same kind of performance, because most of the NDP people that are in NDP, that their supporters, they're voting for party, just like conservatives voting for party. You know, like fucking Shear's dead weight, get rid of him. They're voting for the party. NDP is still more or less that way as well. Trudeau, you can argue, has more of a personality um, pull in it, but that is in a way it's a little bit because of also his political name, right? And that's where it kind of like it's not just that he's young and that he looks like that, but his last name's Trudeau too. That's kind of where it comes from.
Yeah, for sure. Like I don't think like he like in a respect he's not bigger than the party because he's like built and indoctrinated to the party the whole
Yeah,
time.
exactly. He's
Like
something molded by the party in a way, right? Like
yeah.
it's supposed to be, it's a superstructure and base. The base reinforce. The superstructure is built upon the base, but the superstructure also reinforces it. It's sort of something like that.
So he's like the brainchild of the party, and
Not really brainchild, but it's kind of like it feeds off of each other, right? I'm still saying like people vote for party first, but Trudeau being the face of that party right now, and because of his name and who his dad is, it gives off that thing where it's like that reinforcement where Trudeau as a personality also adds to the party's power. But the base, the base of Canadian power in politics is usually it's pretty much always by party, and because conservatives are a really good indicator of that, because aside from the only time they get recognition is usually if they are in power for a while. Like Harper was in power for a while, so that he gets sort of that credit, right? That street cred as a conservative politician. But when people vote conservative, they're not voting per se just because of Harper or whoever the fuck, right? They're voting first and foremost for the Conservative Party, and and that's more. You can see it much more strongly in the Conservative Party, and then you can see it also with Singh. Except because he's a very visible guy, it kind of obscures that. But people are voting NDP first and foremost because of party, second because of Singh.
Yeah,
Trudeau's the
there's
only one. Yeah, and Trudeau's the only one where you can argue. You can have an argument for the other side, but I still argue that it's party first, and he's just there. But he reinforces the party because of who he is, his last name, and all that.
yeah, the other thing, like, like for someone who transcends the party, like Trump, like, you're gonna have that base that votes Republican no matter what, but he brings, like, a lot of people, if he wasn't running, wouldn't bother even voting. But I don't think Trudeau brings that to the plate.
Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't him, the same people would vote anyway.
That's exactly right. Trump is
think
one of
so.
those rare ones where he transcends. He is leading the party because like I said, the traditional Republicans are fucking dead weight in the water. Like they can't pull the numbers like they can right now that Trump can, just based off of the traditional conservative fucking talking points and policies, right? Trump is literally the one that's bringing the numbers for them. So the party molds itself around Trump, right? All these people that he basically just made fun of, shat on, all of them, like Rubio, Cruz, and all those guys, all of them had to just eat shit, bend over for Trump, and just be like, yeah, you can, fucking have your way with me, sir, as long as you can bring in what we need to get our interests, our party interests done. And McConnell was probably the whip driver to put everybody in line, right? Like fucking, he's president and we got the votes, so we can do our shit.
Did you have something to add, James?
No, it's.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh no, I exactly agree with that. So that's the one thing that I think differentiates the
No, I agree too. That's kind of why earlier I thought, who if Trump wins this election, it just seems like there's no one else that can pick up that mantle, so why not him
Oh
again?
yeah, yeah.
But
That would be something that they would need to tackle after the Trump presidency for Republicans. Like, how do we win again without a Trump?
yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think of O'Toole?
I don't know. He's just fucking. He's just another dime a dozen
He's what?
conservative guy. Another dime a dozen conservative. Who
Oh, you think
cares?
so?
I don't
Okay.
care. I have a low opinion of all of them, every single one of them, from all
I-
the parties.
But O'Toole has quite the resume, right?
Doesn't matter. Why the fuck
Doesn't
would that?
matter. So in Canadian elections, who do you vote for? Like, who do you endorse?
I always, if either I don't vote or I just do the chaos vote. Whoever I think
chaos?
is the funniest one.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you get some fucked up like especially some like no names on the ballot sometimes, and I like to like fucking Google and see who the fuck these guys are. The crazier they are, the more I vote for them.
well, I guess in Canada you really only pick your MP anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter.
None of it speaks to me unless I see the fucking hammer and sickle on one of the candidates on there. I'm probably not gonna vote.
How close do they need to be to that? Because like, would you have? So you would have voted for Bernie, right? Because Bernie's like the closest.
Yeah, if we get Canadian Bernie, I can see. Well, you know what the funny thing is, a Bernie would just be like a normal fucking whatever in Canada. Like, he would be just the typical cookie cutter center left whatever politician you'd see in Canada. It wouldn't be that radical up here.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, like Bernie has a person, he's got the integrity and shit, and what really draws him in the United States is his policies. But up here, really, his policies are already pretty much enacted, right? So it's just be like his personality as a person. So like why?
You don't think if Bernie, not we can't have him there, but like if somebody exactly like Bernie was in Canada, they wouldn't push it further.
Why would they push it further? Bernie's already
Like-
pretty lukewarm in my eyes.
No. I mean, I feel like Bernie's lukewarm because he's dealing with a U.S. situation. But if Bernie was in Canada,
Oh
and
yeah,
he's
okay.
already like he would push it even further, right?
Yeah, but it depends on what kind of he wants to push it further. I'm assuming he's gonna push it farther. Farther. This hypothetical Bernie, Canadian Bernie, would be pushing it further left, right? But then my thing would be like, okay, well, I'm not just a fucking guy that just vote anything that looks left. Like you gotta say what exactly you're for, right? I want that hardcore shit. Like you gotta know the guy needs to know his shit. He needs to know his like historical materialism, his whatever dialectics, right? Like development stuff, theory, whatever. I want the guy to toil in the field for like fucking 20 years too before he becomes a politician. Like
Oh, Biden just won Hawaii.
as expected.
Yeah, of course he would.
Crushing blow.
Crushing blow. Oh wow, Democrats.
Like if we're talking in the Canadian socialist parties, like there's two socialist parties in Canada that are you can count them mainstream, but they're really just fucking neckbeard parties, and they're both jokes. They also hate each other. They're like fucking rivals against. It's sometimes you can get a complete like fuck mess of it because some people will be like, oh yeah, Enver Hoxha is the real one. No, I'm more of a Albanian socialist, or oh I'm a fucking Russian guy. Oh I'm a Trotskyist. Like you get all these fucking clowns all over the place, right? So like fucking even then, like what are you gonna do? Like what kind of politics are you gonna be into, right? Like so, like Bernie, the way he is, he's a lukewarm guy if he's up here. But Canada's not really. Canada's really like a lukewarm, like very center, very like soft country too. Like we don't like Canadians don't like a lot of anything that can rock a boat in either direction. So they really like to stay just in this safe little soft center.
I don't know how long they can keep that up though. It costs money to do that.
Well, yeah, obviously, if you need change, status quo is not the way to go. But like you need something that will be very. Oh, he won Ohio.
Oh, did they
Who?
post it?
I think they projected it on CBC.
Oh, I didn't get the check
Oh,
yet.
yeah. Technically, Biden can't win Ohio. Like Trump has a huge lead in Ohio, bigger than 2016, I think.
Let's see the reaction on the.
TYT.
Florida was posting 98%, but now they're down to 96. They must have found a couple ballots.
Wait, if they found ballots, how does the percentage decrease?
No, it's just that they just estimate a number of counted. So.
Huh. Strange. Okay. Oh, I hope Ohio goes Trump, and I hope Biden wins. So I can
Oh
be like,
fuck yeah!
oh,
Just to stick it
Biden.
to Brian. Oh
Yeah.
fuck! I would love that more than anything.
Be
Even
like,
if at the point that even if Ohio turned blue, I'd be like, fucking let Trump win so we can
yeah,
stick it to Brian.
and it would be best if he he just stopped watching after Ohio won. He's just like, oh, Ohio won. That's it, guys. I'm going to sleep.
God damn
These
it.
suckers
God
staying
damn
up.
it. Why do they have to make things easier for Brian? Anyways, yeah, what was I saying before? Canada's fucked? Yeah, sure. Why not?
You were gonna start the revolution.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Okay, like the interesting thing is Canada gets its way. Canada is its way right now because we're more amenable to a lot of more like big scale social projects and stuff. Like healthcare was one of the big things, right? But like we're more amenable to that because I think I believe a lot of it has to do with kind of the climate, right? Like if you're homeless in Canada during winter, you're probably gonna die, right? If there wasn't these things set out in place for you, compared to somewhere in like LA, where if you're homeless, you're not gonna fucking die just on a cold night. I think that drives the society in some sort of directions where they say, like it may make it more amenable to these kind of societal directions. I know it's kind of like a determinist kind of thing, but sometimes determinists like thinking and ideology does have some sense in the real world, right? Like the countries that end up to be centralized, well, historically they had to rally people to do big, landscape changing projects before, right? The ones that are decentralized, they never had to do kind of those kind of things. I do kind of feel like because of where Canada is and what it has to face in conditions, it shapes people and it shapes their view on things in aggregate.
Yeah, there's definitely some merit to that for sure. It's definitely historically, like you look at a lot of colder climates and they've always been very collectivist. I would say.
And I don't think it's like I don't think there's like an absence of correlation there. I think it's sensible to make that correlation.
And why won't they post Iowa in my Ohio on my map? I want to see it. I want it counted.
Oh, they're just like refusing to. But it's statistically like it's done.
Yeah, that was kind of like what they did for Florida back then. Like Florida, it was clearly going to be Trump. The one county that was holding out was just some fucking redneck bumfuck town county that was never going to vote Clinton anyways. But they held out until they can get the votes from that county.
The New York Times map shows Ohio as red.
Yeah, it should be red by now.
Beautiful. Let's get some more maps open here. Oh yeah. Yeah, probably by like 1 a.m. or something. Start getting the last of these, like, at least close.
Jesus.
That's what I would guess, anyway.
I don't think Brian ever came back on.
Why would he? Ohio is done. He already knows the result.
He can come on and gloat.
Yep.
I was correct.
So,
The gods have
guys?
spoken.
Yeah.
I haven't seen TYT talk about Ohio yet, though.
They're
Oh,
already...
Minnesota went Biden.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. 270. Oh, man.
What we're going to be looking for, what will be important and won't be determined today will be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
I mean, Trump has such a sizable lead in all three of those.
Yeah, but just the way that they are and what they were saying, the mail-in ballots would be skewed. Like Biden has like, well, they were saying Biden has close to a 2 to 3 of the mail ballots, right? So if they're counted later, that might be a burst for him. Is it enough though? Is the question.
Yeah, like they're not. Pennsylvania isn't even close. Like it shows like Trump had like almost 3 million votes, and right now he's sitting at 2.4 with only 57% posted. So I would say there's a pretty good shot there.
Yeah.
Like, and Biden's like way behind where Hillary was because she got 2.9 as well. It was closely contested last time.
Yeah, well, the main thing will be what is the percentage of those votes that are counted in later, right? For the
Yeah,
mail-in.
absolutely.
If it is actually that skewed for Biden, or is it less, or if they exaggerated how much Biden's getting would get from the mail-ins.
Yeah.
But are we talking like 1 million mail-in ballots?
Yeah, it was a huge amount that they mailed in, like
Yeah,
close to 100 million they mailed in or whatever.
100 million?
Not 100 million. That's like almost
That's
the
a
whole voter
third.
count.
Early voting, sorry,
That's like-
early voting is 100 million.
Okay.
Mail-in ballots is a substantial portion of that, like a chunk of that.
Yeah, I mean, probably won't know for a bit if Philadelphia is not counting mail-ins tomorrow or whatever. Because it looks like almost every other place is pretty well locked in. But yeah, Corona really made an interesting election year for that.
I thought 2016 was more interesting.
Well, obviously was.
I think there's a lot more like there's a lot more action around it, that's for sure. And then like obviously Hillary was like a terrible, terrible candidate. Like probably the worst one they could have put up.
See, the 2016 was exciting because everybody was, especially news media, thought it was a shoe-in and they wanted it to be a shoe-in. And then when it started to fucking turn, you can see them like just lose it on live TV, right?
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was interesting because it lasted so long. It was like a whole like season. A season of entertainment, whereas like this year it felt like a week.
Yeah, it's less of that pizzazz.
I think Corona killed a lot of it too. Like there wasn't as much activity everywhere, you know. Just didn't have the hype.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although the Trump rallies were still pretty big. But they weren't interesting, you know. He didn't have the locker up and stuff this time.
Yeah, he did. He still had locker up. She just wasn't running against
yeah,
him.
it's just not running. It's not that exciting. He's kind of like you're going to use the. It's kind of watching one of those flashback episodes or whatever, filler episode.
You know,
If
and
you're talking about locking her up.
The betting odds were a lot more interesting last time. Like I remember my buddy back when Donald Trump was like still running in the primaries, and he had like 300 to 1 odds and stuff. And it's like, you know, there's probably a lot of money put on that election compared to this one. I'd be interested to see.
The odds were pretty. Yeah, the odds are. It was against Trump going in, just because you're basing it on the polls, right? Not as high as Hillary versus Trump, but the odds were, I think, maybe 5-1. I want to guess.
It wasn't even that high because of Trump's incumbency. That really kept it down.
Yeah, I guess that could work.
But yeah, the betting lines just weren't as big. Like in 2016, they had crazy lines, and then this one it would be like +3 or whatever. So
I think everyone just like had a reality check this year. Just like,
Well,
we
yeah,
can't
because
assume anything.
2016 happened, right? You can't.
Yeah.
$7,000.
That have been ground down almost into despair, and now it's a boom
yeah,
right now.
yeah, the media is not as good this year.
No, they're kind of watching themselves. That's why they don't want to make a fool of themselves like they did in 2016. Which is impossible. The media always makes a fool of themselves.
I should check out Nate Silver here.
is he still alive?
I'm just gonna check his Twitter there, see what he's saying.
Who is this?
Nate Silver. He's the guy that runs that website.
538.
Yeah, 538. That was like the election wonk.
That looks a lot like a marriage between 2016 and 2018. And the early part of the evening went to the Republicans in 2018, and the latter part of the evening went to the Democrats.
His image, my first reaction is that he reminded me of Day 9. I don't know if you guys know who Day 9 is, but he's
the caster.
Yeah,
We found out there was a United States senator from a Democratic senator from Arizona. So I think we're in that. I think I'd also caution people to examine counties that are only half reported as if it matters to what it was before.
That's a great point, but I just want to put one more question. Do you say basically emerging, and Nate said the same thing, of 2016 to 2018. Since 2018, we've had an impeachment, a pandemic, 20 million.
Come on, riot.
The president
Come on, riot.
second surge, and nothing changes.
I don't know about that. I haven't seen anything yet.
Exactly what it looks like. And you take a look at Donald Trump's job
Right in the coming days.
Of his presidency, it's
for sure.
it's almost exact number
For sure. Well, they're gonna call it protesting.
Another quick break, as you've just heard.
They can call it what the fuck they want.
Yeah. Where some people are gonna protest, and then the rioters will take advantage of the situation and loot and pillage and burn shit down.
Excuse, but the question really is,
That's how it always happens, right?
On November 3rd,
I mean,
and how many people
protest,
came out
if it
to
riots,
vote.
riots,
The
protest,
answers to
protest.
those questions will
No,
provide more
No. Rioters like legitimate protests will go on, and then rioters will just take advantage of that and riot, right? They're just escalated. They don't really like rioters. Don't really care about the cause. They just want to cause mayhem.
You are overestimating the propensity for the legitimate protester to also just riot as well.
Oh, that's true.
Underestimating.
But like, I'm just saying, like in the case that the protesters are rioting, like the actual rioters are already out there. They like instigated that.
Metamorphosize into the rioters.
Yeah. Grasshoppers and locusts, right?
I just want to. It's a funny image in my mind. It's like, hello, I'm Bob. I'm a protester. Hello, I'm Jim. I'm a rioter. We may look alike, but we are completely different. Here are some of the differences: the haircut, the clothes.
One's carrying a sign, one's carrying a Molotov.
Spoiler alert! It's the protester carrying the Molotov peacefully, while the rioter is going around smashing shit with his sign.
Yeah, breaking windows to get into the stores and looting.
Wait a second, this isn't going quite as we expected. let's set Florida aside for the president. Leave it red.
Leave it red.
But let's give.
What are these guys saying? I gotta keep up with Jason on these streams.
Give him Michigan and Wisconsin.
What are you watching?
Oh,
Like,
I'm just kind of like I'm also watching the whatever Jason put on stream to try to be in sync with what's going on.
Well, I'm just
The one
switching
on
between
Verbal Laxative?
CBS and ABC. but
Yeah,
they
so
keep
I
running
got all these
commercials.
windows open, so whenever he switches, I can just go and unmute.
Exactly. We get to somebody winning.
So they're going to do the hypotheticals right now and gaming it out.
Could be a few days. And what is
I think they're.
for the Biden campaign?
but the hypothetical is like if Biden wins the 3 states he needs to like win, period. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, right? Like they're doing a hypothetical based on that, and
Yeah. They're gaming it out like, well, what if he wins this? What if he wins that? What if he doesn't reach 270? Stuff like that, right?
Montana and Iowa were just called for Trump.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's gonna bring this out of relief because Iowa was one of those things unsure for him, but it was only 6 votes, right? But he's getting there.
Yes, I think for right now, for the purposes of this scenario and any of our conversations for the next, until
Yeah, and like you said, I don't think Michigan or PA is finishing tonight, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll still be contested tomorrow, but I think.
We have a map that looks much more like that.
I don't know. Can he make up 15% in Pennsylvania? 15% out
Let's
of
go
the remaining
inside. Let's go inside.
36?
See what's remaining.
36%. So he would need to. Biden would need 2/3 of the remaining votes.
they can still make it up. Like Pittsburgh has only what 17% reported in. Philadelphia 55. Yeah, he could if. You know, you gotta see these big fucking parts. If they can bring it in, he could make it up.
Wait. What are you talking about? Pittsburgh can bring it in? Pittsburgh is at 80%, right?
No, reporting in at 17.
17%.
Oh,
estimated votes
17%.
reported.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
These are the ones keeping it from being called right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
How much time do we have?
About 30 seconds.
And you know what they say, right? Fucking Pittsburgh is usually it may go for Biden. Philly usually would go for Democrat too, right? Pittsburgh, Philly usually go Democrat.
We'll negotiate that for next time.
Negotiate that next time. Ed O'Keefe, always good to have you with us. We are going to
Yeah, it's just about keeping enough to keep it competitive there.
You're watching CBS News 2020.
Because it looks like almost everywhere else is. Nah, there's still a lot to fill in. See tomorrow.
Yeah, these states you're not gonna see today. They won't be able to call, and they're gonna be pretty important too.
No, some people were saying Michigan might be till Friday, and then Pennsylvania.
Okay.
They don't even know.
Then it's even more. It would be even longer then. I mean, because especially if you think it'll be close. Because if Arizona goes for Biden, right, and then you gotta wait on the results from the Great Lakes states and shit like that. Is exactly scenario A that's happening right now. That it'll be close and you can't call it on election day. Delicious riots.
Delicious riots. I don't know. Maybe I'll get to watch TYT meltdown all week.
I like how Shanks already started melting down when he was seeing stuff getting flip red. Like he's supposed to be a fucking he's supposed to be like a fucking wonk guy, isn't he? Like this was the scenario, the main scenario everybody gamed out.
It's PTSD, man. It's PTSD.
You're right. Is that exactly? He's got flashbacks. Combat flashbacks.
Yeah. It's already happened to him once, and he's just like, no, I can't. He's probably breathing into a paper bag right now. Everyone's just like
shaking, like in Saving Private Ryan.
It's like, you're supposed to be on screen right now. He's like,
Yeah, ever since he was dominated by Alex Jones, he's never been the same.
Oh my god.
That was truly delicious.
They're not gonna be able to project the winner. The cocksuck news are just they're just repeating what I just said. They should just hire me, and I could go
No.
on with no clothes.
Surprised you haven't applied yet.
No, I refuse to.
Please become abundant.
Hate the press.
Sometimes you gotta get in there.
Gotta get paid. Hate the press.
That could be your shtick, you know?
In the press, but I hate it.
Yeah. The self-hating press man.
That sounds like an awful existence.
It doesn't work for Bernie. It's not going to work for you.
Oh, Jesus. What? Did it say North Carolina is going to be more likely Biden victory? Where are these guys? What's getting held out here?
North Carolina is very close.
It is very close, but I'm just seeing like
It's just
like,
one county that's
I'm
like
kind of going
dominate.
in. I'm kind of going in to see what what cities are like and what their vote counts like, right? Because that's where the Democrats get their votes. So if the cities are like 90-something% reporting in, and it's just these
Right.
smaller counties that aren't,
No,
then
but
it's usually you say like, yeah, fuck
No,
it's gonna be Republican.
It's done. Like North Carolina is only one county left, McDowell.
And it's
And it-
95%, and it's
Yeah,
already
so
Trump.
I mean, like, why did that? The guy on it, CBS News was like, oh, North Carolina might go for Biden. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about?
There's like no chance. Like, no chance.
It's like Florida all over again. 2016 Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think Trump did really good in Miami this time compared to last time. Oh, yeah, he did way better.
Because he didn't get Miami was the holdout. He didn't get it at all. Yeah, this time is light blue. Back then it was heavy blue.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, he did way better in Miami.
Well, I'm not that surprised in Miami because Miami, all the Cuban exiles there fucking love him.
Yeah, my friends down in Miami love him too.
Florida is such a
Non-Cuban.
wild state.
Yeah.
Florida seems like the best place to live if you like action.
Yep.
What kind of action?
If you're
Anything.
a bro. If you're a bro.
If you're a bro, if you like alligators, if you want to party, if you want to live in the swamps, they got everything. Yeah, you want to have crazy news every day. I can't imagine what their local news is like every day.
I just visited Florida a couple of times during vacation. Once, I think, during vacation. I did not want to live there. My impression when I first went of it. I went to a place that was called Kissimmee, Florida.
Where's that, near the
I have
bottom
no
or by
fucking
like?
idea.
Because I know
near
up
the
by.
near the sea, I imagine.
Oh, okay, because I know like Miami's a party, but you get up by Tallahassee and that's where it's crazy.
Oh yeah, Kissimmee, Florida, near Orlando, I think.
Oh, okay.
Man, what the fuck is?
I've
Some
never
of these when
been.
they go into these anecdotal stories when they're fucking like election pundits, this is completely useless. Like why?
Have you ever been out by like Philadelphia or Pittsburgh there? Either of
No,
you
I've
guys?
never.
No.
I really want to check out like that in Boston. A lot of the old cities with some history down there. It seems like a really sweet trip.
No one says anything bad about that. I imagine. I don't hear any bad things about it.
No, me either. But
I don't know, Jason. Did you ever go to Boston or those areas, Philly? if he's still alive.
I have not.
Okay, yeah, none of us have.
Where's your primo destination in the States there, Jason?
I've wanted to go to New York for a long time, but that never happened. Just because I've never been there before.
Yes, we have Zinzin, the resident New York visitor. He's been there once.
I went. I didn't even see any of the tourist sites.
You were just looking for like gangster rap shootings or something.
It's a good reason to go.
Where is this the place where Biggie fucking smoked a cigarette? I have to go to this place.
It's the holy pilgrimage for you.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine.
Yeah,
Was he out in New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
You should just tag along when Brian goes to Baltimore.
No, he's gonna get shot. I don't want to tag along with that bullet magnet.
Dude, come on. After watching The Wire, you got to be like ready for Baltimore.
That's the straight. That was his tutorial. He's gonna go in. He's gonna walk up to one of those blocks and be like, "How are you doing, young'un?"
Young'un. I don't even know if they'll use that language anymore. That's gotta
Shot
be
right on the
super
spot.
dated.
Shot right on the spot.
Doesn't look like he's coming back tonight, eh?
That's fine. He said he was gonna have a late dinner. I imagine that he has to please the missus.
Hello?
Oh
Hello.
no, super special guest.
Have I missed the election?
Oh my god.
You are the election.
Uganda.
Yeah.
What did it take for you so long to join us?
I was just playing games.
Oh god.
I'm here now.
Alright.
But, so I was thinking that, what if...
Oh, you listened the whole time?
Yeah, parts here and there. But what you call it? So I was thinking, right? So you mentioned Gawain, and then I'm like, okay, so what if like the country like fractures completely after the result of the election, and so you have like the East is like voting for, they're like vying for what's his face, Joe Biden, and you got the West and they're like, oh, but we want Trump. Well, I guess more Middle America would be more likely, and then Canada steps in and they're like, oh, but we want some other guy. Let's just
Johnson.
like Justin Trudeau.
Yo, listen.
And he's crowned like the king in the north, let's say.
Yo, we
And-
get fucked. If Canada wades in there, we get fucked. We can probably get fucked by just like North Dakota could probably fuck us. Like we would be done.
Yeah, and then Texas would want to, elect the corpse of George W. No, wait, sorry, George Sr.
Yeah.
Yeah. Herbert Walker. Rise. Read my lips. I still will not raise taxes.
Do you think another Bush could get in after what happened to Jeb?
Well, you
eventually.
know, you would think Jeb would have.
Yo,
done
they're
well.
still trying to run fucking Kennedys. And the last Kennedy got his fucking ass wiped in like Massachusetts, and that's why he stopped.
Yeah, I think they think that name carries a lot.
They do, and that's why it was an embarrassment because it was like in Massachusetts, Kennedy is supposed to be a shoo-in, but the last fucking guy, I don't even know who it is, Joe or whoever the fuck, he lost it.
No, John is his father.
Yeah, so the last Kennedy that was trying to run for whatever race, I forget even what it was, whether it's Senate, House, or whatever, he lost in Massachusetts. So
That's
then,
embarrassing.
Yeah, in Boston. So then he's just like, yeah, this is a bit too embarrassing. Like, how are you gonna live this down as a Kennedy?
Oh, I see B Money in the chat. It's gonna happen. He's gonna pop in here any second. I can
Get
feel
in
it.
here. Get in here. Oh, he can't hear us.
Can't hear us, but I can feel the vibes.
Get in. I'll go take a piss.
Yeah, wait till he embarrasses you all in Ohio now.
Fucking guy.
Yep.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, they called it Ohio. Yeah.
What did they
Oh,
call
Florida
now?
got called. Florida
Oh,
is
yeah,
Trump.
beautiful. Go, Florida called.
Oh, is this just gonna come down to Texas?
No, Texas is gonna get called. It's gonna come down to Biden needs some of these lake states, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. The rest
He needs
is,
2 of the 3, right? That really is what it comes down to.
yeah.
Yo,
Or
if he won
Texas.
Ohio, right? So now I'm probably fucking committed to Biden winning just so just so B Money doesn't get it right.
So actually, out of Texas, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, Biden needs 2 of those 4, and that's like what everything comes down to.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, there's no other way.
He needs Michigan, Ohio, Michigan and Pennsylvania for sure. He needs to win Pennsylvania.
Wisconsin wouldn't even save him though, so he
Yeah.
really needs.
No, he needs 2 out of the 4.
Yeah.
Any
Michigan,
of the 2.
Pennsylvania. He needs to win those, right? Or else he's fucking done. There's no two ways about it.
Let's get the count.
He can win Michigan and Wisconsin too, right? That would be 26, 250.
Plus 11 for Arizona, plus
Maine is another 4. Is that enough?
4, so he needs 32.
Wait.
Because he needs at least 3 of them.
26?
Michigan, Pennsylvania for sure. Well, he'll need to win it. Or Pennsylvania. No, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because I put in his 223 plus Maine and Arizona, and that's 238. So, yeah, he needs 32 more. So yeah, he's got to win.
32. Yeah.
You know, it's very possible they don't even reach the 270, right? So then it goes.
Then what happens?
Nevada.
I think they have to recount. I'm.
Would they recount and then have a re-election?
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure if it's a separate mechanism during recount or it's the same one. So I gotta search that up.
So it's actually very slim, right? He has to win 2 out of 3 of Texas, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. 2 of those 3.
I got all these fucking rules mixed up in my head. I gotta confirm.
Yeah, Trump needs 27, and I'm assuming he's probably going to win Alaska. But so he needs at least 24, so he could win. Just
right,
Michigan and Wisconsin.
There's a contingency procedure if they don't win 270.
I don't know if this man is going to be able to survive staying up
All
to
right,
like 5
then
a.m.
I guess the House chooses one of the top 3 presidential electoral vote winners as president, while the Senate chooses one of the top 2 vice presidential electoral vote winners as president. Blah 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 blah. Either way, they have to. If they don't reach the 270, it triggers another mechanism.
Okay, so long as Trump can hold Georgia, North Carolina, win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Texas, that's it, right? It's over. He just needs to hold those 5.
Yeah, he doesn't even. He could win Michigan and Wisconsin and still win without Pennsylvania. If he wins Alaska, sorry.
Oh, if he wins Alaska, yes. Yeah. Yeah, so really the big one is just Texas. Texas will.
Well, Texas is going to be red.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
So if Texas is red, then it just comes down to Michigan and Pennsylvania. Like, Biden needs to win both of those. Yeah, actually, if Biden can't win Texas, he has to win Michigan and Pennsylvania. It's the only way.
How far is Texas from completing?
Oh, you're back, B Money.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, you're done, Brian. Ohio went to Trump.
Fuck sakes.
What? So I'm totally committed to Trump winning that.
Yeah, you already know the winner.
In the uncomfortable position where I have to commit to someone just to fuck Ohio.
You should just double down now. Everyone who thinks they know more about politics than you'd be like, hey, let's put your money where your mouth is. I pick Trump.
It was just the voodoo that I've been searching for, how to predict the election.
Well, at this rate, you're gonna go 1 for 1, so it's a good start.
Nice. What a fantastic start.
Oh, this is the worst.
There were other voodoos. There were ones that the Redskins if they won the football game or something like that.
You know
They
what's
were
gonna
the
be good is like in like 40 years, Brown's gonna have went with this Ohio strategy, and then they're gonna be like, he's gonna be one of those news articles where it's like local engineers predict the last 20 elections, right? And he won't even mention the Ohio rule anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, what's your
But it's-
secret? I can't tell you. A
Hopefully
series
by
of
that time
algorithms and statistics.
My hope is if that was going to be the bleak future, that he makes the trip to Baltimore earlier on.
Well, the problem with the Ohio thing is it's not an early prediction because it only happens on election day. You wouldn't be able
That's
to
the
use
only
it.
problem with the Ohio.
I mean, but
It's a weakness, yeah.
election day is early results, right? You're predicting.
It's early, but it's not as early as say like polls and stuff.
But you're getting it right, and polls are getting it wrong.
Yeah, you could just nail the polls on Ohio and then be like, yeah, this is it.
I don't
I'm
think you
gonna
can
go
make a
early.
post call, like a post count prediction.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always going to be a prediction, right?
Yeah, why aren't these Alaskans counting their votes yet? Like, can't be many of them.
They must wait until daylight.
Yeah. Or
They have
might
to
be in
wait.
their-
They vote by dog sled. They gotta wait until Balto reaches all the areas to collect the votes.
It's true. They might be in their 8 months of darkness right now.
But if anyone had an excuse, I would understand from Anchorage. Like if they're like snowstorm guys, we gotta take some time. I would get it. Like California has no excuse. Like why weren't they done a week ago? Like
Who the? It's Rahm Emanuel on the ABC News. But fuck this guy. They find the worst people. Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine how much they're getting paid to just come in that night? I bet they
Yeah,
get a nice chunk.
Big sacks of cash. The worst people.
True.
wait, aren't we getting paid the same for being here?
No.
What?
You're getting paid in exposure. Plug your Twitter or something.
Let me quickly make a Twitter. Verbal laxative.
I feel like we're all in that age range where we just like not Twitter. We missed
No.
that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into it.
Well, we just plugged our TikToks, I guess. That's.
I think I
don't have
missed
those
that
either.
one. I think I'm gonna miss all of them for the foreseeable future.
We are already the boomer.
True. We are the boomers,
stage.
yeah.
We were born boomers.
I mean, I'll watch your TikToks, B Money. I'll watch them. If you got some nice TikTok dance for us.
While delivering our news.
Yeah. Still
There's
figuring out
more
to penetrate.
people. There's more people in the Discord right now than there is watching the YouTube stream.
Well, we're here to serve the people.
It's probably the people.
Like this is like an archive, right? Like it'll be there for the people to look back on.
So Addie's the one that's not on the YouTube.
No, I'm there.
It's probably a B Money because he's phone discorder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm a phone distorter.
Identified.
The life without a PC, man.
This lady just said, "Oh no, we can't say that Georgia's still out." In what universe is Georgia gonna be blue? What the fuck?
They gotta have a little bit of cope here, dude. You gotta give them some room.
There'll be no cope.
Well, to be fair, Biden said that too at his rally. He's like, "Oh, we're still in it in Georgia, which we didn't think we'd be."
Yeah, but what has he ever said that made sense lately?
Well, he told me that he's Jill's husband.
I'm Jill's husband. Where's that picture or that gif of him like sucking her finger on stage? That one weirded me out.
Can't you let the man suck someone's finger?
Did you see that one?
I don't. I think I actively avoided it. No, I didn't see it. Show it to us.
I'll get it for
Actually, I guess technically Biden is still in Georgia because Atlanta's not counted for yet.
Let's see. What are they at?
It's Georgia's actually closer than North Carolina. Like, if anything,
you might have to log in for that one.
given a close Georgia,
Nope,
or a close North Carolina, I would say
Alright.
Georgia's closer.
We'll see, but I don't recall.
Oh, I'm not saying it's like gonna go Biden. I'm saying like compared to North Carolina, which should just be called red, Georgia's actually more contested.
I'm trying to think. Is this one of the states where they're like, "Oh, Biden could get a
You know, the
lot of
description
black
sounds a
vote in
lot
here."
more creepy than it actually is.
It's not that creepy, but it is weird.
It's just kind of cute. Now, what's creepy is when he starts sniffing the children. That's creepy.
I'm not a fan of either of them, to be honest.
Like one is his spouse, the other is like a child he's met for like 10 minutes maybe.
Dog, Corona out there. I ain't licking nobody's fingers.
Like, okay, imagine a world where he wins the presidency, right?
He's basically saying it's not the worst thing that Biden's done. I'm licking the finger. His wife.
He was like playfully biting the finger. It's like licking the
it's
finger.
just cute. It's endearing.
If she was like 8, then yeah, it would be a problem.
His wife was 8.
I feel like no one is.
Yeah,
safe
we'd have a
out
lot more
there.
problems. And then he just had to explain to him. He's like, no. She's a woman. She's an 80-year-old woman in the body of an 8-year-old.
At that point, it may be like a moral duty of the American to vote Trump. If that was the case. I mean, I feel might be right because I'm trying to rack my brains up for one of those that repressed memory of why if Georgia was one of the states that they were wanting Biden to flip just because of the black vote.
I just don't know how many votes Atlanta can get, but I mean, at least Atlanta, the main city that might go blue, is still contested, whereas
Yeah,
the other
some
ones
of
are.
the counties around Atlanta's not even reporting.
Google still shows me as Biden leading at 2-2-3.
You don't use Google, man. You gotta. Google pulls secondhand from most of these sources, anyways.
To be fair, the Guardian shows the same thing at 223.
Also, maybe they're pulling it from the Guardian.
Yeah, but CNN showing 215.
Yeah, they're all different. New York Times 232 for Biden, 306 for Trump. Biden 223, and Trump 174 on Guardian and stuff like that.
Yeah. We won't know until the recount, anyways.
Well, this might just. I don't know. Something to say. I didn't even know. I knew something happened if they didn't reach 270. But I never actually read into the detail of it. But apparently, the House and the Senate get involved. I guess.
Boring.
Seems like both of them are going to make a statement tonight.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
they're gonna make a statement, and it's all gonna be the same.
We won, guys.
It's such an archaic system. I just can't imagine we still deal with this in 2020.
Overthrow them, Phil. You're in the country.
Yeah.
You're saying that we have electronics and we're good at that.
Wait, do you have a candidate?
No. I'm just like, I just think in general that like election, like the process of election, more people would have put more thought and like emphasis on our process to make it more thorough.
That's pretty much exactly what Brian is like. Just throw tech at it. Tech will solve the problem.
Yeah.
No, not well. I don't even know if tech is the solution, but just like make it a bigger issue than it really is. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot of emphasis on it.
Dude, it's always an issue, but no one ever touches it. Like I said, electoral reform is always a talking point. No one ever wants to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2-man. Is this still a 2-man? Is this still a Mexican standoff if it's 2 men?
Yes.
Yes.
Like I feel like Canada's system sucks, and yet the Americans somehow have it even worse.
Yeah, because it's all this. Regardless of what it is, once the established like the established procedures on how to fucking vie for power are done. You know, like regardless of what it is, people will not be happy, and it's also going to be kind of a shit system because by the very like basis of it, it's supposed to be it's the base of it, the foundation of it is compromised. Like they have to compromise onto something for them to work, right? And you can see it like just fucking by osmosis throughout the years. This compromise turns into is just like, oh, status quo, right? Like don't touch it, don't change it, don't change anything because this is how it's been and this is how we operate forever. You always hear about Jerry, like this is like 100-year thing that they would always gripe about, like gerrymandering or like redrawing the fucking state lines or first past the post, right? Or oh, why is it not a popular vote, why is it electoral college? And Canada's like, why is it a lot more like an electoral college, why is it more like a popular vote? You know, like no one's ever gonna touch it.
But it's not that new, right? Like
No.
sorry, it's not that old. It's not that old. Like the whole like electoral process in representative democracies is relatively new.
What's that? What is relative to you? If it's, yeah, I
Like
can argue
200
like the
years.
last couple
200
hundred years, yeah, that can be short in the grand scheme of things. But you know, like for them, this if it's 4 years election every time, that's long enough to be established status quo.
Yeah. I agree. It is status quo. I just felt like, I mean, Democrats like election is their game. It's like that's what the Democrats and Republicans live for. I just thought they would have like made more emphasis on getting the count right, unless it's like intentionally left to be ambiguous.
Well, it's intentionally left just the way it is, whether or not it's because it's the reason being is ambiguous or not. I don't know. I don't know if you can really pinpoint it, but it's in their both interests that they both leave it untouched the way it is. Chris Christie, Jesus Christ. You know, I think Chris Christie caught coronavirus. Good on him for surviving. Fucking hell. He's got one of the comorbidities, man.
But at the same time, things like that, when I hear like Trump surviving it and Chris Christie, I'm just like, oh, it can't be that deadly. Like if it's gonna kill anybody,
I
like Chris
agree.
Christie, like if he lives, how can I not live? Like this is it's nonsense.
Chris Christie is not your average fat man.
He's like Kingpin.
I mean, no, he's not an average fat man. He's like a
the
fat
average
man. Like,
he is quite an elite fat man.
Yeah.
okay, he is definitely fatter than most. Let's check.
His chances of surviving are heads and shoulders above the other fat men.
I feel like if Trump survived it, it's definitely just a hoax to keep us indoors.
I mean,
like this is just government suppression. Like this is inadvertent voter suppression.
Why keep all the good medical care for the president?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Yeah.
It's not.
Yo, did you ever read into that QAnon stuff and Pizzagate? I feel like
Only
that's
the
really for
Pizzagate.
you.
I haven't gotten to the QAnon stuff yet.
Oh god, it's so good. It's like the best conspiracy lore I've read.
Is it like 10 years ago Trump made that $100,000 like tax payment to China so that they would give him the cure to COVID?
No. It's basically literally like all these celebrities, all these powerful politicians. They actually died a long time ago. Right now, what you see are their clones. What they want you to see, and they all have like some pedophile ring under this pizza parlor somewhere.
Oh, Pizzagate?
Yeah.
Man, if that was true, why not a Robin Williams clone? Like, if any of them, like, come on. Or like a Michael Jackson clone, right? Like,
it doesn't matter. It's like they killed him. The clone acts exactly the same as the original.
Yeah, like you would want that clone. You wouldn't want. Yeah.
No, yeah, all these people, you know, fucking Chris Christie was originally executed. This is his clone. on the ABC News pundit action right now.
Prince Philip also survived the corona.
Don't know.
Yes, that's what I read as
Yes,
well.
I imagine
Yes.
I
so.
read that.
He would've
Well,
been,
he's alive. He's not
Like
dead.
big news if
like
he's
if that
dead.
guy is just fucking like a fossil, right? He's like a walking fossil, and he survives this
The
corona.
royal family.
This this just makes me think that it's just a giant hoax. Like I think this might just be the regular flu, and they're just blowing it out of proportion.
There is the issue that Canada's flu numbers are way down this year.
Yeah,
So
like
it's-
0, right?
Yeah, it's not 0, but it's almost nothing compared to what it was the previous year.
Yeah. And you know, there's also so many deaths in the U.S. that are chalked up to pneumonia, and yet I see that pneumonia is higher than like COVID in a lot of states.
I love like it's like one of those deep undercover cop movies where you will just lose yourself into the role one day. That would be the best.
I'm trying to think what movie was like that. Like Donnie Brasco.
Yeah, except like it's not a happy ending. It's not like Al Pacino fucking eats it. It'll be Johnny Depp in the end who actually lives to be. No, it's that remember that Viggo Mortensen that movie where he was the Russian
Eastern,
gangster?
Eastern.
Yeah, but he was actually
Promises?
undercover.
Promises.
Yeah. Eastern Promises or something like that.
Yeah, he was so
actually
deep.
undercover. But at the end, he was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm a gangster now.
Well, I would hope so. He had to like nude fist fight a guy in a bath.
Yeah, after doing something like that, you can't go back to your old life. You fight someone in the nude in the bathroom.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'm just like, I'm so committed to this will be my greatest role yet.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
The greatest doctors in the world, the greatest, the most fabulous and beautiful doctors.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, food for thought. There's a weird correlation between
Yeah.
COVID came out this year, but so is the election. Right?
The iPhone 12 is also coming out.
The
At the
iPhone
same
12
time as
also came
COVID.
out.
Curious.
You're right. Very curious.
Curious. Okay, dog.
Curious.
Okay, dog. Didn't know you guys were becoming the Hardy Boys there for conspiracy. Neither of you watched South Park, but they had their fake Hardy Boys in there, and they got a clue, but it was code for a boner because they were homos. So it's a different take on that. It's peak South Park now. It's gone downhill.
It's gone downhill?
Yeah, it's not funny like it used
Oh,
to be.
I thought you still loved it.
I do, but it's just not what it used to be.
It's a shell of its former self.
Yeah. Just give us some results. Just call North Carolina and Georgia already.
Yeah, they can't call them. That's why all the pundits are just sitting on their asses. They're just doing what we're doing and just shooting the shit right now. Except they're doing it while wearing suits.
Getting paid.
Yeah, and getting paid.
To stop us from saying we're wearing suits, right? Or in my
I wish
case,
you were
a
wearing-
low-cut top.
No, I wish you were wearing a suit right now. Look at top. Why not both? A low-cut
Actually,
top suit.
you're right.
God.
All right, I'm gonna check in the TYT.
What's the update?
Oh, it's just ads right now. I see.
Joe Biden wins and he passes a law where all of your firstborns must touch him.
Yeah, he must harvest the adrenochrome from all the babies. It'll be like the draft, the monthly draft. It'll be by birthday of the baby. Repurpose the selective service system, but for babies and for harvesting adrenochrome.
I don't know why the one list Texas is 93%, and then the other one listed as 81%. I need some results here.
It's gonna be red. If it's not red, then there's then election will be done tonight.
That's true.
Texas, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Texas, if the Republicans actually lose Texas, there's no need to even wait. They lose it. They lost.
No. What? 38.
It's like 30
No,
votes.
Oh,
they
yeah.
would
Oh, yeah.
still.
They'd get Nevada, Arizona, and Texas, and that would be it.
Yeah.
Assuming nothing insane happened in Nevada in the last years.
Is Nevada going Democrat like a sure thing?
Yeah.
Very likely, yes.
Yeah. I mean, at current, they don't have a lot of numbers up, but they're like 75%.
Yeah, they were hard. Pretty sure they were very
Wow.
hard in 2016.
You're always gonna get the smaller counties numbers first, and that's usually Republican numbers. So this is what it kind of looks like first.
Wow. So my friend's hedge is actually turning out. He bet that he made two bets. One bet was that Texas would go to Biden, and the other bet was that Trump would win. So he thought that one of those. Oh, Texas just went Trump.
Why would he would lose both? That
seems
This
like
is
a
not-
very bad way to hedge.
Yeah,
that's not coherent.
No. Because if
Someone's better.
if Biden wins Texas, then he wins that bet, right? And then he would lose the Trump bet.
Yeah, but it's
But
so
if he
Yeah, but now
for Trump to win without Texas is
Yeah.
the point. It's like near impossible.
yeah.
Let's see.
Like he was like basically he's almost always gonna win Texas, right? So
Right,
that's just lost
so-
money. That's lost
No,
money.
no.
And then the
So
second one
if-
is just a toss
Hold,
up.
no. Hold on. So if Trump wins Texas, likelihood is that he's gonna win the whole election. So as a hedge, so either way he wins one of those two bets.
It's a bad hedge.
Yeah.
No,
Why?
it's not likely because if Biden wins Texas, then Trump's gonna lose. So he loses.
Right,
all.
but then he wins the bet that he bet on Biden to win Texas,
Yeah, but I don't know. It's not a good.
and then he
hedge.
loses the bet on the Trump winning the candidacy, like the presidency.
You don't even have to word it like that, but it's such a weird way to hedge. You can just say like, "Oh yeah, my bet will be there will be a president tomorrow."
No. But there's
It's
two
bad
different
because,
odds.
Like, Biden
It's
could
two different
lose
odds.
Texas, and Trump could lose the election, so it's like not even
Yeah.
a good one.
That is
Yes.
possible, but it
Yes.
seems, yeah, that's the risk. But it seems
The
very
risk.
unlikely.
That's the risk.
No, because right now for Trump to lose, Biden's gonna have to win Michigan and Pennsylvania, right? Because Texas just went to Trump,
Yes.
so Biden has to win both of those. And right now, Trump is leading in both of them, so it seems very likely that Trump has already won.
This is like playing to like win no money. I would have bet that he wins
Yeah.
Texas and the election so that I win double money.
Yeah, you can win double money, but he was just hedging on not losing anything. Like I think the
Why
way the
bet?
odds.
Why bet?
No. Like because he's guaranteed to win just because of the way the odds were.
I don't know. You'd
Like
have
the
to win
odds.
a lot of money to make it like to eke out a percent win. I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting strategy. But I wouldn't.
Strategy is what I would say. It's a
Well, because
strategy.
I think the reason is because Texas is likely to go Trump, so you get a
Is this
better
Adele?
payout if you
Did
bet
Adele
Biden.
do this?
Do you know Adele?
Yeah.
Oh,
Everyone knows
Calgary's
Adele.
so smart.
Except
Huh?
for Zinzin. We all know Adele except for Zinzin.
Oh,
'Cause I'm gonna have
wow.
to ask Adele about this if this was a strategy.
Okay,
Yeah, he's
go
gonna have to
ask
show us the numbers here.
go ask Adele about it.
Okay, I'll ask Adele.
It's so funny that you, out of everyone in like that we could possibly know together? That you nailed it down to like that one person.
Because I knew Adil a long time from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like back when I was in
Oh,
junior
you
high
met him for
school.
Yu-Gi-Oh too? Wow.
Yeah, we met him at the same time. The three of us, Brian, and James, and myself, we all met him through Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, go ask him. I'm sure like he'll make it make sense.
Okay, well he's a smart guy. So that if you had said Adil said that, then I believe there was a lot of numbers behind it.
Yeah.
But the average person, I wouldn't have bought that from.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Interesting. A lot of respect for Adele.
He's a very smart guy.
So it looks like we have another 4 years of Trump, guys.
Texas red. Yeah.
You enjoy living there. I mean, for us, we're just outside spectators. Like nothing he does really affects us, other than him like raising tariffs or some shit, right?
He has like very little effect on me here too. I mean, I'm in Colorado and I was in California, so it's like super blue, both places.
Yeah. Now, if only California had 300 electoral votes.
Yeah.
They don't even need that many.
Well, like I mean,
70.
like I feel like they should do electoral votes again by population
Okay,
and
Dodge, you're
GDP.
stating now. Yeah,
And
you're
GDP.
stating.
Yo, the guy, the guy on the right on ABC News, he looks like a fucking born again version of Hirohito, except black.
You know, if California's going to do that, they might as well just separate because, like, the entire middle of the country is not going to be interested in that.
Oh yeah, he
California can
does.
invade.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, Tenno-sama.
But California would actually be one of the places that might be okay if they actually succeeded.
Yeah, of course.
It'd be more legitimate than like Quebec and Alberta for sure.
Don't they suck, like, a lot of federal money into California, though? Isn't that, like, a big thing
California itself is just,
Yeah, but it's still like the Alberta argument because they're still a net contributor to the states.
oh yes, California does contribute a lot. No, it's more like Quebec, but without the French.
No, but Quebec needs Canadian money. California contributes to the U.S., so it's I don't know.
That was one of those things where I don't know, it's tough to say because it's like that argument. It's because it's with Canada right now, it's all all these things are connected, the blood
Yeah.
vessels.
Yeah.
You separate it though, Quebec has probably one of the best shots at going it alone.
Oh, yeah, they for sure could. And I mean, they're going to suck up any program they can. Who's going to blame them?
Well, the transfer payments in Canada, I always found interesting because I felt like it was never as black and white as the news and everything made it out to be.
No, it isn't. It's more politicized than anything. But I mean, it's a lot of the gripes is historical gripes. If there wasn't like the NEP back then, or if there wasn't, well, you can't blame it only on the NEP either. Too, if there wasn't that oil shock and all that shit, you wouldn't get this resentment decades later that goes into like transfer payments, right? The whole background on transfer payments is it's not just people. It's not just because Alberta is so grouchy at giving because they have to like contribute money to it. It's because of the whole history of the East, like of supposedly imposing its will, right? And then NEP is one of those things where Alberta got the shit end of the stick. But like from the perspective back then, it was basically Alberta has to sell during the era of oil embargo. They were saying, Alberta, you gotta sell your oil at basically cost to us to supply the rest of the country and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously that province is shafted for the rest of the country. That was the calculus. So then that resentment carries on, especially with that was Pierre Trudeau, and then now it's Junior Trudeau, and now there's this resentment that they can just pour into equalization payments, right? And in a way, it's like, yeah, you're always gonna feel that resentment, especially when times are getting tough and oil goes down, and then you're just like, oh well, based on the calculus, you still get the equalization payments, right? But it's really not. It's really a tempest in the teapot because during the pandemic, Alberta actually became a net. We got the net gain from equalization payments just during this pandemic, right? So I mean, it's not something that's technically out to get you. It's just this old historical resentment building on the past fucking neglect, I guess, from the east. Like they sacrificed Alberta for the for what they view as rest of the country for them was the east, right? So that's it stems from the resentment.
Yeah, I see the resentment, but I feel like it's so nuanced because the money like Alberta is where a lot of the production and a lot of the work is right now. But the thing is, like, when people retire, nobody really wants to stay in Alberta to retire, so they move out and they take their like old age and CPP and everything in other provinces. So it's like, of course, it's going to show that Alberta pays more taxes because all the workers are here, and then all the retirees are in different provinces.
Plus, that's standard economic argument too, right? Because if you're saying, okay, so if the economy is going in a way where the economy is hot here and labor is attractive here, right? The local labor is usually by that the standard setup. They're gonna be wanting more. Like they're gonna have to pay them more in the wages and whatnot. So then when you get out of province stuff, the argument from the supply side is like it's a net benefit because I'm hiring labor from provinces that don't have as high of a wage expectation and like and don't have you don't have to have this negotiation or whatever the fuck as much as you have to do with the local, right? So then they come in, make their depressed wage. If we're going for a supply side, they make their depressed wage and they go back, but you as whatever entity in Alberta, if you're an oil company, you reap from that, right? You reap the production from that, you get the royalties from that, right? So it's not like they're draining away your money by coming in working at less, probably a lower paycheck than local Albertan workers and whatnot, whatever. Fuck, that's what you get from transient, temporary workers, right? So like that would be their
Right.
argument for the other part, and like I I don't really like usually subscribe to the supply side of things, but you know, like if you're gonna say that this is gonna be a drain on the local stuff, like there's the like from just by like fucking what's that word? Um my brain is blanking. Just ignore me.
It's been a while since your brain blanked.
Yeah, this has been a 4-hour stream. What is that fucking word? I hate it when I get into this little fucking
Try not to
like
remember it. That's the best way to remember things.
I think I always go
Basically,
to
the benefit is always it's always the common sense that the benefit should go to the people that are in the locality, right? So if you have jobs in Alberta, you want it to go to Albertan people, right? And that's what I'm always saying, like that is the better bet long term. Like if you get the wages or whatever going to kept locally and like you have to negotiate the labor instead of fucking outsourcing it from whatever over time that benefits you a lot more. But from a cost wise, like they're not exactly sucking out money, right? The damage is more as if the damage is more that it's the wage is depressed, the labor is depressed because they go to find the more lower wage labor, right? So then by just by market principle, your labor reserve is going to be higher in Alberta, and because it's going to be higher in Alberta, you get these other people. You will have less negotiating power as the laborer of the locality, right? So on the long term, it is a depressing force on yourself. But so it's not like they're draining it away and taking it back to Nova Scotia because they're already coming to labor at a more depressed wage. For the supply side, it's a benefit, right? But on our demand side, it's it's not a benefit because our reserve pool of labor increases. Our wages would by the interaction would decrease and stuff, right? And over time, because we're the demand, that means that does feed up to the supply in a while, and then they will have a crisis of overproduction in those terms, right? So
Yeah.
long term, it is bad, but not the way that you're describing it.
Just to interject, the word that you were looking for is presque-vu. It's the sensation of being on the brink of epiphany, often disoriented and distracting. It's basically the idea of tip of the tongue when there's that word that's on your tongue, but you can't think of it.
I get a weird thing sometimes where, well, if I forget a word in English, I'll be like, "Oh, that's a Chinese word for it." And then a lot more times is I'm speaking Chinese, and then I forget the word in Chinese, and I think of the English word of it.
Oh,
Right.
My brain is fucking all over the place.
Do you think in Chinese, Zinzin?
No, I think in English most of the time.
Okay.
Do you dream in Chinese?
Oh, let's
Sometimes
not get
I'll
into
speak Chinese
dreams.
and whatever.
Like
No,
the
like you know what I have to feel like? I feel like I have to throw on a switch when I want to read something in Chinese. I throw on a switch and I need to focus on it, and then everything, my thoughts and everything will be.
Can
in
you
Chinese.
look at a Chinese word and not be able to read it until you turn on the switch?
Well, if it's a word that I don't know, then for sure.
But like,
Well,
let's
that's
say
a no-brainer.
I think that's
Well,
definitely the case for reading, but less of a case for conversation. Because like I can.
No, it's conversation usually is when
wait,
when
so
I
you can
get
look at
stuck on a
Vietnamese
word.
and not be able to read it? Like, you
Oh,
can look
for sure. Like if I'm thinking in English and I look at a Vietnamese, I can't just read it. It just doesn't come to me.
Yeah,
And if
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
thinking
yeah.
in Vietnamese, it won't. But if somebody's talking to me, like if we start talking in English and then I throw in like Vietnamese and I go back into English, I'll still understand that.
So I
It's a
feel like
it's a conscious switch.
I have
Almost.
like
You
I
can
only
feel
have
it.
English, and I feel like I can't choose not to read. Like if I see some words, my brain will read it before I have the ability to choose to read it. You know what I mean? Like it's automatic. Like reading for me, it seems automatic.
In English for you.
Yeah, in English. Well,
Yeah.
I mostly just know English. Like
Yeah,
I can't choose not to read it, I guess.
So what we're saying is for us, like we choose the default, and then like if we see our default, we can recognize it right away. But if it's like in the opposite like the opposite
it's not the
language, then we'd have to flip.
English is for all of us that were schooled in English.
Okay.
It's all the same. Like you automatically read stuff.
Yeah,
But it takes
like
like
it's
a
like
conscious. There's a
spoilers.
conscious switch in your when like for me, there's a conscious switch. Oh, like try to when we read Chinese, here we go, and then read it.
Yeah. So then I guess if you want to prevent spoilers, then you could like switch yourself to Chinese, and then look at a page of spoilers, and just be like, you're immune to it because you can't read it. Right?
But he can read it. Like he just flips the switch and reads it.
Right, but if he wants to protect himself, you switch.
Oh yeah, just like words that pop out. Sure, maybe. I don't know, but some words still pop out, right?
You're like, I see death. Someone's dying.
Totally in like a paragraph sense. Like if I see a paragraph in Vietnamese,
yeah, it's kind of a turn off.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, I'm too tired. I'm just gonna
yeah,
go
it's
on.
like it's that feeling that you have to put a little bit of effort into it and focus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it was just like this character dies in Chinese, I don't think Zinzin would not be able to interpret it. He'd be like, oh fuck, that's a spoiler.
Yeah, if it's not a block of text, yeah, it's pretty easily.
Yeah. Slightly slower, but there's no way that you could just like not choose to not understand it.
Yeah, that's the thing with reading. I wish it's like a choice. Like I could choose to read something, versus like it just comes to me. I don't know, something in my brain that I kind of wish I could control.
So, are you implying that when you see words, they enter you without consent?
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what I was hearing here.
That's it. Yeah. And basically Zinzin and Phil saying that if you have a big block of chunk of text, they can choose it not to enter them.
That's actually like an interesting topic because I thought like I'm like very against random text messages because I feel like just like the fact that they can send me a message and I have to read it, it is very intrusive.
Like you didn't consent to it, right?
Yeah,
You didn't
because it's
consider-
like
I
by the
agree.
text message.
because when you read a text message, you read it, you internalize it, and it becomes an idea that's like a part of you. And sometimes, like if it's nonsense, it just doesn't. You don't want that like in your mind. Like you don't want that
Feel
idea.
violated
I
by the
think-
nonsense you just.
Yeah, it's like
a weird way of
inception.
saying it. You're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
gonna stop your brain from getting penetrated. It's just gonna be raped over and over and over again.
No,
But that's why you have to be careful who you give your number to, right? You
right,
gotta-
but I'm thinking of it in terms of like propaganda, right? Like propaganda was just like posters put everywhere. But like if it's not like just posters plastered around, but text messages sent to you or like people calling you, and even if you have to hear the introduction, that's like propaganda. And like over time, it breaks down your barriers, and you start to think that hey, that idea originated from me, and you
Or
can't
you can just
differentiate.
live with
I
it.
think
like,
you're
everywhere
talking
you-
about Inception.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like
No,
the plot of
Inception, they jump into the dreams. That's like completely different.
Well,
But the
I know,
idea is the
but the
same.
idea is, yeah, the idea is exactly the same. It's like they plant a seed in you, and
Yeah.
eventually you think that idea is your own.
So
Mhm.
Inception didn't originate that idea.
No, but the movie portrayed.
No.
Well, the movie
The idea, yeah.
illustrate the idea really well.
The movie illustrated them
But the
jumping
movie
into
itself
your
is just a hack job.
subconscious.
But the movie
Jumping in.
is a reference point for all of us that we understand. So it's like it's a really
Right.
good metaphor.
The movie doesn't matter. But just like people texting you like ideas or just like having to read ideas, I feel like it is very intrusive.
I agree.
Anyways, how late are you guys staying up? I think I'm probably gonna go.
I don't think we're gonna stay up that late. I mean, like whenever Jason craps out, we'll probably leave.
Oh, I see. When
I
do
could
you
go
guys
waiting for
work?
the
It
results.
doesn't matter about me. I'm just sitting here anyways, just making sure this doesn't go to commercial.
Please donate to us to keep this ad free.
I mean, we're
Yeah,
not
the
going to get
5 of
paid
you
for playing those.
watching. The 5 of you
There,
watching.
there.
It's basically the
That
five
means one
of
of you
us.
guys has to donate.
Well, I'm talking about the people who watch us way later. You know, when they're like, "Oh yeah, I want to hear about this 2020 election," and then they use our podcast as reference.
I'll never use our podcast as a reference.
No.
Well, I think I
Well-
will when I'm right,
When you're right.
for sure.
This is the
I'm
Like-
pretty sure the only time the podcast will be used for reference is when one of us gets canceled.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well, I'm gonna head it.
All right, man. Have a good night.
You
Hey,
late.
All right, have a
catch
good
you
one.
around. See ya.
So Alaska is very red.
It's going
Kinda
to be
close.
red. It's not- Why would it be blue? It's going to be red.
Well, I don't know. Blue's the color of ice, right?
Well-
Let's vote for blue.
I don't know
yeah, as they
anymore,
eat their
because like
crayons.
why would they be like why would it be given that they're Republican?
Because everything about them is Republican. The governor's Republican. Everything, all of the people they send in the House and the Senate are all Republican. Why would they be Democrat?
I mean, they have UBI. They're very like
Yes,
I
but
think
that's
it, like
proposed
in
by a
principle.
Republican.
I know, but like in terms of like the policies and like the approach to governing, it's
That entire
very
country thinks fucking Biden. Like half of the country thinks Biden's a socialist. I don't think they're able to take out like oh UBI. It should be a very progressive. Like fucking, it's just whatever's whatever. You give it to them, they gobble it up.
that's
So it's
that's
like-
the thing that's like so strange to me because like they're clearly like very progressive.
Like I said,
they've-
man, like Alaska is one of those cases where it has to mold itself to the local conditions, right? So
Yeah,
it's just
it's
whoever
just-
can mold itself better.
Yeah, but like I mean, for all their leadership, if they're just like, "Hey, I'm Democrat," it wouldn't change anything in Alaska other than the color. Like,
Because
they would literally be the same state.
because both of these parties are ideologically at its core, literally they're the same.
They are,
represent
yep.
the same fucking class. That's the same idea. It's the same liberalist ideology. Like it is the same. So then that's why it's like if you are always welded to the idea that these parties must represent something ideologically, you're never gonna get it. These parties, what they do is they it's like a Pepsi and Coke. It's just identity. Like it's like you're not getting a different drink than Pepsi Cola. It's just whatever fucking taste of cola you're getting. That's why you can get Democrats 100 years ago. You can get Democrats wanting to own slaves, Republicans wanting to free them, right? And then you fucking flip it, right? When the electoral conditions shift, right? Like the South, they always were molding from fucking losing the Civil War, and they always wanted to be a lot more. They were hard into the segregationists, and they would go for whichever platform would give them that sort of like deal to go on, right? So, if by the '60s, like Johnson wants to push his LeBron James, LBJ wants to push his Great Society as a Democrat. Well, South's not going Democrat anymore if LBJ wants to push the Great Society, right? They're gonna go Republican then.
Wait, you're saying LeBron James is both president and like a 4-time champion?
Yes, but on a much more minor point, it's just the parties are there's no real ideological difference. But yes, main point, yeah, LeBron James, yeah, he's
So he's like 100 years old, huh?
Oh yeah.
Well, they call him King James for a reason.
Ah.
And is James still awake? No.
He's probably right there.
Is he dead?
Wow, Orange County
he
went
probably,
blue?
He probably went to walk the dogs.
No.
Wow. That's quite significant.
He
I'm
said
surprised.
something. He said something about Lincoln, which is actually brings up a good point.
Oh, racist Lincoln?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say he's racist, Lincoln, but there is.
I would say he was exactly on par for his time, yeah, but a little bit less so, I guess.
Well, yeah, relatively, he's way less racist than
Yeah.
States, of course. Yeah. Comparatively to now, yeah, he's not. He won't be counted as woke, but yeah, back then for sure. But there was another point I was gonna get at for like why they like the whole reason they went into the Civil War. I'm Whoopi Goldberg. Oh, I'm stuck on the other stream. That's why.
You're
What's
Whoopi Goldberg too? Like, is that what you're about to say?
Yeah, I was watching the ad and I forgot that I didn't switch it out.
I'm Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, I noticed that when you said that. No, I was actually looking at the map, strangely enough. Because right now, from the Guardian, the map shows Nevada, Arizona, and Maine are leaning blue. But would that be enough? Probably not.
Nope.
Right?
No, we would need Pennsylvania and Michigan to do something. Those are the main ones. Yeah, like it widens the lead, right? And it's more likely he'll hit 270 if he has Nevada and Arizona, right? But to actually win or lose,
It just comes down to like Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Michigan and Pennsylvania are big. They're deciding states.
Yeah, he has to win both of them.
Well, it looks unlikely from what I can see at least, but we'll see.
I think so as well. I think it seems very unlikely that he's gonna flip both of them, and he needs to flip both of them.
I think it's still in the cards.
Yeah.
See, nothing's changed since I left.
No.
Did you go walk the dogs?
Yes, my beasts needed to relieve themselves.
Oh, we were just about to get into fucking Lincoln and the Civil War.
Oh boy.
Well, because it raised up an interesting point.
And that is?
Well, like why they went into war in the first place.
Yeah, it's pretty debated. I think the most commonly accepted narrative is the slavery stuff, but I'm
Yeah,
sure you're
slavery.
familiar with that quote that is thrown around a lot, where he would have basically
He would
Lincoln
have
was
let
a
them. He would have basically let them have a grace period.
well, and even that, like Lincoln was a unionist. You know, if he didn't have to free him, he wouldn't have, and if he could and that worked, he would do that too. Anything for the union, more so than he cared about the individual black life.
I mean, like, yeah, the overall thing was it had a lot more moving parts in it. Why they actually felt compelled to go to war at that point, anyways, right? And it's yeah, it is over slavery. But if they just say, oh, if you're just using like modern, kind of like modern standards to try to explain it, it doesn't work, right? Because they didn't the modern standards of what you perceive as what racism is and slavery. They
Well, I
wouldn't go to
mean,
war over that.
yeah, no, like, and I think like the clearest quote from him that demonstrates, you know, like he obviously was, oh, he was like as racist as anybody else at the time, but he had something like, "I will say then, and I'm nor have I ever been in favor of bringing about in any way the social or political equality of the white and black races." And he began to say he opposed their right to vote, serve on juries, or hold office, and to intermarry with whites. So, like, obviously, he's not the bastion of, hope
But
for people.
yeah, but what Mirror Agent is saying, the smaller point, what Mirror Agent is saying was relatively, he's like probably heads and shoulders above someone like Jefferson Davis, though. But I mean, like, one of the reasons we went to war is because one of the main things was their societal contradictions were going to come to a head because how it turned out between the North and the South of the United States, especially in the context of like the past couple hundred years of European immigration over, the North of the United States is a lot different economic, like the base and the lifestyle and how they produce things is a lot different than the South. The North will not have the South's like agricultural at the time when it was, like if you think about the old United States where it's like, the northeast of what you see now, the southeast and as the south and whatnot. The north was not suited towards like big plantation agriculture like the south was, right? So what they had was a lot more like the old European setup where you move into the cities, like once all the farmland and whatever is all settled in, the the eventual growth, how they industrialize is the excess people will go into the cities, right? And then in there they would have to, like it would have to be built up that way, where you would be working more of like a factory or in an urban
Yeah, the
environment. You'd
North
be an
had the
urban
mills,
person.
and the South
Yeah,
grew
but
everything.
but that's what but that's what they are. Like they don't have the big wide plantation and the soil that the South has. Because the South did have that, it's completely different because the labor is also different and because of the work as well and what the South's economy was going to be, which was plantation heavy, big areas of planting cash crops and cotton, whatever, right?
Yeah.
It was necessarily like you're not gonna get the same way where you get like the guys in the northern where they go to a factory to work for a wage. That wage is always going to be much higher than what you would get in the South. You're not going to convince the same American going to the factory to work in Boston that you can go and pick cotton all day for fucking like for even less, right? Because the margins for that Southern economy was that cost them to be like fucking bare bones. So it necessitated the South that they needed to import slaves to keep this profitable at that scale, at that economy of scale. And what the head came to be, that contradiction came to be where they kept the United States would keep on expanding in those places, but depending on whose influence was more stronger, like they would come to a head, and then the North did not like the Southern factional politics, where it's agriculture heavy, plantation owner heavy. That faction was something that they despised, and the South they hated what the North's bloc was advocating for,
Well,
which was like not it would doom the South because the North to kind of like to kind of outperform the South, all they would say was like, you know what, you outlaw slavery, you won't be able to import slaves. No one's going to work on these. You're not going to be able to have this Southern economy with these mass plantations, like competing with Northern industry.
Yeah, but
If
that
you didn't
came
have the
like
slave labor.
a lot later. Like
No,
they
no,
weren't.
no.
That wasn't an issue back
No,
then.
no,
Like
no. Remember what set off the Civil War? Before it, it was the Kentucky. It was the standoff in Kentucky or Kansas. It was one of the K states where it was. They were trying to decide like, okay, how's the state going to be voting, and then how is this? How when this state is settled, what laws and whatever it's going, what's going to take precedence? The South pushed heavily for their kind of like, setup, where it's like, okay, well, you're gonna get the investment and whatever that will come to take this state in the union and settle it. It'll come from Southern money, so and that will be backed by the plantation fucking block or whatever. Northern didn't like that. They actually came to blows because of that, right? Where between these like rival systems and societies. So in the end, that was one of the contradictions that blew apart because they wanted to they could not accept the other one outperforming them, but the South had a less of had a more detrimental situation because of how the North is set up. They're much more industrialized than the South could be, right? The South is on the back of still like on human labor, while the North is mechanized, right? By necessity, that would mean like if it ever came to a big competition, the South was thinking, okay, well, our position is kind of like untenable if it continues this way. And over time, if the North presses their advantage in the House and in the fucking Senate, they can do away with fucking slavery. They can basically cripple it. So, like no Southern guy's going to be president or whatever,
they
right?
weren't like necessary. Like it wasn't like the slavery issue wasn't like the main card. You're right about all that stuff, but like at the end of the day, like basically everyone before Lincoln had been a Southerner, so they'd always had that power. So yeah, you're right. They were always going to come to blows, but I don't think like at the time that he was really going to take it away until like they really pushed each other. Like nobody really wanted to take away their labor force. Like there wasn't that big of a push from the North to say, "Hey, we got to abolish slavery," you know?
It wasn't the push to abolish slavery, but it was because of the way that they were both set up. The North was always going. The South could see that the North was always going to be ascendant, especially in political in the political arena, right? Like the South, it is because the South was thinking like, okay, the way we are like, and the way the North is it's not like the South is at a disadvantage, but also at the same time, there's not a way to reconcile it because the way the industry is set up in both sides in all these states, they're completely different. One, like the ascendancy of the northern style of how to like grow and industrialize and fucking colonize and make the country was detriment to the South. They couldn't do the same thing, right? And then when the contradictions came to surface, and it's not like like instead of, oh, let's try to accommodate the South, or the South is like, oh, let's try to accommodate, when it became like what it is now, where it's Democrat versus Republican, like instead of cooperation, it's outright competition or hostility. The North could leverage that advantage over there, whereas if you take that political advantage that they have, they could politically press the South economically, right? By just if they say, like you can't go against these things because if we have enough power, we can just vote in to abolish slavery. And that would you would be beholden to it. And then at that point, the contradictions are at the surface. The South is like, we have no other way but to actually say we secede and we're gonna fight against you, because other way there's no way we can kind of like continue advancing with the way our society, our states are set up, right? And because the slave labor is their economic base, right? They couldn't industrialize like the Northland, and to this day you can see it, right? Aside from oil places, oil rich, like down South Texas or whatever, and whatever, the South is it's pretty much uniformly much, like it's more underdeveloped than the North is, right?
Yeah, that's just the nature of an
Yeah, it is the
agriculture.
nature of it,
Whole
but
country moving to industrialized.
right. But in the Civil War, it wasn't like plantation. Like the South had a sizable economic block just because their surplus they got from plantation, the plantation economy gave them that much of a heft, right?
Yeah, and I mean it really comes to head in what were states' rights back then. Issue.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
you
It devolved into that argument of states' rights because to the South, that was what to them. Like, this is our right to exist like this. Like, this is our way of life. Our states are built on this. This is our right to have slaves because that's our entire Southern economy. That's how our society is built around it. Like that's the base, and our superstructure's built completely on that. So if there's anything that threatens that, we can't accept something like that, right? So that's their perspective for their states' rights when they brought it to the fore and seceded and and the North waged war.
Yeah, true. Where was your Navy?
What?
I thought it stemmed from you guys had a discussion on Lincoln.
I think we were talking about something. Oh, I think Lincoln won't be as woke if he was. He wouldn't be considered woke if he was existing in 2020.
No, none of
Yeah.
them would.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he'd be labeled a bigot.
Yeah, he was definitely by any standard, but like that's just the way it was back then.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have didn't Washington free his slaves at the end of it or whatever, so you had like some kind of credibility, but I guess he could have been pretty woke.
Nobody's gonna be woke. You take 2020 wokeness, and you're never gonna get anybody woke.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think anybody should be that woke.
What's crazy to think is that maybe in like 100 years, 2020 wasn't even looked at as progressive.
Well, did you watch Jim Jeffries' new comedy special?
Yeah, like it's like oh, these fucking bigots in 2020, they weren't even thinking about the space aliens and their tertiary genders.
Yeah.
Did you watch his?
We're so repressed right now.
Did you happen to watch the Jim Jeffries special?
I think I did, unless he came out with a new one very recently.
This one was very recent. He had one point about that anyway, where he talks about how the next generation's always more woke. It's
I
always
saw
been
that
that way
one.
through
Yeah,
history.
I saw that one.
And that point was the best part was him talking about his father accepting
Yeah.
gay marriage, and then
He's like, "Is this already a big deal for him?"
Yeah, he's like, somebody came up, you don't respect trans rights and whatnot. He's like, whoa. It's been like 2 weeks. He just accepted gay marriage. He's 80 years old. Give him a break. He's gonna die soon. It's like funny because yeah, like in 100 years, of course, this will be nothing compared to. Well, you never know. I guess maybe the aliens come and they take us all over and whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, or it just completely does a 180 and just goes the opposite way, and we all just turn to genocide.
It'd be pretty tough. Yeah, demographics of the world, I think. Like to just go the other way. Just like fully militarize your own faction against everyone.
All it takes is a crisis, a big existential crisis.
Yeah, but so many people are like intermarrying these days and whatnot, and like.
Oh yeah, no. My thoughts are the future iteration of fascism is not gonna be necessarily on race. No, it will be something based on either just an all-encompassing nationality, or it'll be something based on this fucking value or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, we could have 1984, the Oceania, the America. 3 factions. They're all pretty.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a mistake to think that if there was going to be resurface of fascism, that it'll just be strictly limited to like race. It can the woke fascism can be quite inclusive if if it resurfaces in a modern context. And I think that's what you get like with some of these groups would be like, yeah, look, we can't be, like we can't be fucking fascists because like we got all these different races in here, and it misses the point, right?
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
The lines are just drawn by species.
I don't think, yeah, well, you could technically have the entire human race just have like a fascist crusade against like monkeys or something, right?
The aliens.
Right, but like, there's no like, unless Planet of the Apes would be the scenario where all of humanity becomes fascist and tries to genocide the apes. But like,
I mean, I guess it depends which one you look at.
I mean, it really depends on what kind of like I don't even know what that would even be anymore. You have to militarize yourself just to fucking fight the monkey. But like, it has to be, the like that would be quite a strategy. Like cutting off your hand just to stop a hangnail.
Well, like what would you do if like monkeys suddenly have the ability to talk and think, like on a more than basic level, I suppose, and then they just start coming in and taking your shit?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, but you're missing that point where you're missing that transition, right? Where it has to be like, it has to like make the human race rise from the ashes of the Weimar Republic of the human race, right? Because the monkeys fight us right now, we fucking cream the monkeys. There won't be a fascist, right? We have to
Well, unless we
lose
have
against
like a well, what if we challenge into a man fight like fists?
No, you really
we
need
would
the
die.
disease part of that.
Yeah, you're not gonna. You're still gonna
I
win.
guess you have a point.
Like, yeah, okay, who's gonna be like, okay, yeah, well, we have to fist fight them because they said fists only, like.
Yes, the fascism versus the monkeys can only come about if the monkeys destroy us in a conventional warfare.
Yeah. Fists only, 20 minutes, no rush. Yeah, got it.
Well, what would you do if you turned on your phone, you got a text message, it's from the monkeys, and they're like, meet me down fists only?
I would instantly give up since they're way stronger than us. Like, even small monkeys are stronger than us. Let alone something like a chimp or something, which could just rip your arms out of your socket.
This is all true.
Yeah, you're not fighting them with this.
Well, but at the same time, like Australia lost to emus with modern weapons.
Australia dropped the fucking ball.
Like,
and you know what? If the emus were like advancing into Canberra, like a horde of them, I'm pretty sure Australia can get their shit together and just fucking start to fucking kill them.
I don't know,
Bomb
man.
them.
How many people actually live in Canberra?
What kind of inherent advantage does an emu have against like artillery?
Pure your speed.
Are they quite confident in it?
They're quite confident. I mean, they obviously had something going for them.
I want to see how much heavy weapons they used against the emus. If they used the fire support, or was there's a bunch of Aussies just going in with the bush with a bunch of fucking just a bunch of guns, hand-me-downs, sticks.
Well, that was my favorite part of this podcast or live stream so far.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Yeah.
5 hours in.
Finally go into territory I know about. Hypotheticals against animals.
Yeah, what do you think, Jason? Do you think we'd win against the
apes?
Animal onslaught? Yeah, the ape onslaught.
Not in a fist fight. Everything that was said was quite true. Like, I can't argue against that.
Of course.
Yeah, but if the apes texted you like, "Hey, fist fight down mid," right? And then you saw that text message, you would ignore it initially, and then you're like, "Yeah, maybe I should fist fight the apes."
I would not think that. I'm stupid,
Well-
but I'm not that stupid.
Well, but you'll start thinking it's your own idea, right? That's what Phil was talking.
No. No, that's was that Brian or who was it?
No, no, that was Phil. That was
Oh, was
Phil.
it?
Yes.
Let me throw this out there. If you've ever seen like an angry house cat, like you wouldn't even fuck with that. You think you're gonna mess with like a chimp or something that's like 5 feet tall? There's like no way. Like
Oh
it's
no, it's definitely a horrible idea.
anybody that thinks they can mess with like 90% of wild animals barefisted are in for a wake up call.
So, does anyone know how much longer this will take?
This is not gonna finish today, so whenever
Really,
you're tired, you
they
can
won't.
wrap it up.
Well, no, I'm fine, but I just don't know because these numbers have not updated for quite some time.
So I think some of them they don't plan on updating tonight.
Oh,
Actually,
they're just like going to bed.
yeah,
Mhm.
resume the count the next day.
The only one that might, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only one that might finish is Wisconsin, but I think North Carolina and Georgia are pretty much plugged for the night. Maybe Georgia might call it.
Yeah,
Alaska too, if
so
Alaska will
close.
come in.
This, the main scenario played out exactly as it was meant to.
Is everything pretty much as you expected?
Yeah, this was from well, yeah, because I said it was be a close race. This is exactly what I had in mind, that it would be close on the election day, and then you would have to wait until all the ballots were kind of later on, past election day, because of Corona Chan.
Man, how do these people do this for so long?
These guys are set for like an all-nighter.
Yeah. Well, at least they get paid for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
I think
not
that's how
gonna
they
do
can
that.
do it. They're paid to do it.
It's because you don't plug your Patreon enough there, Jason.
Oh man, I should really start one then.
We all want to
Well, you got to
support
start an
you.
OnlyFans first. That's the new hotness.
Yeah,
Oh
that
man,
too.
that's a lot more dire. A bit more extreme than I'm willing to go.
Well, you'd just be one of those non-nude OnlyFans, right?
You don't want to be moderate. You want to be extreme.
Either way, I don't think it's gonna make money.
Who's a moderate on OnlyFans?
I bet there's moderate ones that make good money on there.
You won't be one of them.
I
You will have
won't
to
be, I
extreme.
know that for sure.
But what if you just subscribe to a bunch of girls on OnlyFans, right? Like maybe like lesser known girls, maybe they'll have like 10 people or whatever subscribe to them, and then you use that as a basis for your own content. Like you just farm that content out.
Like I
Doc, you're
resell their
stealing that
content?
guy's idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's brilliant.
So
It must go against some sort of like terms of service for OnlyFans, right?
I'm gonna wait for Adrian to do that and then go off his content.
Be in
Also,
his
it's already
content.
compiled.
Yes, I already compiled for me. I'll be like, and then I'll do the highlights of his highlights.
Yeah, just shitting it right onto your
Oh.
face. That's what he's doing.
Jesus.
Adrian's content goes hard.
It's only extreme.
Except
Man, watching TYT, I feel like Dems have lost. He just isn't in it anymore.
these guys, they're so. Yeah, they like to throw in the towel so easily.
They're just like, wow, we didn't blow it out. We've lost, guys. Like, we didn't want a close win. We wanted a blowout.
They're
We're not
all
gonna get a
just too
blowout.
scarred. They're
Yeah,
they're all just too scarred.
Oh,
My young Turkish stream.
We've been at this for like 5 hours.
What a live stream.
I mean, to be fair, some of those newscasters are probably going all day, right?
I think they were in a shift. There was a different cast during the day.
Hey.
And
But we can't afford that.
I'm assuming we all worked earlier in the day before this too.
Yes.
Well, they worked
Man.
too. They were just putting on their makeup and stuff.
Yeah, but they're still getting paid. We've
Oh,
been
yeah,
doing this
yeah.
5 hours for nothing.
So,
point.
wait,
Yeah,
Georgia can actually go Biden, right?
Let me see.
Like it's actually
Numbers
close.
wise, it's possible, right?
Like statistically, though, like what's stopping it from going?
I don't know. Everything's like reported. Like Atlanta's like all reported,
Atlanta's
and only Thomas County and their
Fulton.
Trumpers.
So 5. So it's about
Doherty
like
County, Savannah,
7%.
80, 86. There's enough. Because
On the Guardian, it only shows Fulton, DeKalb, and Thomas that aren't 100%.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're right. Those 3, but it has enough to overcome it, and they're leaning like heavy. Well,
No,
Thomas
they need
is
100,000 votes.
yeah 100,000, maybe not.
No.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay, so Georgia is already red. Yeah, so it really does just come down to Pennsylvania and Michigan. And Trump only needs to win one of the 2 to win.
Dream. 4 years of entertainment. I really wish they'd just put up better candidates on both sides.
They will not.
Gross. I think it's so gross that we have to suffer through.
They won't.
But if they actually had good candidates, then they would actually be liable for not succeeding, right?
Why? They wouldn't be liable. They fucking
They're
kicked
like
them out.
responsible for it.
What?
No,
Who would be
well, like,
responsible for what?
well, like, because Trump is not completely competent, he's always they can always use that as an excuse. Oh, like, oh, because of Trump, because of this, because of that. But if they actually pushed out like legitimate candidates, then they lose that excuse. The parties, I mean.
Yeah, I know, but why would that be? They don't care about that. They just want to get. They just want to fucking win it.
But the structure of the government, like
Yeah,
the superstructure of
it
it,
doesn't
they
hinge
always
on the
need an
president.
excuse.
Yeah, it doesn't hinge on the president. The president isn't the base, so the superstructure wouldn't be fucking hinging on them.
No. But the superstructure relies on having like a scapegoat always, something. Otherwise, like people would actually question government. Like right now, nobody actually questions government, right?
No, it's the other way around. Like the base. What we're talking about is like, if we're talking about base, and especially in this sense, and even the election sense, the underlying base is just the. This is like the societal and economic conditions, right? And then the elections and everything is based on top of that, right? Like that's the firm base. Whatever you get on top of it is just going to be built around that. I mean, what do they need us to scapegoat a president for, right?
It's not just the president. It'll be like the president, or it'll be like having a minority in one of the houses. It'll be something that government can say, hey, we could not have succeeded as we promised because of these factors.
I mean, I don't see why they would need that anyways. Look, I mean, if they get a president that isn't Well, I don't know. I don't see why they need that anyways. Like this time around, they got exactly what they wanted. Like fucking Mitch McConnell fucking stacked the Supreme Court. That's his dream. He got exactly what he wanted, regardless of who was in power. He just needed the Senate, right, and the president and whatever. In the beginning, they had the House too. They basically did everything they wanted. He didn't care
Yeah.
who was president. He just wanted a Republican president.
Well, Trump is expected to speak soon.
Oh, I guess they are expected to speak.
Well, yeah, Trump basically won, right? So
Well, I'll tell you for sure, his fan base definitely thinks he wins.
yeah,
So
for
if
sure.
this flips overnight, I welcome the riots.
That would be very interesting.
I'm a big fan of the riots.
We're always a big fan of the riots.
Video game company, right?
Huh?
I guess I'll put on the volume for when he speaks.
Yes, we can have that.
I hope there is one too. I hate like people who win with like smug faces. Ugh, drives me crazy.
But Trump is like constantly smug face.
I know, it drives me crazy. But I don't watch Trump. I think like watching Trump and paying attention to him, like he already wins. Just gotta tune him out.
That's a pretty hard thing to do.
Tune out Trump?
Yeah, he's like always on.
It's the worst. Like when I go to the gym and like I hit the elliptical, like there's the one I like, the CNN is right in front of it, and it's just all Trump every single day, and I'm like, come on, talk about anything. It's so painful.
I feel like it's been
That's
Trump
why.
every single day for like 4 years.
Well, that's why when I'm down here every day, I'm looking at like news article on like what is the trend in Calgary.
Yeah, yeah. Or if you
Different
don't-
kind of depression, but at least it's not Trump.
True.
Do we need to do this immediately, or
Wow, is Trump gonna win the popular vote this year too?
by pushing it off, you also increase
Well,
the
that would be
chances
embarrassing.
that the court is
That
going
would
to
be
let it
crazy.
stand?
Like, oh my god, if
Because once you've had
the
vote,
Democrats lose the popular vote this time, they need like a reckoning. They need to just like revamp everything. How can they not, right?
This room would be required to wear masks.
Yeah, he's
This is
already.
inside. We're
He's
talking
still.
about
He's
hundreds of
still
guests.
behind
And the
like.
answer now we know is
No,
no.
he's just behind
The
Hillary
White House
numbers
tells
for
us that
Biden, and
everybody
Trump
who's
is
in that
already
room was
trounced
tested,
his
and therefore they
2016
don't have
numbers.
to cover their faces. Of course, we know that flies in the face of what some medical experts have said, because you may test negative, but in fact be carrying the virus. So, that might be one reason. We can't speculate, but what we do know is that it makes a big difference for a night like this. We cannot read the faces.
It's not out of the realm of possibility that some of these states might go into recount.
There are some members of the
Which ones are you thinking of?
The closest
we know
ones.
that the vice president is not there, actually,
Like very
which
razor
is,
thin
interesting,
ones.
Because we talked to some
What
of
is
his
the
top
closest?
campaign advisors who said that he is not there tonight. We know that these are invited guests of the president, donors, people who are close to him, and obviously officials from both the campaign and the White House. But we do not have a guest list. We don't even know exactly how many people are inside this room either. And so what we do know is that the president has not been there yet. To
Do we
greet
know
them.
whether, and I'm sorry to drill down on this, but it's highly unusual
I'm just wondering if the guests, which are there at a political event, essentially being fed drinks and food by the White House staff that's paid for by taxpayers. Do we know? Has there been a
Well, we know
reception?
they're eating. We know they're eating, but the campaign insists that they are picking up the tab for this event. But they certainly are eating, they are drinking, they are celebrating just like they would at any other campaign party. And of course, there have been a lot of conversations about the Hatch Act and whether this is a potential violation. But again, the campaign insists that even though this is at the White House, which is taxpayer funded to operate, that they are paying for everything. And so, the Office of Inspector General will have to take a look at this, but there are criticisms and questions about this very event. And so,
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Wei Zhejiang, at the White House. And as we await the president just moments away from his address, Ed, were there
we're gonna address it
concerns
soon.
from the Biden campaign
I can't
about
wait.
how this evening, or I should say this morning, would play out in these types of remarks from each side?
There was, which is part of
Wow.
what we saw Biden come out
The
and
Senate Iowa went to
at this point,
Joni Ernst. That's so weird.
and point out that they're leading in Arizona, that they believe, at the time he believed they would win Minnesota, which they have, at least by our measure, and that they were waiting for results from Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Isn't he the incumbent? Why would that be weird?
I'm going home.
I saw one interview because Iowa is supposed to be an agricultural place, like
Yeah.
a state, and they asked her what was the break-even price of soybean, and it's just so funny that she just didn't have an answer at all. And then she tried to play the "oh, I couldn't hear you properly," or "I couldn't hear the question properly." My transmission error. I was like, "Oh, this is ridiculous." It would be like running for, because I viewed it as running for like PM of Alberta, and they're like, "What's the price of oil?" And like you not knowing the price of oil in Alberta, and you're running for PM. It's just so weird. But she still won.
According to the pool
So,
reporter who's from another network
yep.
and in the room. But all of our eyes and ears tonight.
Got it. And we keep hearing from what is called the pool, the small group.
Oh, they're
that
coming out
covers,
soon.
the White House, with the president. They just keep saying it's another 2 minutes. So
Oh,
we're
we
still
love
waiting
it.
to hear from the president of the United States. Extraordinary at any time to hear from the president after 2 a.m. in the morning from the White House. John?
Well, this is while we wait here for the president to emerge. Kara Cordy tells us that in Fulton
Well,
County,
I hope you enjoy 4 more years of Trump.
That would be fucking amazing. It would be so. It would be. Oh god.
You make it seem like it's a domestic issue. No. Trump's presidency is international. Everyone has to deal with 4 years of Trump.
Sure, whatever. But the Americans have to deal with it way more than everyone else.
At least he doesn't
No, I
affect
think
every
everyone else.
decision made for
I think everyone else has to deal with it more
Yeah,
than
the president
Americans.
that puts up tariffs and wants to go for American first isolationist policy. Yeah, you guys you're gonna have to deal with him a lot more than everyone else.
Campaign feeling strong after a victory in
This wouldn't
I
have
don't think
happened
so.
if
He doesn't
California
do
had more
much
votes.
domestically. Like what does he really do domestically? Right? It's
What does he
all
really
like
do foreign arena.
he got Canada to arrest a Chinese national over some nonsense. Like literally all of 2019 for Canada, or maybe 2018, was like that arrest, and it had nothing to do with Canada. It was literally just U.S. and China over like a
Yeah,
trade
but-
thing that
Yeah,
nobody
but-
remembers about.
But what's the difference? Like that's the same as before. Like you think that before if this wouldn't happen?
No, but I'm just saying like everyone deals with Trump, not just Americans. Like he gets involved into everything.
I don't think so. Like, even that was like so remote. I mean, like whatever. She gets to stay in a house in Vancouver, right?
Senate and the very
Mhm.
latest there, because there have been
She's stuck in a house in Vancouver. Yeah, I guess.
Oh, she owns that. Oh, her friend owns it, I guess.
the United States
quote
Senate, and
air
Nancy
quotes.
can just quickly walk us through and just.
I mean, if that's the Trump, if that's the like, if that's the thing put forth, I mean, you can probably safely say it doesn't affect a lot of
Take a look
people.
at Montana. That was a very close race between the Steves. Steve Bullock
Yeah,
and Daines. We have
maybe.
now moved it to
I guess in the
Maine
grand scheme,
Republican as
people in
Steve
Canada
Daines,
don't
the
really care.
incumbent, pulls
It really
ahead.
doesn't affect you
And
guys
so
anyways.
that does not appear to
Well,
be a likely
fine,
pivot
but
for
Well,
like,
it kind of does. I mean, like Biden said he'll kill Keystone right away,
for
which is
starters. That's still
whatever,
officially a
but it
toss-up.
does
We'll
affect
see
Alberta a lot
that,
in
Susan
ways.
Collins is in the lead right now, but only about 60% of the vote is in. They're
So
counting.
Yeah, so is it a good thing if Biden doesn't win for Alberta?
I don't know. I don't know if Keystone does a lot for us. I'm sure
it doesn't matter.
TransCanada wants it.
It doesn't matter either way. It's like there is no. The differences between them pales in comparison to like just the overall mass of both countries moving in their directions and how they react, anyways.
What happens in Maine until more of that vote is in, because Maine has this very unusual ranked choice voting system. There's a third-party candidate who's right now getting about 4% of the vote. Nobody gets above 50%. Then they start giving that independent candidate's votes away to whichever voters say, their second choice is. So that could take a while.
If she survives, it would be a rare instance of split ticket voting where the voters don't vote for a president of one party but elect a senator of another, which doesn't happen. It certainly didn't happen in 2016.
Doesn't happen these days.
Nate Silver's still calling it 85% for Biden, but the betting markets have Biden at 30%.
Correct.
So far, they have netted Arizona and Colorado.
They've netted Colorado. It's likely.
Does someone know something we don't know?
But not official yet. And so Maine is one possibility. North Carolina is still officially a toss-up, but Tom Tillis.
But I think that's interesting. If I were him, I'd put all my money.
I'm gonna bring the dog out.
Tallied, and then all you've got left are those two.
Put all my money in there and
races.
rich man.
Now we already know that one of those races, the special election, is going to a runoff in January.
But I don't believe that analysis, so I will not do that.
Lots of Democrats and Republicans. You need to get above 50% in order to avoid a runoff. That's not going to happen. So that's going to go to a special election. So we won't know. The other Georgia
How did you enjoy the Three Jokers?
Can't call a victor in that
I could have done without it in my life.
I like that it kind of sets a precedent for him.
Votes outstanding in Fulton County and elsewhere.
There's just a lot of stuff that was implied that they now confirm with that. I don't know. But at least it's not supposed to be like in universe, I guess. So it's easy enough to ignore.
Yeah, that is the complexity of comics, I guess.
True.
We haven't called this.
It's like the One Piece movies where you're like, okay, none of these movies are canon, but there's like 20 of them.
Well, that's what happens when your anime goes for 20 years.
You'll notice that Kentucky
very true.
right up at the front. That's because Mitch McConnell is the leader of the Senate, and
he
so
will
Yeah, I
still
don't
be
think
sitting in
anymore,
there.
that's correct.
anything
Can we go
else
back
is
to
really
Susan
coming
Collins for a second? She
until
did go in
the
that she
mail-ins
was in
start
big
getting
trouble.
counted.
But what happened to
True.
Susan Collins?
Well,
Though I'm surprised that
used to
they haven't
be that as a moderate, you had
counted
a
them
lot of
already.
Power.
Yeah.
You were a deal broker. You crossed the aisle and you worked with the other side to cut deals. Well, we haven't seen a lot of
This
deals
is the worst.
cut over the
What do you
last
mean?
4 years.
Sleep good tonight,
Frankly,
we'll wake
this
up
is
tomorrow,
President Trump's
watch
party
some-
right now. Think about it. There wasn't even a platform that was drafted for the party.
I mean, we live in a digital age. They should just be able to text in their vote.
Dude, tell me about it. Even in the
At the East Room.
like my local union there, like so many things we could vote on, like we could just do it online, but no, they won't do it. You gotta win paper, pencils,
In-person
stupid.
and absentee ballots that are still outstanding. We are
Like,
still
I know,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we could just text in our vote for American Idol like 20 years ago.
counted.
It's true.
Some are being counted at this hour in the middle of the
Yeah, I don't know
night.
why it's so hard.
Poll
Just
workers and
like
others working to fulfill.
everyone has a number. You go in, you vote your number,
course,
done.
in
It's
service of our
recorded.
great
You can just look it
democracy.
up. Did they vote?
And of
Yes.
course, also note
Hey,
that
that
in other
wasn't me.
states, either by
Oh,
state
complain.
law or by court order, ballots will be accepted after the election.
But they don't want to
or
be able to
postmarked
trace
on
voters.
Election Day, including military ballots, hundreds of
No,
thousands
I
from
think that's
overseas that are
a
protected
Democratic plan
by law,
there.
that those can
So I think
also
the Republican side has always been for
as
voter
part
ID.
of that process.
And Nora, I understand Nevada has moved from lean Democrat to lean
The
Democrat.
Republicans are for voter ID, but maybe not for tracing it.
Tonight, it sounds like election workers are
Yeah, I'm sure they have the libertarian faction that doesn't want the government having any more.
Yeah, they want it like one way only, where like you have to prove you need to authenticate for the vote, but they don't want the government to be able to backtrack that authentication to the individual, which is, yeah.
That's something like maybe even blockchain could solve in the future. You could have like an authentication way, but then it goes in and it's kept privatized, I guess, from there. Maybe that's
But
the
blockchain
future.
wouldn't be. It wouldn't be private.
Well, I mean, like Monero is completely private. You can't get any info off that.
Yeah, I'm aware. My friend is I have a friend that's very deep into Monero.
He's hiding all his assets.
He's like been all in for a while. Helps them like he's involved in the development.
Oh, really? Oh, that's really.
Yeah, he said it was like really easy. He was just like he was interested in it. He believed in it, and then he was just like doing the research, and he found like they had some holes in the documentation, so he like pointed it out to them, and they're like, "Oh, thank you very much." Gave him some Monero, and then he just gets involved.
Yeah, that'd be really neat. I'm not a Monero investor, but I'm a big fan.
I think
That
so
is
too.
Trump speaking.
I think in concept, I like Monero a lot. Yeah, looks like Trump's about to speak. Oh, he's coming out right now.
Yep.
There he is.
I'm gonna turn up the volume for the stream.
With a blue tie.
That's what we call confidence.
It's like, I don't give an F.
This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us.
Should we be clapping?
All through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have
he's
won
claiming Georgia now.
We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
They can catch us.
Likewise,
They're never
we've
gonna catch
totally
us. They
won
can't catch us.
North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us.
They can catch us.
We
I
also,
love it.
if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were.
I need to find out who his friend somebody is, because somebody knows a lot more than everyone else. It's always somebody.
Someone has to have access to this data.
And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes.
Oh my God! When listening to him, he fills a sentence with so many words.
We're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Yeah. I wish he would just embrace the receding headline.
Man.
God, you know he's been bald for like 20 years. It's not receding anymore.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of
Got
this.
something going on there, though.
We're up 690,000.
I don't know. Whoever did infiltration's hair transplant seems to have done a pretty good job.
These aren't even close. This is
I'm
not
wondering
like,
if that's a wig
it's
now.
close.
After I've seen some further videos of what
64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into
His
good
is like so
Pennsylvania
thick and
areas
it's like
where they
very
happen to
tough.
like your
He
president.
had no hair.
True.
So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. No, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need.
Oh man, is he gonna go through every single state?
Which wasn't added.
Yeah.
No. He's not gonna go through the blue
Really
states.
Yeah, he's just gonna go through all the red
just a little
states.
while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate.
What if he's like,
me on
oh, but
winning
we still
Texas.
have life
I mean,
over there in
Texas,
California.
I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these
What happened to the election?
saying,
It's off.
what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460.
Oh wow! I just realized the county I'm in went Trump.
500,000 votes.
Oh.
North Carolina, big victory with North
I
Carolina.
didn't know you were a racist, Bill.
And
Now we
What?
know.
So we won there.
True.
We lead
I'm
by
not even. I can't even vote. I'm just in the wrong
76,000 votes. We've almost got
county.
the left. We've only
Hey,
done everything
but the
to
last
stop it.
county I was in,
This is a
after I
fraud
left, it flipped
on the
from
American
strong
public.
Republican to strong
This
Democrat.
is an embarrassment to
You
our
were holding
country.
them back.
You were holding them back. Yeah.
We were
Yeah,
getting ready to win this election.
down in OC,
Frankly,
the
we
Republican
did win this
HQ.
election. We did win this election.
I
So our
think this
goal
election
now
is
is
done,
to
guys.
ensure the
I think it is
integrity
Trump. I don't think
for the good of
Biden
this
has a
nation.
shot.
This is a very big moment.
Just
Trump's
This
speech
is a
convinced
major
you?
fraud in our nation.
He's
We
he's
want
convincing me that he's won already.
to be used in a proper manner.
um,
we'll be going to
what's
the
kind of
US Supreme
convincing me
Court.
is
We want
Michigan.
all voting to
Michigan
stop.
is not really
We don't
going
want them
blue,
to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in
and
the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very
yeah,
sad.
I don't know. I think
It's a very
Michigan
sad moment. To me, this is a very
is the
sad
key one.
moment.
It's-
And
If it goes red, then
we will
Biden
win
has no
this.
shot.
And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to
Yeah,
thank all
I
of
mean,
the
like at
people
most he
that
can get like
worked
maybe
with
another
us.
100,000,
And,
200,000 out of
President,
Detroit. Everywhere else is like it's not going to add up to anything meaningful to overcome 400,000. So Michigan going red and Trump wins.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions.
But even if
of
Pennsylvania gets
voters
flipped
whose
blue
ballots
and
have
Michigan
not
goes
been
red,
counted,
Trump wins, right?
sadly, because
What
of
if
the
Biden
raging
comes back in
pandemic and
North
the failures
Carolina
of the
or something?
administration to
Mail-in
No,
votes?
no, no. North Carolina is done.
Well,
Like
that's the thing.
everything's added already for North Carolina.
Yeah, but they didn't call it, so they must have like a bunch of mail-in. Then they just don't know what counties to attribute them.
Is
That's probably
that
the same
how
thing
it
in
works?
Georgia.
Riot. Just let it riot.
Yeah, Georgia's like all done except for Atlanta, and Georgia is super close. But I
Yeah,
don't think
unfortunately, you
it,
gotta wait for Atlanta to do their count.
yeah, but the thing is, like Georgia, according to the numbers, doesn't have enough to. Oh man, actually, it's really close. 40, 60,000. I think technically they don't have enough numbers. They'd have to like do a recount.
I think it'll be slim. I think these ones might go
Well,
pretty slim.
a lot of
2%,
them, there's a lot of
3,000.
mail-in ballots, right, that aren't accounted for yet.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
So those numbers could make the difference.
Yeah.
Or never gonna catch us.
No,
Trump
they
said.
they already controlled the house, man.
Yeah, like Trump already told us, right? Like in Georgia, they're never gonna catch us. North Carolina, never gonna catch us.
He already said it. It's too
Ah,
late.
he's already said it. It's done.
God damn it. Trump is always right. I really despise
Except when
that.
he's wrong.
Ultimately accepted the outcome of the courts. Ultimately
Well, when he's wrong, he fires someone, so that's
we have to
no problem.
Somebody else is wrong.
Yeah, that guy was wrong.
the president jump that gun and
Jump that gun.
as Gail was saying, there were a lot of things that were untrue. We can look at the map right over your head and see that the state of Texas was actually called in
No,
his
it's
favor,
just
that it was
it's
not.
playing right into it.
Georgia and North Carolina remain
Right.
toss-ups on our map because of all the details you just laid out.
They're really sticking to that point. This is why people riot. Just begin the riots. Enough talk. Riot.
Oh, we need to check Twitter for the riots.
No, I don't want a Twitter riot. I want a real riot.
So if they don't finish the adding up all the numbers, when are they gonna pick that back up?
Possibly tomorrow. And then,
So
depending on which state's going to recount, they might be even longer than that.
Like tomorrow morning or what?
They'll start tomorrow, and you'll have the results in the morning for some of the states that are close. And that's when we'll know if there's any close enough for a recount.
What a
Or
shame!
if
I
they
have
just,
to work
or if someone
tomorrow,
just wins it.
so can't continue this stream to continue that coverage.
No.
24-hour stream, right?
Oh dear God.
Well, for
Arizona's
you, not for
likely
me.
going to
I'm.
be Biden.
I was not prepared for this.
Yeah, so this election, they might go for Biden, for blue.
You think the election's gonna go Biden?
No, Lino's asking me what
Oh.
if Arizona's gonna be blue this time.
Yeah, looks like Arizona's going blue. Nevada.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel very confident in Trump telling me that he's already won.
Can't catch us.
Can't catch us.
Can't
They
catch us.
They can't catch us.
I feel so lied by the Democrats when they told me, like, I think it was 2 years ago at the Senate election and the House election, the midterms, I guess. They were like, "Oh, there's this blue wave," and it just like never happened. And then Trump was just more outrageous, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we just cannot have another 4 years." And then, I mean, the votes just doesn't show that.
If anything, they should kill like however they're polling nowadays. It should just kill it because the poll was much more like it was double what Hillary's gains were going into 2016. And if it's double and it was still this close, like whoever does the polls, they should just be shot. Like it should. This is also election for the polls. Like the polls have lost. There's no way. There's no way anybody can trust any kind of numbers out the polls. Because if it's twice more in favor of Biden and it's still this close, like what's the point of polling anymore?
Mm-hmm.
It's all true.
I completely agree. That's why I was never a fan of statistics.
Yeah, you're for different reasons though. You don't believe in numbers.
No. It was. I know that's how like Brian explained it to you guys, but it started with statistics. I was like, a lot of these things are based on statistics, and I feel like it's a bunch of BS. Because I understand the rationale.
We were there in Vegas. We saw.
Yeah.
We lived it.
But like this is exactly like why I feel that way, because like people do polls and it's so full of biases, right? Like most people who vote are not going to waste their time with a poll. Like they don't care about telling someone else their vote. They're just like they're just going to go out, vote, do their own thing.
True, they can also lie.
Mm-hmm.
True. Would that just be like so next level? Like you lie on the poll?
I feel
So
like if
then-
I was American, I would register Democrat and vote Republican every time, just to be that guy.
No, I feel like the polls are more misleading than that. It's like, would you vote for a candidate that has this on this platform? And you're like, yeah, I would. And then at the end, it's just like, oh, they conclude that you're gonna vote for Biden, but really, like, your vote has no effect on your vote at all. Like, you don't even think about that when it actually comes time to vote. Like in Canada, for example, it's like, would you vote for somebody that is anti-corruption? So yeah, I would. But then you end up voting for Trudeau, who's like completely corrupt. And the polls would not catch it.
No one said anything like that, Phil.
No one said anything like what?
No one implied that Trudeau was corrupt.
Yeah, every opposition does all the time.
He is very like if the WE, the SNC Lav line, if all that doesn't add up to corruption, I don't know what does.
Well, the question he always gets asked is how much, Prime Minister? How much?
The Prime Minister.
How much? How much?
Dollar figure, please.
Yeah, give me a dollar figure. How much?
Well, my mother has, through various outlets, made an income for herself.
I'll have to check the bank statements from the Cayman Islands.
Nothing. How much? Nothing is not an answer. I was like, oh my god, that's all they go on.
Anyways, Jason, if you wanted to go to sleep, you could just stop the stream and then we'll just fucking hang out till we die.
And how long are you going?
I don't know. I'm probably gonna leave soon, but like you don't have to stay up. we can stop the stream.
No, I mean it's fine.
All right, it may turn into a rabbit hole. We might be up until like 6 a.m. Are you gonna risk
Even though
that?
is that soon for you? Damn.
Well, you know, if I'm just playing by ear. What if like Biden comes out, takes a shit on stage, and he's like, "Tune in about 6 hours. I got I got a surprise for all of you." I'm staying up for that, man.
I think Biden already made a speech earlier on in the night. We may have missed it, but I thought I saw him on stage at one point.
Oh man. Oh, I think did the Turks stop broadcasting? No, they're still going. I like how fucking shook these pundits are right now. They're like, you shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have called it. I'm not gonna disenfranchise all these people by calling it today.
You can also imagine
Look how smug they look. They need a riot.
Please.
I agree.
We need to riot here.
The white upper class needs to be shook.
Shook.
Of the process. And just to be clear, and David, you can help underscore
And she's
this
trying to
for
lock me down
because
again.
Having covered now, I think this is my
For why?
Can't be contained. Because Calgary's numbers are on the rise again.
Oh, Biden's speech was like a speech of defeat compared to Trump's.
We saw it.
Yeah, it was a quick one. It was like the loser that was like, "Hey guys, the vote's not over yet. The vote's not over yet." No.
But the states don't report final results until much later, correct?
That's absolutely right. Election night results are always.
Are you guys in a lockdown over there?
No.
No.
It's stage 2, but essentially you can do whatever you want.
As I thought. Nobody's gonna care in a year.
I don't know.
When everything gets debunked as a hoax, no one will care.
Well, it's certainly not a hoax, but I don't think they need to shut everything down again. No.
But I just think it's just the flu, dog.
I mean, I'll be wrong.
Like you said earlier that the flu numbers are way down this year, right?
It's questionable.
And yet we're getting so many cases of this air quotes COVID-19.
The flu has killed more people.
Exactly. And it'll continue to kill more people while this COVID-19 just, disappears off the face of the
Well, COVID will still kill more people too.
Am I just really tired, or is this actually happening?
Yeah, Uganda just likes to meme a lot.
About here, dog.
It's the
he wants
best.
to be a conspiracy guy, but he's not good at it.
You've surpassed what Colbert would ever become. This is peak Methodist actor.
I don't know. I feel like the research isn't there.
Well, I'm just saying, dog, that pneumonia's killed more people this year than COVID has in the States, probably.
I love it.
I don't think so. That's true.
Your mistake was to deal with him like head on. You can't. You're gonna lose. Uganda's gonna win every time.
That's depends on your definition of winning, I guess. Like, it depends what your goal was.
To come out of this with your soul intact.
Then yes, you have no chance.
You have no chance.
Oh, okay. So this year, 219,000 pneumonia deaths, 213,000 deaths from COVID-19.
Curious?
Awful lot of pneumonia. Very curious. Very
but,
curious.
You have to take into the account of those overlapping.
Oh, they actually have that already.
Do
Deaths
they?
with both pneumonia and COVID-19, 97,273.
Oh, jam.
See, this is why you would be like so good at actually starting a family of JoJo. It was all for the long con.
I would just have to sell myself out for 20 years.
Easy.
So you weren't kidding about going down a rabbit hole here, eh?
It's the deepest of rabbit holes.
Okay then. Well,
Like one day Adrian's gonna insert himself as Q in the QAnon lore. From then on, he'll be unstoppable.
I wouldn't mind if he was the next Jim Jones, you know?
That would be
cool.
great. He would surpass him. He would have to the Q by just the being of Q would already surpass all of the conspiracy leaders in the past.
all right. Anyone have anything else to say before the end of the stream?
No, we'll probably end the stream and then we'll fucking.
Does anyone want to?
Thank you for your work.
anything?
Thank you for your work, Jason.
So-called Twitters, social medias, whatever. the
Nobody has
hell
anything to
else.
plug.
No.
Check out Verbal Acts of OnlyFans.
I
Can't
really
wait for
hope
that
that
to
doesn't
come
become
up.
a thing.
Yeah, take a shit on
It's gotta
Jason's
be a
chest.
come up thing.
That's not gonna happen.
With deep fake, anything can happen.
It's not gonna be me. I can assure you of that.
All right, try to stop
But
the deep fake.
but if it is you, maybe we can find somebody for you.
What?
Think about it.
do
Maybe
you
you
mean by
have
that?
fans, and then something magical can develop from that.
But
Like
they would
you're
only
gonna put
be into
yourself
him.
out there.
But they would only be into him for the scat. I don't know if you'd.
No,
If that's
yeah,
what he wants.
that's
They
not
would
what I
only
want.
use him for his body. Oh my god.
It's a pretty
Yeah,
crappy
for the
body.
scat.
Well, I'm not here to judge, and whatever they like, you're just putting yourself out there. It's okay. I would, but I'm already spoken for, and my wife would kill me. I'm sure Sin's in too.
What makes you think I'd be okay with it, anyways?
It's a given that
Because-
you're already okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm not.
because from your other podcasts,
Like what, your
I'm
current
sure you're
girlfriend's
like,
not gonna like this? Like what, your hand's gonna like grow a mouth and start speaking?
Jesus.
oh boy,
This is a weird
So
way
you're
to
gonna-
end this off.
you're gonna cut this off like
this is what you
5
got
minutes
for-
ago.
No, this is
what you
all
got for
live.
your-
I can't cut anything of this.
This is what you got for 5 hours and 43 minutes. At the end, it's just a forcefully enroll you into OnlyFans, and you're gonna take part predominantly in scan. This is your reward for your hard work.
Wow, that's not what I expected.
Well,
But it's very welcome.
It is not. That's not my thing. I'm not gonna kink shame people that are into that, but I'm just not into it
Yeah.
Please, no shame.
ever.
I don't know if I was in your position and somebody listened through 5 hours of podcast, got to this point, and then they're like, "Oh my god, you have an OnlyFans," and then followed up and asked us about it. I'd be like, "Okay, wow, you put a lot of thought and effort into this. I'll make an OnlyFans for you."
That'd be pretty
It's a
cool.
good thing I'm not you. You're not me.
Yeah, I'm not you.
Either or.
All right, Jason. Have a good
Okay.
night.
Well, thanks for all of Zinzin's friends for joining us and basically being our only viewers as well.
90%.
I'd say a good 99% with a 1% margin of error.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to think. You have to think about the people that'll watch this later on.
That's us.
I'm gonna
That's
delete
us.
the VOD.
Just don't delete
why
the
would you do
Brian
that?
bods.
This could be your magnum opus, and you just don't realize it quite yet.
I really hope my life isn't peaked on this.
What a
But alright.
magnificent peak of a life.
All right, thanks again.
Yes,
yeah, have
thanks
a good
again,
one.
everyone. Our
Yeah, you too.
listeners. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Nice.